Hello everyone and welcome back. From this video onwards, we are going to start a new thing in our Microsoft Excel tutorials. We are going to start about VBA macros. So this is a completely new topic, and in this VBA macros, what we'd be learning is how can we create macros using the Visual Basic for Applications editor. Now before starting on this thing, we must brush up a few topics such as how can you create a macro, how can you use the macro, and how can you write a macro using VB. Now we have already covered all this in detail in few of our previous videos, but since we are starting this topic as a whole new thing right now, so we are going to brush it up a little bit. Okay, so this is the introductory video. In this video, I will teach you that how can you record a macro or how can you edit the macro. And from this video onwards, we would be just learning our journey about the VBA macros. So let's start. First of all, what you got to do is learn how to record a macro. So what you got to do is just go to your View tab. Here is this macros button. You can go and click on record macro. Now first thing it asks you is for a macro name. What I'm going to do is I'm going to provide it with a name. It could be anything that you want, but there is a naming convention that instead of spaces there must be an underscore like here. Then you got to provide it with a shortcut key. Now we have learned all about the control shortcut keys in our previous videos about the shortcut series. So there are only some letters that you can use, but what I'm going to do is just press the shift key and press S. Control shift S is a new shortcut that I'm assigning to this macro. Then it asks you that what is going to be the scope of this macro, that is where you want to store it. So I want to store it in this workbook, or you can select any of these options. Then you can provide a description like this is a first test macro, okay, like this. And when you click on OK, you can see on the bar over here, status bar, that the macro is currently recording. So whatever steps you do would be recorded in a macro. What I'm going to do is just provide it with days, and I'm going to write here Monday, and using the custom list I'm going to just expand it till Sunday, and then I'm going to write another column name that is sales, and here I'm going to provide some sales data like 890, 570, 560, 350, 760, 460, 210. Now what I'm going to do is just convert it into a table by pressing Ctrl T. Make sure my table has headers is checked on, and then I click on OK. Now what I'm going to do is convert it into numbers. So go to the Home tab for that and check on this accounting options. So this is converted into numbers, and this whole thing I want to store in a macro. Now this whole thing is recorded. Again, you can go to the View tab and you can stop recording your macro. Now what happens is your first macro is recorded, and all the steps that you followed over here have been recorded in the macro. If you want to reproduce the steps, you can simply do it by what steps you need to follow. You can go to a new sheet, you can go to the View tab. Here is the macros option. You can go to View Macros, and here you can see a list of all the macros that you have recorded up till now in this particular workbook. And here is this first macro. You can just select that particular macro if there is a list of macros, and then you can click on run. Okay, so yeah, that was some kind of an error. Okay, the error being that we just converted into an accounting range, and that was when this table was given a name. Like if you go to this sheet, so this table was given a name table 1, and in sheet 2 it could not be given the name as table 1, so it had given an other name table 1 underscore 1, and that is why the error was there. So it was basically because we followed that Control T command, and that's why we were getting that error. Otherwise all the steps would have been followed. Otherwise what you can do is just follow the shortcut for reproducing the macro. What shortcut what we had assigned to it was Control Shift S, and then again there is this error. You can click on end simply, and you can just select this and go to the home tab and change it to accounting as well. Now if you just select on this table like this, and you go to this design tab, here you can see the table name is table1_2, which means that there is a copy of this table. There are two copies of these table1, table1_1 and table1_2. So this step was done basically to show you that what is the usage of a macro, or how can you record a macro. With this you can also come to know that what are the advantages of a macro. So the advantages of the macro lie in the fact that you can reproduce the same steps again and again. By storing it in a macro, it helps you to perform the different tasks with a simple shortcut. You can simply press the shortcut and all the steps that are recorded would be reproduced wherever you want. So basically macro is a piece of code or a set of instructions that you give to a Microsoft Excel sheet, and it is recorded in the form of a program which can be called a macro. Now what are some of the features of macro? If we talk about macros features, then macro is first written in a specific language known as Visual Basic. So if you have a knowledge of Visual Basic, then instead of recording the macros, you can simply write the macros. Now the question arises is where you want to write that language. So for that purpose, we have something known as the Visual Basics for the Applications Editor, or VBA, embedded in Microsoft Excel. Now Visual Basic for Applications Editor enables us to write the VBA code, and that VBA code, or the VB code specifically, helps us to perform these steps in macros. Okay, so that is what we are going to learn in this series of videos, that how can we create some Visual Basic code, how can we write macros for ourselves, and basically how can we go to the VBA editor. So for going to the VBA editor, one important step that you must do is, first of all, you can go to your tabs menu, and here you got to search for the developer tab. As you can see right now, my developer tab is not visible, but if your developer tab is visible, then it's cool. Otherwise, what you got to do is just follow some steps. You got to go to this file tab. Here is this options menu, and when you go to here, you can get this customize ribbon option. When you select over it, here is this customize the ribbon, which tells you that you can use this list to add, remove, rename and reorder the tabs, groups and commands and all. So what I'm going to do is add the developer tab from here. In the main tabs, you can see that there is this developer tab written, which is not checked. So if you just check on it, and right now you can see that it's not just added, but if you just click on OK, this is this OK button present over here. If you click on this OK button, then this developer tab would be added. So I just click on OK, and you can see after view and before add-ins, this developer tab is added. Now using this developer tab, you can easily go to the Visual Basic for the Applications Editor. If I just go to this developer tab, you can see all these options are given to you. So these are basically for the developers, that is the people who like to write code, who want to work with the code, and for them this developer tab is designed, and that is why it is not included generally in Microsoft Excel. You gotta perform some steps that we did just to include this developer tab in your Microsoft Excel. Now once you've got your developer tab, if you see over here in this code group, here are these options. Here you can record a macro as well, and here is this macros option, which is similar to the view tabs macros option that we got, and you can just perform any action that you want. Now this is this first macro. If you just go to this edit button, then you can see that this has opened the Visual Basic for the Applications Editor, but that is only possible if you have opened a macro or you have already created a macro. Then you can edit it using these options. So this is not the standard way of going to the Visual Basic for Applications Editor. The standard way is you got to go to the developer tab. Here is this Visual Basic option written. You can just click on it, and once you click on it, you can see that this window or this screen that is in front of you is actually of the Visual Basics for the Applications editor. You can see its name, Microsoft Visual Basic for Applications. It enables you to perform all these actions. And let me just close it for a while. If you just hover over it, so it gives you a shortcut that is Alt F11. If you just follow that shortcut, press Alt 11 from your keyboard, then also this screen appears in front of you. So basically in this video we learned that what is the usage of the Visual Basic for Applications editor in macros and how can you record a macro. Now in the next video we are going to learn about this Visual Basic for Applications window. We are going to get ourselves familiar with this window so that we can work with it in the upcoming videos. So I hope you all have enjoyed this video, and I also hope that you have learned something new from this video. If you did, please let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Till then, goodbye. Welcome back. In today's video, we are going to continue our discussion about the VBA macros. So basically in today's video, we are going to discuss about the structure of this Microsoft Visual Basic for Applications editor. This is the editor that you get if you want to write any VB code to manipulate the macros, to write the macros, to edit them, or to do anything related to macros. If you want to do coding part, then you got to come to this thing that is Visual Basic for Applications or VBA editor. So in the previous video we have already seen that how can we open it once we are in Microsoft Excel sheet, but for your reference I'm just going to show you again. So this is your Microsoft Excel sheet. You can just go to the developer tab and click on Visual Basic to open it, or simply you can use the shortcut key that is Alt F11 to open this thing. Now once you have opened it, since I have created one macro for my sheet already, so I'm getting this code of the macro. Now what I did, I recorded the macro using the GUI steps or the front end of Microsoft Excel, but what I am getting over here is the code written. So this is basically the code that is actually acting behind the steps that I followed. This is the code that I was not concerned with while following those steps, but actually Microsoft Excel has written this code for me and has stored in this VBA sheet. So if you have knowledge of it, you can edit it, you can make changes to it. Okay. Now first of all, let us make ourselves familiar with this window. This is the kind of the thing that you get to see. First of all, you can see this file, edit, view, all these things. It is the menu bar. Then the next is this toolbar, which has these different kinds of tools, like you can use the save option, you can find, you can undo, you can redo. From here you can run your code, you can break it, you can reset the code, and all these basic tools are available to you in the toolbar. Also it gives you the current cursor location, that is, it is in the 17th line, column 23. If you see right now, it is over here. So this is the actual position on the cursor given to you as well. Now here if we come to the left hand side, the first thing that we get has a heading called project, VBA project. So this is basically known as, if you just go to the view tab, then this is known as the project explorer. This is a shortcut for it, Control R. This is the project explorer. Okay. Now what does it do? It gives you a listing of all the things that you have. If we just go back to our Microsoft Excel workbook, then the name of the workbook that I have is book 1, and it has 3 sheets, sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. So these are the 3 sheets. Now if I just come back to this VBA, what I get is a list of all these things. VBA project is book 1, and then it has some Microsoft Excel objects. So sheets are basically objects of the workbook. Sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. Okay. If I just double click on this sheet 3, then you can see this thing changes. Simply if you just double click on book 1, this is this workbook, then this thing is also blank. But if you just double click on module 1, then you have got the code of macro. So the basic idea is this is actually a code pane that enables you to write a code corresponding to a particular sheet, corresponding to a particular workbook, or corresponding to a particular module. So whatever code you write here is going to be executed in that particular thing. Okay. Now what happens if I just go back to my Microsoft Excel and I try to create a new workbook? So for that I go to File, I go to New, and I want to create a new blank workbook which has a name Book 2 and it has sheet 1. So I'm going to add some more sheets. Suppose I have total 5 sheets, sheet 1 till sheet 5, and there is another workbook, Book 2. Now if I go to this VBA editor, then you can see over here I have got 2 workbooks. First is Book 1, second is Book 2. In Book 2 you can see there are 5 sheets, sheet 1 till sheet 5, and in this Book 1 there are 3 sheets. Okay, so basically whatever objects that are opened right now would be shown over here in the Project Explorer panel of VBA. It helps you to take an idea or make an understanding that what objects are open right now, and like Book 2 or a particular workbook contains how many sheets. Okay, now if I just close this Book 2 and click on Don't Save, then what happens is I go to VBA back, and you can see that VBA project Book 2 has been removed and only Book 1 is present with its sheets. Okay, now this VBA project enables us to also add macros. Like when we were creating the first macro over using GUI, what we did was selected its scope as this workbook. So what it did was it enabled this module 1 to be stored under this Book 1, which means that this module 1 or this macro 1 can only be used in Book 1, and outside Book 1 it has no existence. Okay, now this is module 1. What if you want to add some objects? All these objects are actually added dynamically using Microsoft Excel, but what if you are in VBA and you want to add some objects? Then how can you add it? You can see there is this Insert tab. If you just click on it, and you can see all these options are available to you. What all you can add? You can add a user form, you can add a module, and you can also add a class module. So I'm going to just click on module, and it has added another module known as module 2. So this way you can add as many modules as you want. Like you can just go to insert module, insert module, insert module, insert module, and so on. Okay, now once you are in module 1 and you go to the insert tab, you can see this procedure is disabled. Similarly, if you are in module 2, again this procedure is disabled. But okay, if your focus is not in any of these modules, like right now, and you go to the insert tab, then also you can add a procedure to it. Now what is the usage of this procedure? This procedure enables us to perform a particular function. Like macros are a list of instructions, or they consist a number of instructions that are recorded, and they are basically stored in modules. So that is similarly the work of the procedure. A simple definition of a procedure is like if you want to perform some actions again and again and again, like you are going to use something, you are going to perform addition over the data again and again, then you can store it in a procedure and use that procedure in each and every macro. That would help you to just write the code once and use it again and again and again as many times as you want without having to write it again and again, saving you the development time and also reducing the length of your code. So this is how you can add a procedure. What things it asks for you is, first of all, it asks for a name. Suppose name it as procedure _1. Okay, then it asks for a type. It could be a sub-procedure, it could be a function, or it could be a property. It is always advisable to go for a sub-procedure in VB, but it may change as per your wish or as per the needs of the code that you are writing. Then it asks for a scope, public scope or a private scope. Public scope means it is accessible anywhere, and private scope means it has a limited scope. So I'm going to keep these default settings and I'm just going to click on OK. Then you can see what it has done is it has written this public. If I had chosen private, it would have written private over here. Since it is a sub procedure, so it has written sub. So that is how the procedure is created. Okay, so this is the procedure 1, and you can write any code over here, and then you can call this procedure anywhere that you want, and whatever the steps are there would be replicated over there. So this was all about this VBA project, that is the Project Explorer. There are other windows or other parts of this VBA as well, which we would be discussing in the next video. That is all for today's video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video series, we are going to continue our discussion about the VBA editor. In the previous video, we started familiarizing ourselves with the VBA editor structure. The reason why we are doing this is because once you are familiar with the structure, you would be easily able to do coding over here, because in our upcoming video lessons we are going to start VBA coding very soon. So before that, it is important that you get yourself familiar with the structure so that you have you can easily work on it. Okay, so in our previous video we discussed about the menu bar, the toolbar, and we started our discussion on the Project Explorer. So we are going to continue our discussion. In the previous video we created some modules and the sub procedures. In this video we are going to expand our discussion with user forms, and we are going to see the other types of windows that we have in VBA. So what is a user form? A user form is nothing but a simple form that enables the user to interact and can enable the user to add any information that it wants. Suppose you want to submit a feedback form, then what details it asks for you is usually your name, your feedback, and then there is a button that when you click on it, the form gets submitted. So that is a kind of a user form that we are going to create. So a simple step to create a user form is, first of all, a form is an object. So whatever thing is an object, it is actually a part of a workbook. Okay, so the user form cannot exist independently. It must be existing in a workbook so that it can be used inside Microsoft Excel. That is the thing that you need to know. So here we have book 1, and in this we are going to create a user form. So once you are in your Project Explorer, go to the Insert tab. Here is this user form option. If you just click on it, you can see that the user form has been created in front of you, but it cannot do anything. The reason why, because there are no controls over it, so we need to add some controls over this form. How can we add that? You can go to this View tab. Here is this toolbox option. Make sure you click on it, and here is this toolbox that you have got. It consists a list of the tools that could be added to this user form for its better usability. Suppose if you want the user to add its name in a text box, so first of all a text box must be present. So this is a text box, but how can you prompt the user that you must enter your name in this text box? For this there must be a label. So this is the label. You can just create a label over here and write name. This will give a message to the user that yes, I have to write my name in this text box. After writing the name, if you want user to submit this name, you got to provide the user with a button. So this is a button. Okay. Actually, if you just double click over this button, then it would open this thing which is kind of a button handler event. What it do, it allows you to write some VB code, and when you write this VB code, this code would be executed every time the button is clicked. If you look closely at its syntax, it is private sub and the name of this event, that is command button 1 underscore click, which means it is kind of a sub procedure that we just created, but its scope is private instead of public, and what name it has got is command button 1, which is the name of the button, and at what event it appears as the click event. Okay, and then there is end sub to end this procedure. So whatever code you want, you gotta write it in between private sub and end sub. Now here, if you see in the code pane, there is this command button. Instead of command button, there are various other options like label 1, text box 1, user form, etc. All these options enable you to select any control. Suppose you want to add a control to text box event. Now this change is one of the events of text box. If you want to see all the events related to a control, you can go to the second tab. Here are all these options that you get, and these are actually the events which you can select. Okay, so suppose I want this event to occur when the key is pressed. So this is actually the event. This is the syntax. Right now I'm not going into the details, but that's how you can add these different kinds of events. So let us go back to a user form and try to change its name. Like it's showing command button 1, so it's not clear to the user that what it has to do. So simply I'm going to provide it with a caption, click me. Okay, so this is a very basic form. It basically does nothing, but only it's a text box and a button which the user can click. Okay, now if you want to run this text box or this user form, then how can you run it? In the toolbox there is this play button kind of thing. You can just click on it or use the shortcut F5, and here you can see that this user form 1 has run. Here you can provide a name. Suppose I provide programming knowledge like this, and if you are satisfied, you can just click on this button. Of course it doesn't do anything because we haven't written any code, but that's how it works. Okay, so if you just close it, you are back to here. So that was about user form. How can you add a user form, how can you add controls to it, and whatever. Now one more thing, if you just double click over this button, then you can go to this place where all these procedures or sub procedures are written. If you just double click to user form 1, then you are back to the user form where you can design the form. Now since in user form 1 the focus is on command button, here is this window that shows all the properties of command button, like its name, its size, its color, its style, its caption, and many more things. So this is actually the properties window or the properties explorer that shows all the properties related to a control. If I just click on user form 1, right now I'm in command button 1, and if I just go to drop down and select user form 1, so what will it do is it will show me all the properties of user form 1. Similarly, if I just go to module 1, it show me all the properties of module 1. If I go to sheet 2, it would show me all the properties of sheet 2. So this is the properties window or the properties explorer through which you can navigate to all the properties of a particular object. Okay. Next thing is the code pane, which we have already seen and we have already been familiar with. If you go to the view tab, there is another thing known as immediate window. If you just click on it, then this kind of a window appears on your screen. So this immediate window, its usage is basically whatever question you type, you get its corresponding answer through immediate window. So its usage would be when we are actually running our VB code. So then I will show you the usage of this immediate window. But right now, just for the sake of familiarizing it, I have told you that what function does it perform. Next thing that is important is this object browser. You can go to the view tab. Here is this object browser. If you just go to this object browser, here are all these things given to you, and as you can see, there are a lot many things. So it's not possible for yourself or anyone to be familiar with these, but basically these are actually all the objects that must be present or that could be present in a sheet. I have sheet 2 as my focus right now in the tab over here. Now pivot table, we already know, can exist in a sheet. So we have got a pivot table object, and all these are members of the pivot table, that what actions can we perform. Here you can see, and what methods we can be associating with the pivot table. Similarly, if you can just go over here and search for something, suppose I search for chart, so it has given me all these things, that what is the library, its Excel library, what is its class is chart. So what is its member, all these things I have been given. So these are the search results actually. So if I just go over here, I've got this chart. If I click on chart, then these are all the members of chart. So this object explorer helps you to explore all the members related to a particular object. So this was basically the introduction of VBA. Now you're familiar with everything about VBA, and that's all you need to know for a general introduction of VBA. So this is one thing, that there is this small cross option. If you can just click on it repeatedly, then all the code panes that you have opened up till now, you can just close them one by one like this, okay, until you get to see this gray screen, means none of the code panes are open right now. And yes, that's all. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to continue our discussion with the Excel VBA. And in this video, we are going to see that simply how can we write a macro for ourselves. In the previous video, we have recorded a macro, and using that recorded macro code, we have made ourselves familiar with the interface of the VBA editor in Microsoft Excel. Now it's time that we begin with our first code. So since our basic idea is about macros, so we are going to focus our first code on macros only. And in this video, we are going to learn that how can we write a macro. Also, we are going to learn some important things about a macro and how can we save a macro enabled workbook or a macro workbook. Okay. So basically, I am in my workbook from the previous videos only, in which I have created some macros. Now if you go to the developer tab and go to macros, you can just view the macros. You can see that there is this first macro and the procedure one we created. So it's only basically one macro right now. But what if you want more than one macro? Then how can you create it? You can go to Visual Basic, like it could be any number of macros you can write. So you got to search for a module. The macros are always present in a particular module. So in module 1 we have got this macro, and in module 2 if you see that there is no macro, so we are going to type our macro over here. If you go to this module 2 and you want to make sure that it is distinguished from other modules by saying that yes, I have written some macro over here, you can just go to this properties window and change its name as macro underscore write, that yes, I have written a macro. Okay, so yeah, that's macro write. And what is important for a macro is it must have a name and it must be in the form of a sub procedure. For the sub procedure here, you can omit the public or the private scope, but you gotta use the keyword sub for sub. That tells Visual Basic that yes, this is actually a sub procedure that needs to be executed. The next thing you gotta do is provide a name for your macro. Now the naming convention that we used while creating a macro in Excel was we omitted using spaces, and instead of that we used underscores. So that is the same thing that we are going to do in this as well. So suppose it's going to be write VB macro. So this is going to be the name of my macro, and as soon as I click on enter, what happens is this sub gets converted into a blue color and its S is capitalized, and I get this end subline. This means that this VB editor has recognized this as some code and has changed it according to its conventions. Okay. Now between the sub and end sub, what I can do is write anything that I want. Okay. Now whatever I write would be the set of instructions that would be given to this macro, and whenever this macro is run or called, these instructions would be executed. Okay. So if I just write something, suppose I want to show a message box that says, you can see that all these things we have got, but I'm going to only provide it as prompt, or you can see, say a message that hello, I am programming knowledge. And once you just end the double quotes, you can put a comma, and the next thing you have got is a number of the buttons that you can give, like abort, retry, ignore, application modal, critical, some default buttons, exclamation, information, help, and all these things. So this is kind of an information, so I'm going with VB information, put on a tab key, and if you just again put a comma, then there is this title which is optional, but I'm going to provide it with a title in double quotes again, greetings, and that's it. I can press on enter. So this is one message box that I have written. This message box would be shown whenever this macro is run. This is the actual condition or the actual instruction given to this macro. Now how can I run this macro? There are two ways. Either you can simply use this button or press the shortcut F5, or you can just go to run, and here is the same option. So you can just do this, and you see this is the message box that I have got. Greetings was the title that I gave it. VB information was its type, that's why I have got this I, and this is the message, hello, I am programming knowledge. You can click on OK. Now again you can go to Excel sheet, and again if you want to run this macro, either you can use the VBA or you can go to the macros tab. Here you can see, right, VB macro is present. If you want to run it from here, you can simply click on run, and the same thing it does again. Okay. So that's how you can create a macro using the VB code. That was a simple macro. Now this is only just one line instruction, but usually the macros don't contain one line instructions. They can contain many instructions or many lines of code. So suppose you have another line, say you want to show another message box, and this time it shows that I am a YouTube channel. This is the kind of the message I want it to show, in double quotes of course. I put a comma, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going for VB question. Okay, this is basically to show you that what these different kinds of buttons can do. You can check it as VB question, put a comma, and its title is question, like this. Basically it could be anything that you want. So if you just try to run it, then what happens is, first you get this message box that greetings, hello, I am programming knowledge. You click on OK, and then you get this second line, that is question, I am a YouTube channel. Okay. Now one thing you must have noticed, that in both these message boxes we got different icons. One was a information and then was a question. That was because of this VB question. So this defines the type of the message box. Also in both of these messages boxes we got only OK button, but what if you want more than one button? Say you want both OK and cancel buttons. So you can just go to message box, type something, say sentence. This is a simple sentence. Okay, put a comma, and then there is this option of VB OK cancel. You can put a tab, put a comma in double quotes, info. Okay, and then if you just run this macro again, what happens? First this thing information, then this thing question, then this thing sentence with two options, okay and cancel. So this is how you can simply write a VB macro. Now let us close this VBA. Now what happens is this sheet or this workbook has some macros in it. What if I try to save it by pressing the shortcut Ctrl S? Then it asks for a place. Okay, then I'm going to keep the default settings, and if I click on save, then this is the thing I get. It gives me an error that to save a file with these features, which is basically the macro features, click no and then choose a macro enabled file. Or to continue saving it as a macro free workbook, click yes. Now if you want to click yes, then all the macros that we have created would be destroyed and it would be saved as a normal workbook. But if you want to save it as a macro enabled workbook, or want to make sure that whatever macros you have created must be present, you should click on no. So just click on no, and from the save as type, which is basically Excel workbook right now, you can go and select the second option, which is Excel macro enabled workbook. If you just select on it, you can click on save and see there is no error. It has been saved successfully. So that is all in today's video. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and I also hope that you all have learned something new from this. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video, we are going to discuss that how can we create or perform cell referencing using VBA macros in Microsoft Excel. Now what is cell referencing and what does it do, we have already covered previously in our Microsoft Excel videos, so I'm not going to reiterate it. But in this video, what I'm going to show you is instead of using the Microsoft Excel, how can we use the VBA code or the developer tab for using that cell referencing, and how does it works. So that is our topic for today's video, and let's start with it. So first of all, what you got to do is make sure that you are in Excel. Then you got to open the VBA. For this, as we have already discussed, there are two possibilities. Either you can go to the developer tab and go to VB, that is Visual Basic, or simply you can use the shortcut which I'm doing right now, which is Alt F11. Now as soon as you do that, you will see that this VBA window has been opened. And let me just minimize my Microsoft Excel as well, like this, so that both of them are visible side by side. Now once you have opened your VBA, what you got to do is go to the insert and insert a new module. Now when we are inserting a new module, this means that we are creating a new macro. So this module 1 is inserted by default. In the properties window, let us change its name to something that is relevant to what we are doing, that is cell underscore reference. Okay, so because this is the thing that we are going to do. Then in the code panes, what we are going to do is first create a sub procedure. So for that, we got to write sub and then the name, which is going to be the name of our macro itself. So cell underscore reference. Then put an opening and closing parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, VB automatically recognizes that yes, it is a sub procedure, and according to that the VB changes its code, like adding end sub and capitalizing S in the letter sub. Okay, so this was all about syntax, and let us now begin with cell referencing. So right now in our Excel, what we are doing is we are in a cell, active cell is A1. So suppose you want to write something on your current active cell, then how can you do it using the VB code? So here we are. All you got to do is type active cell, then put a dot. When you put a dot, you get a list of all the properties and methods that are associated with this active cell object, and you can use any of these properties if you're not sure that which property must be used. Okay, so I am sure that value property must be used, so just click on value property or just select it and put a tab, then put an equal sign, and here you can provide it with any value. But if it is a string value, it needs to be in double quotes, and if it is not a string value, such as if it is a number, then it need not be in double quotes. Suppose I am providing programming knowledge, and I am just closing this double quotes. So this is what happens when this macro cell reference is started. Whatever the active cell is in the Excel sheet, its value would be changed to programming knowledge. So let us check that. So you gotta just press this play button, and you can see A1 was our active cell and its value has been changed to programming knowledge. Similarly, if you just change this active cell to something else and again press this macro again, you can do that same thing and again. So this is how this thing works. Whatever the active cell is, its value would change. So this was about active cell. Suppose you do not want to work with active cell, but you want to work with something else. Suppose you have a specific cell number and you got to change its value. So how can you do with that? How can you go with it? Okay, so for that purpose, just press enter in your VB. So we are going to write another line of code. First of all, you got to make in mind that what is the address of the cell in which you want to change the value. Suppose over here I have taken my desired address as F6. So F6 is the cell in which I want to add some content. Okay, so for that, what you got to do is use the square brackets. These square brackets are just present beside the P key on your keyboard. So just press this opening square bracket and write the address of the cell. F6 was our address. Then close this square bracket, put a dot and write value, then put equals, and then again write like the previous one, you got to provide it with a value, which could be string or a number or anything else. So I'm just providing a string value, like it is a YouTube channel. So YouTube channel, and then you can just close this double quotes. So this is what we have got. And now let us change our active cell to something else, say C18, and now if we just put a run, then C18 has got programming knowledge and our desired cell, that was F6, has got YouTube channel. Similarly, if we just change our active cell to something else, say J18, and now we run it, then only one change occurs, that is we have got this programming knowledge over here, but this YouTube channel is still over there because it's the same thing. Although the change has occurred, but we cannot see it. So that's how it occurs. There is another thing in VB, there is a line by line execution of the code. Means whenever we call this cell reference or whenever we just put this run key, then what happens is first this line is executed. When its execution is complete, then only this line is executed. Okay, so what is the benefit of this? Suppose we have written this active cell dot values programming knowledge. If we just copy this line and paste it over here, so what will happen is, first of all, the active cell value will change to programming knowledge, and say secondly we provide it with some number. Say 300 is what we have provided. Okay, so if we run it now, what will happen is whatever our active cell will be will contain the value as 300. So let's run it. Click on run. And what happens is we get directly 300 as the value, and we cannot see programming knowledge written anywhere. So what if you want to see it? How can you go with it? So for that, what do we need to do is go to this view, and actually there must be some debug window over here. Okay, or you can just what you can do is just go to this debug menu, and there is this thing written as step into, which has got a shortcut as F8. So if you use this shortcut F8 instead of F5 for running this macro, then what will happen is you can see this step-by-step execution of the code written in Visual Basic. So if you want to try it, just click on step into. So this is this yellow line which shows that what line currently we are on, and if you just press F8, this means that the previous line has just executed and now VB is preparing to execute this particular line. Okay, so our active cell is F15 and we are going to see the changes. Now active cell dot value is programming knowledge. This is our line. If we just press F8, then you can see in the cell F15, which was our active cell, its value has changed to programming knowledge. Means that first line has been executed completely. Now what VB is preparing itself to execute the second line of code, which is the value of the active cell will now change to 300. Now if we press F8, what will happen is the value of this cell, active cell, would change to 300. So these two lines have executed and the third line is preparing for execution, which is F6 dot value is YouTube channel. So if we just press F8 once again, then what happens is we actually cannot see it because there is already the same value, which is YouTube channel. But actually now this this line is executed and the end subline is the last line. Now if we press F8, then its running has been complete. Now it has been completely executed this macro. So this is how the step-by-step execution of a Visual Basic code works, and if you want to see it, you can simply use the step into function. Now this is hint given to you by Microsoft Excel itself. How can you see it? This is the code, and if you just press this run button when there are like overlining codes, then you have got this kind of menu where you have get this step into function. If you use it, then also this step into works. So that was all about today's video. In the next video also we are going to continue our discussion with the cell referencing, because there are many more things that needs to be covered. So I hope you all have enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to continue our discussion on cell referencing in Microsoft Excel. In the previous video we started our discussion on the cell references, and we created some of the cell references in VB. So in the previous video we worked upon how to edit the contents in active cell and in a particular cell. Then we also learned about the step-by-step execution using the step into function of the debug menu. So in today's video we are going to look at some of the more methods through which the cells could be referenced in Microsoft Excel. And apart from this, we are not going to just look at a single cell, but now we are going to work on a range of cells. Okay, so let us start our discussion. This is our code of the cell reference macro from the previous workbook. So I'm going to just change the contents over here only. Now the last line you can see F6 dot value is YouTube channel. This helped us to change the contents of a particular cell, that is F6. Now what if we do not want to change the contents of a particular cell, but we want to change the contents of a range of cells? Okay, so how can we go with it? So a simple method like the one we used here is of square brackets could be used. Like if we just put a square bracket and then we specify the range of the cells. Okay, so the range of the cells must be specified by using two parameters. First is the starting position and the last or the second argument is the ending position. Like suppose I want A4 till E4, this all 5 cells to be containing some particular kind of text. So my range is A4 to E4. Okay, so let us just type the starting address of the cell, then put a colon and then put the ending address of the cell, that is E4, close the square bracket, put a dot and write the word value. equals, here you can specify whatever content you want to write. Suppose what I want to write is say test. Okay, so I have written test and then close the double quotes, and then you can simply press F5 or F8. So what I'm going to do is just I'm going to delete these cells, because we have already taken a look at it, and only I'm going to focus on this. Okay, now if I just press F5, okay, so what happens is the macros over here are disabled. To enable them, you can go to the macros over here, click on run. Okay, actually sometimes this problem occurs, so you gotta open this workbook again, and firstly we need to close this workbook. Okay, and then you gotta reopen it. And here there is an option where you gotta click on enable macros. Okay, now what happens is all our changes have been lost, so let us just change it once again. A4 colon E4 dot value equals test, and then you can run it. So you can see that in these 5 cells test has been written as we required. Okay, now similarly if we just want to move in a row wise fashion, then also we can use the same thing. Suppose we want from A4 till A16 test 2 to be written. So what you got to do is provide starting point, that is A4, provide with the ending point, that is A16, close the square bracket, put a dot, value equals test 2, and close the double quotes. And then when you click on run, all these have been simply added with the value test 2. So that is how you can work with a range of cells, both in a column wise fashion and in a row wise fashion. Now another method is through the range method or the range function. You got to type range, open the parenthesis. Here simply like this you can provide a range of cells or a single cell. First I'm going to show you for a single cell. Suppose let us just clear all these contents first. Okay, that was an error. Just clear all these contents. Okay, now what happens is we just go to this range and provide the cell address, like E5 is a cell address. Close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot, and then we want to type value, so put a tab key, equals whatever value you want to provide. Like here I'm providing sample, so that's for a single cell. Okay, if you just click on run, in the cell number F6 we have got YouTube channel. A4 till E4 we've got test, but the value of A4 was overwritten by this third line, test 2, and in E5 we have got sample. Okay, now let us just delete this code for a while. And over here, suppose in the range function we want to provide a range of cells. Say we want to provide from H1 till H15. So write H1, put a colon, H15, that is starting colon ending, put a double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot, value equals the text that you want to write. Okay, and you can just click on run. You can see this all is covered with text now, sample over here. Okay, now this was about the string data, but what if you do not want to provide string data, you want to provide some numbers? So let us check. This time I'm moving in a column wise fashion from D17 till J17 is my target. So D17 colon J17, put a double quotes, parenthesis dot value equals simple text 2, like this, and you can click on run. So you can move in a column wise fashion as well. Instead of the textual value, you got to provide a numerical value. You can work with that as well. So that's a numerical value. Now you do not need to provide the double quotes in case of the numerical value. So that was another method. Let us just clear it all, and the sheet as well, we got to clear it. Now what happens is we got another method of just adding the contents. So there is this function known as cells. You got to write it, put a parenthesis, and as soon as you do that, it asks for two things: the row index and the column index. So using this, but obviously you can only just connect or write a single cell or refer to a single cell, but instead of providing the exact cell address, you got to provide the row index number, which is obviously from 1 till whatever value you want to provide. So you can reference it from here, but for the column index, instead of ABCD, you got to provide corresponding numbers such as 1 for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, and so on. Suppose I want to write something in E7 or E6. It's my current cell. So if we talk about row index, it's going to be 6, but if we talk about column index, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6, 5 is my target. 6, 5. Close the parenthesis, put a dot, write value equals, say, hello. Okay, and then run it. So in the cell number 6, 5 that is referenced as E6, we have written hello. Similarly, if there is something else like cells, put a parenthesis. Suppose we are referring to E10, or sorry, C10. So this time it's going to be 10, 3 for C. Okay. Put a parenthesis, dot value. Now I'm going to provide it with a numerical value, say 800. And now if I click on run, so 800 is what I have got. Similarly, let me show you one another example. Cells 10, 3 only. If we want to overwrite the value, suppose I do not want 800 to be visible, but I want 850 to be visible. Okay, now we would be using the step into function. For that, go to the view tab. There's this toolbars, click on this debug, and here you can see the debug menu is present. Now this is our debug menu, and you can find this is the step into function with all these functions given. So you can click on step into like this. As we execute this line, its contents change to 850. So that is all for today's video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video, we are going to look more and more about cells. In our previous video, we have understood all about cell reference. We have created a macro named cell reference, and using the VB code, we have understood the various methods through which we can refer a single cell or a range of cells in Microsoft Excel. Now in this video, we are going to continue our discussion on cells, but instead of referring to a cell or a range of cells, what we are going to do in this video is we are going to learn that how can we manipulate the values that is already present in a cell. So to manipulate the values, we are looking at the different methods. The first method is the previous one only, that how can we add the contents to a cell, to a blank cell. The second method is when a cell is not blank or is having any kind of value, then how can we edit that value to extremely new content, or we can just add something. Suppose hello is written in a cell, then we can write hello word. So how can we manipulate that thing? Then the third thing that we are going to see is what is the method through which we can copy the value of one cell to any other cell. how can we paste that copied value into some other cell? Then how can we cut the value from a particular cell and paste it to any other cell? Now this thing we are going to look firstly at a single cell, and then we are going to see that how these same expressions or same operations could be performed on a range of cells. So this is all what we are going to see in today's video, and let's start with our discussion. So from the previous video only we have this macro called cell reference, which has no code right now, but I'm going to begin writing the code. So first of all, what I'm going to do is just add some content in a particular cell. The cell I'm using is B3, and in B3 I'm going to change its value, or I'm going to write some content like programming knowledge. Then this is our first step, that is how can you provide a value to a blank cell. If you can just play it. So yes, value is provided to this blank cell. Now this was a string value. How can we provide a numerical value? So say B4, we got to provide a numerical value 50. That's our numerical value. Okay. Now then we have the second thing, that is how can we change the value. Suppose B3's value is programming knowledge, but we want to change it to something else. So how can we do that? Simply we want to replace its value, so you got to just provide the name. This whole syntax you got to repeat like this. So its value would be changed. For this we got to use the F8 key for the step into function. Programming knowledge 50, YouTube channel, it's been changed like this. Okay. Now what is the other thing? It is when you want to change its value to something else. Suppose you want to manipulate its value. How can you do that? So let us write something in the cell B5 equals, suppose I write hello. So if I run this function, B5 has got hello in it. Now I decide that I do not want to write just hello, but I want to change its value to say hello world. How can I do that? So that's like concatenating the value. So for concatenation, what you got to do is provide the cell number dot value. This is the same thing that you got to write. Why we are writing this? Because we are trying to change the value. Now we want to keep this hello as it is. So this hello is right now stored in B5 dot value. So here we got to write B5 dot value. That is whatever is the value of B5, you got to write the same thing and then add some other things to it. Now what are these other things? It is a space and word. And then put the double quotes again. Now if I run this, you can see hello word has been written. So this is how you can manipulate the values. If you want to have a clearer look at it, let's start with a step into function. So here you can see when this line is executed, you get hello value in this, but when this line begins its execution, the next line, hello is taken from this plus word is added. If you just execute it, it's hello word. Okay. So this is how it works. This is how you can manipulate the value. Now how can we copy a value from a cell to other cell? Suppose hello word is the value of B5 and I want to copy it to G10. So how can I do that? First of all, you got to write B5 like this dot copy. Copy is a method, so you got to just write copy. Then what you got to do is paste it in the cell G10. Okay. So when you use this method or property of copy, this hello word is copied into the clipboard, and then you got to provide the target cell where you want to paste it. For pasting, you got to provide with a value known as PasteSpecial. When you do that, whatever is copied in the clipboard right now would be pasted in this cell. So if we just run this, Then you can see that in G10 hello word is pasted, and this hello word is right now present in the clipboard as evident from this dancing arrows. If you just go to the home tab and try to view the clipboard over here like this, then you can see hello word is present in this clipboard. Okay, and these dancing arrows are present as well. But what if you want to get rid of these dancing arrows? So for that, what you can do is use a simple thing. Write the word application and put a dot. When you do that, you get a list of options. So you gotta go to cut copy mode and put a tab. Now what is this cut copy mode? This cut copy mode ensures that the dancing ends are visible or not. That's a simple thing, but actually it works that whether these dancing arrows or these dancing ends should be visible or not. As we in the Excel, to get rid of the dancing ends, we double click on anything or any cell so that clipboard gets cleared and this cut copy mode is disabled. So this is what we are going to do through coding. So just set it to false like this and put an enter. Now what happens, let's just use this F8 right now, step into function, so that we can understand everything. First it's hello, then it's hello word, then its value is copied, then it's pasted, and then as soon as this application dot cut copy mode is set to false, you gotta press F8 and you can see that these dancing ends have been removed. So that is how it works. Now this was about copy. This was about a single cell. What if you want to copy a range of cells and want to paste it? Suppose first of all, for that purpose we want to provide a range of data. Suppose from A5 till A10 dot value, we want to provide it with say hello. Then we gotta just run it first. Okay, now what do we need to do is just paste this value in some other set of cells. Suppose from E7 to E12. Okay, E7 till E12. What do we need to do is provide it with a value dot value. What is going to be its value? The same value that was in A5 till A10. Now let us just all remove this or like this for a cleaner code, and when we run this, okay, dot value. Okay, so if you just provide it with this syntax, then this value is copied over here, and that was the simple thing on how you can work with the cells, the range of the cells. Now if you want to use the copy function, how can you use it? Suppose A5 till A10 dot copy is what we do, and then we got to paste it. Where you want to paste it? Say in B5 till B10 dot paste special, like this. Okay, now if we run it using F8, it's copied, it's pasted, ends up. Yes, and that's how it works, how you can copy the data from a single cell to any other cell, how you can copy a data from a cell range to other cell range simply using the value function or the copy function and the paste special function. So that is all from today's video. I hope you all have enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to look at how can we work with fonts in Microsoft Excel. Now in the previous videos we have already worked with the cells and the data, and now in this video we are going to see that how can we change the appearance of the data that is present in the cells. So this is our sheet from the previous video where we just copied and pasted some values. So let us create a new macro which is going to be focusing on the fonts only. And in this video we are going to learn that how can we change the appearance of the fonts, how can we change the color of the fonts, how can we change the type of the fonts, how can we change the size of the fonts. These 4 things are going to be our point of concern today. So first of all, we have to create a new macro for that purpose. And to create a new macro through VBA, what you got to do is go to the Insert tab and click on Module. So this new module would be inserted. Go to this Properties window over here and change its name from Module 1 to something more specific. Since we are playing with fonts, so I have named it as Font. When you are in Module 1's code pane, you got to first provided with a sub procedure and provided with a name font, which is going to be the name of our macro itself. Then open and close the parenthesis to make sure that yes, it is a sub procedure. And as soon as you press enter, VB automatically identifies it as a sub procedure and adds end sub at the end. So this is the whole procedure of creating a macro. If you want to cross check it, you can just go to the developer tab, macros, and you can see font macro is present over here. Now in this font macro, we are going to provide the fonts. So for the fonts to be provided, we must have some sample data. So we have B5 till B10, this hello, and we want to change the font of this hello. So what we are going to do is first refer to it, and first of all what we are going to do is change the type of this font. Okay, so that means we are going to change the name of this font. So to change the name of the font, first of all we got to reference that particular range of cells, that whose font we want to change. So using the range function, we have already studied about this function, provided with the starting value colon the ending value, and then put a dot. Then you got to search for a property called font. Now using this font property, you can do many things, such as changing everything about the font, its appearance, size, color, everything. So select font by putting a tab key, then again put a dot. Now when you put a dot, all these properties that you get to see are actually associated with this font. Now with this you can check that what all things you can change about this font. What I'm going to change is the name of this font. So just provide n and put a tab, then put an equal sign. Since the name is going to be a string function, so that must be included in double quotes. Okay, so there are some general names which everyone knows, and if you are specific that what font name you want to choose, you can simply type it, or you can refer to the font name by going to this home tab, and from here you can just select this drop down arrow, and all these font names would be available to you. So you can just select any one of them, but I'm going to select a simple Arial font. So type Arial and just close the double quotes. Right now its font is Calibri, but when I execute it, its font would be Arial. So just run this macro, and you can see now its font has been changed to Arial. Right before it was Calibri, but now it's been changed to Arial. Simply you can change it to any other thing. Suppose instead of Arial you want something else, say Times New Roman. It's also a popular font, Times New Roman, and here it is, Times New Roman is changed. So that's how you can change the name of the font. Now that was a simple thing. Now what happens if you want to say change the appearance of the font? So we are going to just copy this thing up till font dot, because that is going to be the general thing for each and every line of the code that we are going to provide. Put a dot. Suppose we want to change its bold status. So bold status has 2 values. Just put a tab. It could be either true or false, because we can toggle with a bold button. So if we set it to true, the text would be bolded, and if we set it to false, the text would be unbolded. So let's set it to true, because right now it's unbolded, and just run it. So you can see our text has been bolded. Similarly, instead of bold, you can work with other things as well for the appearance. Say suppose you want it to be underlined, so you can provide underline, put an equal sign, write true. This will make the text underline. If you want to see the step-by-step execution, just press F8, F8, F8. So you can see it's been underlined right now. Okay. Now, if you want some other thing, there are other options also available, like italics. If you want to change it to an italics, then also you can provide with either true or false. So I'm going to provide with true, and if you just put F8, so you can see it's now changed to italics, and you can see in the home tab all these things are changing as well. Okay. Now again, there is another thing called as strike through. If you want to do that, you can provide strike through as well. Click on true, you run it, and see that this all is now strike through. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is just change my data set. That is, instead of B5 to B10, I'm going to provide A5 to A10. There is something called as superscript and subscript. For superscript, if you want to change it to superscript, you can do that as well. Say the range of the cells or a single cell dot font dot superscript equals true, and if you just click on it, it's all changed to a superscript. Instead of superscript, suppose you want to just change the superscript status to a false, you can just copy it, paste it, then set its status to false, and you want it to be in the form of subscript instead of a superscript right now. So subscript equals true. Now let's use F8. First it is superscript, then superscript is false. Now it is normal when the superscript is set to false. Now it would be in the form of a subscript like this. Okay. So that's how you can work with it as well. Superscript and subscript. Now what if you want to change the size of the font? So you got to provide, suppose this is G10. Now I'm going to change its size. G10 size is what I'm going to change. Or suppose I'm going to change E7 size. Okay. E7 dot font. You can refer it using range. The reason why I'm using range is we get help from VB when we are using this range dot font dot. Now I want to change its size. So this is size, put a tab, equals. You can provide the customized size, like right now it's 11. Suppose I want it to be 20. You click on enter. Let's just get rid of all this code like this, and this is 20. You can run it. See, its size is changed to 20. You can see over here. Similarly, it could be changed to anything. It doesn't matter if this size is present in this drop down or not. 20 was present, let's change it to 19, as 19 was not present over there, or say something else, so that you can see the difference. Like 48, after 48 it's just 72. So let's change it to 56. You can see it's changed to 56. So no matter whether this size is present in the drop down or not, but if you're providing it here, the contents would be changed automatically. Okay. Now the next thing is, if you want to change the color of the text, then how can you do that? So to change it, you gotta first provide it with the text dot font dot color equals. Now what color you want to provide? Suppose I want to provide it red, with red color. Okay, so red in double quotes, and let's see what happens. Okay, it doesn't change that because we are not having red color over here. What we are having is VB red. Okay, you got to provide VB red, and when you just click on run, so it changes its color to red. Okay, simply there are all these colors with a prefix known as VB. Simply if you provide VB green and run it, see it's changed to green. So using this you can provide a range of colors, and that's how you can work with fonts in Microsoft Excel. That's all for the video. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to continue our discussion with the fonts that we started in the previous video. In this video also, we are going to just customize our fonts and see that how can we manipulate them to look better. So in the previous videos, we learned all about how can we customize the name of the fonts and its appearance in the form of various options such as bold, italics, underline, superscript, subscript, its size, its name, etc. In today's video, we are mainly going to focus on colors. That is, how can we change the color of the font and the background on which the font is written. So these two things are going to be our main point of concern over here in this video. And apart from that, we are also going to see that how can we minimize our effort in customizing font or any other thing. So let us start with our video. First of all, what I'm going to do is create a new blank workbook for our purpose. So this is our new blank workbook, and this was our previous workbook. So let's just close it and let's just place it over here. So this is our blank workbook, and once you've created your blank workbook, what I'm going to do is simply press Alt F11 from my keyboard to bring up this VBA. Now for starting purpose, what I'm going to do is first of all insert a module. This module will be holding my macro, which is going to hold the VB code for performing the actions. So first of all, in the VBA, go to insert tab and insert a module. By default its name would be module 1, but I'm going to change it to something else. Since I'm customizing fonts, so I have changed it to fonts and press enter. Now once you click on fonts in the code pane, you gotta write a sub procedure first of all. So write sub sub and the name of the macro. So the name of my macro is going to be fonts underscore appearance, signified by APP, and then open and close parenthesis and press enter to make sure that VB recognizes this as a sub procedure. Now once this has been written, all you got to do is add some code to it so that it could be executed. Now first of all, to apply anything to the fonts, we must have some text. So first of all, what I'm going to do is use this range function and add some text to my cells. So I'm going to use cells A1 till A10. And in it I'm going to use the property as value, and then in the value I'm going to write something, say tutorial. Okay, so this is a Microsoft Excel tutorial, that's why I've written tutorial, and let's execute this. On its execution you can see it's tutorial written. Similarly, let's just copy it once again and keep us for ourselves a set of two text. Now from range B1 till B10, I'm going to provide the value of the YouTube channel you are watching right now, that it's programming knowledge. Okay, and let's run this as well. So we've got these two values over here, and that's exactly what we wanted. So now let's just get rid of these two lines because they do not serve any purpose now. Now whatever operations we are going to perform is on these two ranges of cells. Okay, so first of all, let us brush up our understanding of the colors that we performed in the last video. First of all, you got to provide it with a range of cells to which you want to apply the changes. I want to apply it first to the cells A1 to A10. So write it like this, then put a dot. Then you got to provide it with font property, because this is exactly what we are going to change this time. Again put a dot, and then you got all these options. So out of these you got to select color, and in color you got to select a color. Now the colors are in the form of VB, like VB red, VB black, VB white, VB green, and so on. So there are a set of predefined colors only which you can select. These are basically the general colors like red, blue, green, yellow, white, black. And apart from that, there are two colors which are new over here, which are cyan and magenta. So suppose you want tutorial to be written in VB magenta. So you gotta write VB magenta like this, okay. And once you click on run or press F5 from your keyboard, what happens is the color of your text changes to magenta. Now if you want to change it to something else, say cyan, you can simply write cyan like this, and again you gotta execute it and its color changes to cyan. Simply, if you want it to be of blue, you can change its color to blue, VB blue, and you can press F5 so that its color changes to blue. So this is one method how you can change the color of the text given. There is another method given to us by Visual Basic, and that is through the usage of ColorIndex. Now, right now we have used this color property of the font, but we gotta use another property through which we can change the color, and that property is known as ColorIndex. Okay, so what I'm going to do is simply type in range, and this time I'm going to use my second range of cells, that is from B1 till B10. Then put a dot, then it is font, FONT font, put a tab, then put a dot again, and then the second property you are going to use in color, that is ColorIndex, which is highlighted just now. Instead of color, you got to use ColorIndex. So just put a tab equals. Now ColorIndex, as you can see, requires an index value. Now index value has a predefined range. In Visual Basic, the ColorIndex is only valid from 1 till 56. So there are only 1 till 56 color indexes available. And if you want to use a color index property, you gotta provide any number between 1 to 56, then its color would be changed according to that particular index. Okay, but if you provide it something out of the range, such as a negative value or a zero value or a value more than 56, then it would result in an error. So I would show you both of these cases. So first of all, let us give it a valid value. Okay, suppose I have given it as 5, so it is a valid value, and let's press F5 to see what changes it brings. So 5 color index is basically for a blue value or a blue color only. Let's change its color index to something else, say 10, and when we run it, it's in a form of green. So let's change it to color index 1, it's in the form of pure black. Then we have 56, which is the last value, it is in the form of pure black as well. Okay, 55, it's in the form of a shade of blue. So this is how you can toggle between these various indexes, and you would be able to see that what are these various values. Suppose we change it to 58, then what happens is you get an error, that runtime error 9 subscript out of range, cause what we are trying to do is access an index or a range that is not defined in Visual Basic. That is why we are getting this error. So when you get any error in VB, you either press debug or end. So I'm going to press end, and let's toggle between the values that are within the range only. Suppose 30, then it changes to something else. So that is the usage of color index. But there is an limitation, as you can see, that in color index what happens is you have no idea that what this value is gonna render. So you have to keep changing on the index until and unless you get a value that suits your mood or suits the setting that you are looking for. But a more generalized approach would be to follow the dot color property, which helps you to directly search for the color in VB, the exact color. If you want green, you gotta type VB green and the text would be colored to green. But in the case of color index, if you are searching for green, you gotta search for the right index by providing the different index values and then providing it with the right shade. So that is a limitation of the color index, but still it's totally up to you. It's totally your choice at whatever you want to use for colors. you can use everything that you want. Okay. So in this video we have basically learned about how you can apply colors in Visual Basic over the text. So there are two options, either through color or color index, but up till now we have only seen how can we change the text color. We have not seen that how can we change the background color. So in the next video we are going to focus on exact same thing, that how can we change the background color of our text, and apart from that we are also going to see the usage of the width block in the next video. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video we are going to see that how can we change the background color of the fonts using the VB coding through macros. And apart from that we are also going to see that how can we use the width block in Visual Basic and what is exactly its advantage. So in the previous video we left off with the properties such as color and color index of the font, through which we can use to change the colors of the font. But we have not discussed up till now that how can we change the background color of the font. Okay. So in this video that's exactly what we are going to do. We are going to see that how can we change the background color of the fonts using the VB coding. So let us start with our discussion. So here what I have is my Excel sheet in which A1 to A10 and B1 to B10 I have some text which is in different colors. Now in the right side of my screen I have VBA opened, which is holding a module known as fonts. This module is holding a sub procedure known as fonts underscore app. That is actually the name of our macro, and this macro is holding some coding. Using this coding we have already changed the color of the font, but now let's see how can we use this coding to change the color of our background on which the font is written. So let's start. First of all we got to type the range on which we want to change its background color. So the range that I'm choosing is A1 to A10 first of all. After you have written this you got to put a dot. Now here what we used up till now was a property called font because we were considering the font thing, but now we are going to choose another property that is known as interior. This interior property helps us to change the background or anything that is interior of a cell. This whole cell is actually accessed using the interior property. So in this video I'm just going to discuss that how can we change the color or manipulate the color using this interior property, but there are many other things which we are going to discuss in the upcoming video lessons. So you got to provide it with a value or a property known as interior. Once you have done this you can put a tab key, then put a dot. Now when you do that you can see that these are these range of properties which you can access using interior, and out of these what we are concerned with is color. Using this color property we can exactly do what we wanted to do, that is change the color of our interior. So put a tab and you will get this color. Then we know that what values does color accepts in the form of VB blue, VB red and etc., the different colors. So since the range is A1 to A10 we are going to use a yellow background or a yellow color for our interior. So just write VB yellow and press enter. Now once you press F5 from your keyboard or hit this icon to run it, you can see that the background has changed to a yellow color. Similarly if you want some color else, like say VB magenta, you can just go with that as well. You gotta provide it with a color and hit run, so its color is changed to magenta. So that's one way. What's the another way? The another way is, say you type in range. Now I'm going to use B1 till B10, and in interior I can use the color index property as well. Okay, that's the color index equals, just provide it with 1 and see what happens is, okay, I've got this black color, so let's change its color to VB white so that the text is visible like this. And now if we just execute it, then you can see this is how we can use color index property as well to change the color of the background along with the font color as well. It's actually similar to the font color, but instead of font property we gotta use the interior property. So that's how you can apply a solid color. Now what happens if you want to apply a gradient to it? How can you do that? So gradient is actually a different whole topic, but in this video I'm going to show you that how can you apply a predefined gradient to your range of cells. Okay, so suppose I want to provide a gradient to range A1 till A10. Okay, so that's what I've written. Put a dot, provide interior as a property, again put a dot, then search for a property called pattern. Now pattern is the property that helps you to set a gradient. You put a tab and then you gotta provide it with a pattern name. Now these are also predefined like the VB colors, so we gotta use a specified pattern only, otherwise it would not work. Okay, so the name of the pattern starts with Excel, then you gotta provide a keyword pattern. Excel pattern is what it prefixes with every pattern, like in the colors it prefixes VB, so Excel pattern. Then I'm going to provide linear gradient. Okay, and once you've done this you can press enter and hit run. So you can see in A1 to A10 a beautiful linear gradient has been applied. So that's how you can apply linear gradient over your text. So that was about the linear gradient, and instead of linear gradient you can also apply these different patterns, but that's exactly a different topic which relates to the interior property, which could be covered in the upcoming video lessons. Okay, in this video what we are going to cover is the usage of with block. So if you see these lines of code, what is the problem over here is, if I want to access the interior property, interior's color property, then I have to type this whole thing. Again I want to access the pattern property, which is of again interior, so I again have to type this whole thing to access that pattern property. So that is an overhead. I have to type the same code again and again. So to reduce this thing, what does VB do is provide us with a facility of with block. Using this with block you can just accumulate all these same properties in a single block. Let us understand. Suppose we want to change the font appearance of our text. Okay, so what can we do is first write with, and what we are going to do is provide it with a common property. Suppose we are considering the font property, so in this the range of the cells is going to be same, this range part is going to be same, dot font part is also going to be same, so this part is common. We can write this common part over here. So what I'm going to do is just copy this part and write it over here, just paste it over here, then press enter and you can use end with. Okay, so that's the with block, and in this with block we can specify any property very easily, and all the properties that we provide would be omitted with this code and still they would work. Okay, so I'm just going to put a tab for proper indentation and then provide it with values. Say I want to change the name of the font, so I put a dot, and once you put a dot you can see that it has access to all those properties which can be only accessed when we have written all these things. So this is a shorthand notation. So I'm going to change its name, so provide it with n, put a tab. The name I'm going to use is say Times New Roman. Okay, then I gotta change its bold status. I'm going to just change its bold to a true. Then I'm going to change its dot size property as well. The size I'm going to set at 50, and then I'm going to change its color as well to something as VB green. Then I also want it to be strike through. Okay, so this is strike through property is also what I'm going to set to true. So let us get rid of all this code like this, and only now we have this with block with us. So to clearly understand its usage, let's just change its fill to none and its color to say black. Okay, now if we just press F8 from our keyboard, what happens is nothing happens. Then first time, this is the name. If we press F8, you can see it has changed to Times New Roman. Again we press F8 from our keyboard, its bold status is now set to true. Then again if we press F8, its size is now set to 50, which is massive. Then again we press F8 over here, then its color is set to green now. And the last time we press F8, its strike through status is set to true, and this is what the changes happen to the text. So this is the shorthand way through which you can change the appearance of your text. But remember one thing, the property should be same. So that is all for today's video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video, we are going to see the usage of a very special function that is given to us by Microsoft Excel. This function is known as PasteSpecial. So to understand PasteSpecial and its functionality, first of all let us see that what is exactly its usage by using simple Excel and not considering ourselves with the VBA code. So suppose I have some text written here in the cell A1 as text text. Okay, now I change its format, say I make it bold, I just change its size to 20, and then I change its color to a dark blue. So this is the format of the text along with the text, and now I want to paste the same format over something else that is written in the cell D6. Suppose I have written Excel in this cell D6, and I want not text text to be written over here, but its format, that is size 20, bold, and the color blue, to be applied over the cell. So what can I do is simply reproduce these steps, but that would be enormous. There are only 3 steps right now, but it could be where there are a number of steps where you have to just reproduce them. So Microsoft Excel has given you an opportunity of using the PasteSpecial function. How can you use it? Simply copy the text you want to copy, then go to your target text or the target cell where you want to paste it. Then in this home tab there is this clipboard group where is this PasteSpecial option. Okay, you can see there are these different options given to you like here. Okay, where you can just simply use these options, and you can even see its preview, that what happens to all these things. Okay, so these are all these options given, and if you want to just paste the format of the text in Excel, then you can use this option known as formatting. And when you do that, you can see that Excel is written as it is, as was before, but its format has been copied same as that of the text. So this is the usage of PasteSpecial. And not only formats, it could be used to paste the different things. Suppose I again copy this text, and now in this cell I just want its value to be pasted and not the format, only the value in a simple default Excel. So what can I do is just go to this paste values option. Here is this values, and I just click on it, and only text would be pasted and no values would be pasted. Similarly over here I want the width of the cell to be pasted, so there is this option keep source column widths. If I just paste it, then this width is taken over here. But if I just decrease this width over here and I just try to normal paste, I use a normal paste, then this width is not preserved. Okay, but if I use this different keep source width option over here, then you can see its width changes as well. So that is the usage of PasteSpecial. And this is what we are going to see in today's video, that how can we apply PasteSpecial using the macros. Okay, so for that what we are going to do is just go to the insert tab and insert a new module. Let's name it something else, say PasteSpecial, like this, and create a sub procedure in it, which is nothing but the starting point of a macro, and I have provided it with the name paste_special, and this name is actually the name of our macro. Now open and close the parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, VB recognizes it as a sub procedure and adds end sub to signify the same thing. Okay, now what we can do is paste the text. So before pasting the text, we must have some text. So let's define some text. We've got a range of cells, that is range A2 till A8. That's what we are going to define now. Dot value equals, suppose we provide it with programming knowledge. Okay, then this is a target value, so let's run this. Okay, but before that, what can we do is just clear the contents of the sheet and run it once again. Okay, now if we just run it, so we've got this text over here. Okay, that's exactly what we wanted. Now this is our source text. We've got to paste it in our target, that is G2 to G8. So first of all, let's apply some formatting to this. Now I'm going to use Excel for the formatting, but if you want, you can also use the VB code for formatting as well. The reason I'm using Excel is it's pretty handy, and it's no need to write the VB code for that, but still, if you want, it's totally up to you. You can use anything that you want. Okay, so this is some kind of formattings that I have applied over here. Okay, now in G2 to G8, okay, I have to copy this text, programming knowledge, without formatting. That's it. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is first use this range function to define my target range, which is G2 to G8, then put a dot, and then we got to paste it. But before pasting, we must copy the target text. So our text is programming knowledge, which is present in the cell range A2 to A8. We first need to copy it. So to copy it, what we're going to do is use this range A2 to A8 and put a dot, copy. Okay, with this, the text programming knowledge along with its formatting has been copied. Now in this, we got to use PasteSpecial. So here is this PasteSpecial. You put a tab, and as soon as you press this space key from your keyboard, what happens is you get all these kinds of options which you can use to paste over here. Okay, so here what we are going to use is Excel paste values. Excel paste values helps us to just paste the values. In G2 to G8, only the value, that is programming knowledge, would be pasted. You can press enter, and once you run this code, what happens is this programming knowledge is pasted over here, and this is actually over here because we earlier changed its format. Otherwise, you can see no formatting is copied, only the text is copied, or actually the text is pasted. Because of this thing, Excel paste values. Here it is also predefined in Visual Basic, where Excel paste is actually a prefix and values is what we are concerned with. Now let's change it to something else. Suppose in the range of cells, say D3 to D7, that's the range. We got to use this PasteSpecial function once again by pasting the formats that we have. Okay, So for that, what we have is Excel paste formats. Put a tab, and now if we press F5, sorry, let's see the step-by-step execution. Okay, so the formats have been pasted over here. You can test it by writing some text. As soon as you write some text, okay, you can see that the formats have been pasted, okay, like this, up till D7. But if you write in D8, then it's normal. Okay, yeah, that was inside the range. Now we have another option available with us. Let's use another range of cells, say E3 till E8, okay, dot PasteSpecial. Put a tab and a space. Here you can see that in E3 to E8, what we want to paste is just the column widths. Whatever is the column width of A, our target, it would be pasted over here. If we just write it and then we begin execution, you can see in E3 till E8, what happens is whatever the column width was of these cells has been pasted over here, okay. So that's how the PasteSpecial works. And if you just use this PasteSpecial, then you can see, suppose I'm providing another range of cells, say A6 or A10 to A12 dot PasteSpecial, and put a space. Then you can see you have got all these options, and using these options you can access these different things. Like if you want, if the source text has some comments and you want only those comments to be pasted over at some other place, then Excel paste comments is what you can go with. And similarly, if you want to paste the validation rules, then you can go with it. If you want to paste the formulas, you can use this formulas option. If you want to paste formulas and number formats, you can use this option. So these are all these different options. If you use Excel paste all, then what happens is whatever these formatting you have applied would be pasted. So let's use this Excel paste all, and the range, target range, is going to be F2 to F8, okay. Let's see what happens, and let's start its execution. In F2 till F8, everything is pasted. That is the formatting of the text itself, and you can see it over here. So that's the usage of Excel paste all. So using these different options, you can explore the different properties given to you by the PasteSpecial, and look for yourselves that whatever you are looking for is provided by it or not. So that is all for today's video. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video, we are going to see some different kinds of formattings that we can apply to our cells in Microsoft Excel. So up till now we have covered all about fonts and copying and pasting the text. So in this video we are actually going to move towards the alignment group in the home tab. And if we take a closer look at the alignment group, roughly we have these alignment options and the orientation options available to us in Microsoft Excel. So we are going to see these different kinds of options over here only. We are going to see that how can we change the orientation of the cells in Microsoft Excel. We can see how can we wrap text over the cells in the cells, or how can we unwrap it. Then also we are going to see that how can we merge or unmerge the cells in Microsoft Excel. But all this is going to be used with the help of the Visual Basic coding through macros. Okay. So first of all, let us add some text over our sheet in Excel. So Excel is the simple text that I'm going to add up till this and up till this. Okay. So this is what I have created. And if we just go to the alignment tab, here is what we have as orientation. If you can see, we can change its direction say angle counterclockwise. So these are these different angles of orientation which we get over here using this orientation option. So this is what we are going to do right now. Then using the merge cells, we can merge these cells into one. Using unmerge, we can unmerge it. Suppose we have got these cells and we use this merge option. You can click OK and you can see it has merged them all into one cell. So these are all these things that we are going to see today using the Visual Basic coding. Okay, so let's start with it. We already have an Excel sheet with some data, and let's create a macro for this. So in VBA, go to Insert tab and insert a new module. Let's rename it to say formatting. Then just create a sub procedure in it by using the keyword sub and providing it a name like format underscore cells, open and close parenthesis. This is going to be the name of our macro, and let's start formatting. So first of all, what formatting we gotta apply is change its orientation. Okay, so the question is actually how can we change its orientation? So for changing the orientation, we can use two things. Either we can use a range of cells or a single cell. First of all, I'm going to show you a single cell only. Now for using this, I'm going to type the range function. The reason why I'm typing this range function is because using this range function, whenever you press dot, you get a list of properties through which you can toggle. So it's easy for beginners who have just started coding with VB to see what all properties do they have, and they can use it without any mistakes. Otherwise, you can use any of the options that we have discussed previously. So here what I'm going to do is provide a range of a single cell, that is simply A1, then put a dot. Now here that's what I'm talking about. This is the list of the properties which we have at our disposal. Now here the property that I'm looking for is orientation, and luckily I have got the exact property name in Microsoft Excel, so just press O. See, it's orientation written, put a tab and then put an equal sign. Now as you can see, orientation provides us two methods through which we can just rotate our text either in a clockwise direction or in a counterclockwise direction. Okay, so both of these directions it could be rotated, but it needs some angle of rotation, that is by what angle you need to rotate the text. So that is what we got to provide over here, that is the value of the angle with which we want our text to be rotated. So suppose we want our text to be rotated by 90 degrees, so we just simply press 90, and what happens is our text in the selected cell would be rotated by 90 degrees. So let's see by pressing F5, and you can see the text has rotated to a 90-degree angle. Now this is one example. Let us just copy this whole thing and paste it. Okay, now what happens is, suppose we do not want 90 degrees, you want some else angle, suppose you want 30 degrees. So what will happen is the text will first rotate to 90 degree and after that it would rotate to a 30 degrees. Okay, so for this let us use F8 for step-by-step execution. First of all, text would rotate to 90 degrees, which is already rotated, so no change would be seen. Then it would be rotated to 30 degrees. You can see it's rotated to 30 degrees. Okay, simply if you want some else value, you can provide it. Suppose you want it to be rotated by 50 degrees. Okay, so now that is what it would do, that first rotated by 90 degrees, then by 30 degrees and then by 50 degrees. So that's how your text would be rotated by the different angles. But you have noticed one thing, that it is rotating only in one direction. What if you want to rotate it to some other direction, suppose to the opposite direction? Then what you got to do is simply use this thing only, but instead of this positive value you got to provide it with a negative value. Suppose you write minus 90, then what happens is it rotates the text in the opposite direction. Now let's see what happens. Let's use F8. First of all, it rotates 90 degree over here, then again if we press F8, 30 degree over here, 50 degree over here, but as soon as we press minus 90, then it goes to this other direction and the rotation of the text happens in the other direction. So that is why because we have used this negative sign over here. Negative sign means it toggles the direction. Simply, if you do not want it to be rotated at 90 degree but by some else value, you can just copy this thing, paste it and provide the value. Suppose you want minus 60 degree, or then you want some else, suppose minus 10 degrees. Okay, so that's how you can work with it. You can simply press F8, first 90 degree, then 30 degree, 50 degree, then minus 90 degree, minus 60 degree, minus 10 degrees. Okay, that's how the rotation works. But now if you decide that you do not want your text to be rotated at any angle, you want a simple no orientation, then what you can do is you can just provide the orientation angle at 0. Whenever the orientation angle is at 0, your text returns to what it was by default with no angle of orientation. Okay, now let's see. Now what we have done is just get rid of all the lines of code, and we have got only these 2 lines. Let's execute it a step-by-step process. First of all, its orientation of A1 would be set at minus 10, and then when this line is executed where we are setting the orientation angle at 0, then you can see that the orientation angle of A1 is set to 0, which means it is now normal as the rest of the cells as well. Okay, so that was all about orientation. Now let us see that what happens if we want to wrap text. Suppose we are first going to set its orientation for that purpose at 60 degrees, and then what we are going to do is just use the property. When we put a dot, then we use a property called wrap text, and it accepts 2 values, either true or false. If we set it to true, then the text would be wrapped, and if this wrap text is set to false, then this text wouldn't be wrapped. So let us see. Executed orientation minus 10, orientation 0, orientation 60. Now when we set wrap text to true, then what happens is this text is now wrapped. Okay, but when we set it as false, okay, so just copy this thing and paste it here and set its value of wrap text as false, and let's see what happens. Okay, so let us just execute it. This is orientation set to 60 degree. This time we have set the wrap text property as true, so you can see here that it is written like this. But now if we set it to false, then it is written like this. So that's about wrap text in MS Excel. So that is all for this video. In this video we learned about orientation and wrap text properties, which are basically a part of the alignment group. In the next video we would be looking at some more properties which helps us to format the cells, and one most important property in it is merging and unmerging the cells. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel video, we are going to learn that how using the Visual Basic for Applications editor in Excel, we can do some of the basic operations that we used to perform simply using Microsoft Excel. So in today's video we would be learning about how can we merge the cells and how can we unmerge them. Then we would be learning about the cell alignment, that is how can we align the cells horizontally, how can we actually align the text horizontally in a cell in Microsoft Excel, and all this would be doing using the Visual Basic code. So let's start. First of all, what we are going to do is we have got a new sheet in front of us, that is sheet 5, and let us add some data so that we can apply our manipulations over this data. And let's copy it across the cells up till cell F over here and up till 10. So this is the copies of the cells that we have created. First of all, what we are going to see is how can we merge the cells. So to merge the cells, there are 2 ways by which we can go. First is merging throughout the rows, that is this is the first row. So how can we merge all the cells of this row, and then is going through these columns. Suppose F is this column, so how can we merge the cells of this F column. Okay, so this is what we are going to see, going through the rows and going through the columns. So let us start. Once you have got your data and you are ready with creating macros, well, what you got to do is press Alt F11 from your keyboard. That is the shortcut key for bringing out the Visual Basic for Applications editor, which I have already brought out. Then what you got to do is go to the insert and click on module. This would help you to insert a new module by the default name as module 1. This you can change to anything that you want. This would help you to reference it in a better way. So I'm just going to change it as cell op because we are just providing some manipulations over the cells. So cell op is something that I think is okay. Then just double click on it to make sure that the cell op is open in the codes pane. In the code pane, what you got to do is first create a sub procedure. So press sub sub, and then you got to provide a name for your macro. So this name could be anything again, but you got to make sure that instead of space you got to use the underscore. So what I'm going to use is simple name cell underscore op again, then open and close parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, Visual Basic recognizes it as a sub procedure and automatically adds end sub in the end. So this is a sub procedure, and this whatever code we write in it would be the macro part, and it would be executed whenever this macro is run. Okay, so first of all, what we are going to do is actually see that how can we merge these cells in a row manner. So that is row wise merging. So this is what is known as a comment. That's I have added a comment, row wise merging. So you can see its color is changed to green, and Visual Basic would not execute it, but it is for the better readability of the person who is actually looking at the code. So row wise merging means we need to perform our merging in this row wise fashion. Suppose we want to merge the cells A1 till F1. Since they are in the same row, and that is row number 1, so we are going to merge them. How can we merge them? First of all, we got a reference to the cells to which we want to merge. Since there is a range of cells, so a simple function for that purpose would be this range function. In double quotes, we got to provide the range starting A1, put a colon, and the ending, that is F1. Close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot. After putting a dot, we are searching for a property known as cells. Now what is the cells property? This cells property allows us to manipulate these cells in whichever way that we like or whichever way that we want. So just put in cells, and you can see that there is present, it is present, you can see it. Then put a tab key and the cells would be written, then again put a dot. Now what we are going to do is merge the cells. Now in the cells property, we have some more methods and properties through which we can merge our cells. Now in cells itself, there are two methods through which we can merge the cells. So if you just type M, you can see there is this thing written as merge. If you just use it, then you can also merge the cells, and there is another thing known as merge cells. Both of them are used to merge the cells. So first we would be learning about the usage of this merge. So put a tab, and let's see what happens. So we got to run it. So how can we run it? This is this play button. You can just press it, or you can use the shortcut F5. Now as soon as you press that, you will get a dialog box from Microsoft Excel that merging cells only keeps the upper left value and discards other values. Why we get this? Because in A1 till F1 we have got a number of values. So Microsoft gives us a warning that if you want to merge the cells, then what will happen is whatever is the leftmost value, that is the A1 value, it would remain, and all the other values would be lost. If you are okay with this, then you can proceed, otherwise you can click on cancel. So I'm okay with it, so I click on OK, and what happens is my cells have merged and only A1's content is remaining over here. Okay, this was one method of merging. Then another method, let's look at that. So over here also range A1 till actually A2 till F2 is the range we are going to take now. Dot cells, put a tab, dot. This time we are going to use this other method called merge cells, and then put a tab. So merge cells is actually a property, so we got to assign a value to it, that is true. So you put an equal sign and write in true. And now if you run it, then what happens is you again get the same warning. You again got to press OK, and you can see that A2 till F2 have also been merged. So this was about row-wise merging, and these are the two methods using the cells property through which you can merge the cells. Now let's look at other methods. There are two more methods through which we can merge the cells, and this time we are going to practice the column-wise merging. So let us just comment it out that this time we are going to provide or practice the column-wise merging of the cells. Now again we got a reference range of the cells. Okay, we are going to merge the cells, so we got to specify a range. Now let us take this first column. A3 till A10 is the column that we have, and this is the column that we can merge. So A3 till A10 is our desired range. A3, put a colon, and then A10, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot. Now instead of going to the cells property, what we are going to do is use another property. So if you just press M, then you can see there are two other properties available. One is merge and the other is merge cells. So these are these two things that you can use to merge the cells. Now it doesn't matter if you are using column wise merging or row wise merging, you can use both of them in any method that you want, but this is what I'm going to do, is just put this dot merge, and if you just execute it, this time I'm going to use this step into function. So F8, and as soon as this line is executed, now this line would be executed if I press F8. You can see that again Microsoft Excel gives me the same warning. I again click on OK, and you can see that this is the answer that I get, that all these cells have merged, and what value do I get is Excel is what I get. And that is how you can merge the cells in a column wise fashion or in a column wise manner. So this was one method of merging the cells. There is another method. If you just type in range A3 till A10, then put a dot, and then we are going to use this merge cells. Since this is a property, we got to provide it with a name, say true. So let's execute it again. Nothing happens, and this time when this executes, okay, actually we provided it with A3 till A10, so we are going to change our column name this time, B3 till B10. This is what we are going to merge right now. So again Microsoft Excel gives me a warning. I click on OK, and again you can see Excel is written over here. So that's how you can merge the cells in a column. Now this was the four methods through which you can perform the row-wise merging or the column-wise merging of the cells. Now what happens if you want to unmerge the cells? How can you unmerge the cells? When you have merged them, how can you unmerge the cells? So first of all, you got to provide it with a range, say A3 till A10 is the range of the cells which I want to unmerge, put a dot. Then there is a simple method called unmerge. If you just put a tab, then A3 to A10 would be unmerged. If we just execute this, you can see that these cells have been unmerged and only this A3 has got the content. That's one way of unmerging the cells. What is the other way? Is simply you write again the range of the cells which you want to unmerge. B3 till B10 is the range of the cells, dot cells. Now using the cells, since we merged it, we can also unmerge it using this cells property. You can just put a tab, and once you execute it, you can see B3 till B10 have also been unmerged. Now you can see that these two rows, that is row 1 and row 2, have got this Excel content which is aligned to the left, but that is not looking visually correct. So we have to change its horizontal alignment, and that is the question where comes the property of alignment. That is, how can we set the alignment of the text in a cell using Visual Basic. So this is something that we are going to cover in the next video. Along with the horizontal alignment, we are also going to cover the vertical alignment, because it plays an important role whenever you are merging these cells. So that is all for today's video, and I hope you all have enjoyed it. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to look that how can we perform the alignment over the text in these cells in Microsoft Excel. Now, as we all know that this alignment can be of two types. First is the horizontal alignment, and the second is the vertical alignment. Now if we want to use Microsoft Excel simply, then we can simply go to the Home tab, and in the alignment group we have got all these options. So these are these 6 options of alignment that we can perform. that is top, middle and bottom for the vertical, and left, middle or the center and the right for the horizontal alignment. So in today's video we are going to look at just that how can we perform the alignment over the cells in Microsoft Excel both horizontally and vertically. Now what is the usage of this alignment? In the previous video we learned about merging cells, and we saw that how can we merge cells over the rows or over the columns using the VB code in Excel. Now once we have merged cells, then how can we align them to look visually perfect? This is our sheet from the previous video itself, in which we performed row merging over these two rows, the row number 1 and row number 2, and this column merging over this column B from B3 till B10. We have merged the cells, but these are not aligned perfectly. That is why it is not looking very good when we are looking it as a whole. So when you are going for a presentation or any other purpose where you want to show your sheet to any other person, then what happens is you got to make your text visually presentable, and for that purpose this alignment thing is very important. So we are going to see that how can we align the text in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, let's see, this is our macro from this previous one. Let's run it once. So we have got this. Okay, so let's remove that unmerging part, and now if we run it, so that is this merging part. Okay, so what we have got is we have got two row merged cells and two column merged cells. Now both of them are aligned to the left, and this is aligned to the bottom, while this is at the right alignment. So let's just turn its alignment back to this default one like this. Okay, so let's see that how can we apply alignment over the range of cells. Okay, and this alignment can not only be applied over the range of cells but also over a single cell as well. So I'm going to show you that as well. First of all, let's start with a single cell. Suppose there is a single cell, say F10 is what we have, and let's see how can we apply alignment to it. Okay, so let's just increase its width so that it's visible correctly. Right now it's aligned to the left. Suppose we want to change its horizontal alignment to say center. So how can we go with it? First of all, what you got to do is using the square brackets, and you got to provide the name of the cell, or you can simply use the range function, which is what I'm going to do. Just type in the range function, open the parenthesis and the double quotes, and then you got to write the name of the cell or the address of the cell to which you want to apply the alignment. So this is time for F10. So just provide F10, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, and then put a dot. As soon as you put a dot, you got to search for a property known as horizontal alignment. So as soon as you press HO, you will get this horizontal alignment. To make its use, what you got to do is simply put a tab key. As soon as you put a tab key, what will happen is you would be able to perform horizontal alignment over this particular cell by providing it with a set of values. Now what values you can do give to it, since there are three possibilities for horizontal alignment. So what three values we can give? It could be Excel left, it could be Excel center, and it could be Excel right. So there are three possible horizontal alignment: left, center and right. So that is the three properties preceded by the term XL. Suppose we want to change it to the center. So simply write XL center instead of a simple center, and if we just run it, so let's just remove this all code to clean it up, and if we run it, you can see that F10's alignment has been changed to center. Simply, if instead of center you want to change it to the right side, so you got to provide the right but precede it with XL, and if you run it, it would get to the right side. And simply if you want to change it to left like this, then what would happen is it would change back to left. That's the default alignment. So that's how you can perform horizontal alignment over a single piece of cell. But what if you have the range of cells? Then what you can do? There is a simple thing similar to this only. So what I'm going to do is use the range of cells A1 till F1. So that has been row merged, and let's change its alignment to say Excel center. So we write Excel center, and as soon as we click on run, then you can see that this text has been changed to center, and that's how you can change the range of the cells horizontal alignment. Simply, if you want to do it for any other range of cells, say we have second range, that is A2 till F2. This is also the row merged cells, and its horizontal alignment we can also change to something, say Excel right. Let's write this Excel right. As soon as we click on run, then its alignment is changed to right, and this alignment has been changed to center as by default. But say you want to change it back to left, simply you can write in left, and when you run it, its alignment would change back to the left. So that's how you can play with the horizontal alignment property over the cells. Now if you want to play with the vertical alignment property instead of the horizontal ones, then how can you go with it? One thing that is common is this range function. You got to type in range and open the parenthesis. Now here you want to provide the range of the cells. So first I am taking up this range, that is from A3 till A10. So let's write it A3 till A10 within double quotes. So close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot. Since now we are concerning our cells with a property called as vertical alignment instead of the horizontal alignment, so what will we do is just type in vertical alignment. As soon as we type VER, then this vertical alignment property would pop out. Then put a tab, and VB would take this vertical alignment property, put an equal sign, and again in vertical alignment, as we all know, that we have three possible values. Now what are these possible values? The top, the center, and the bottom. So using these three values we can perform this vertical alignment. So first of all, let us say it's by default at the bottom. This Excel written is by default at the bottom, but we want to change it to the top. So what you got to provide is precede it with Excel and then write top. Now let's clear up this code, and only this code is remaining of vertical alignment. So let's click on run, and you can see that now this Excel is written on the top, that is its alignment has been changed to the top. Simply, if we have this other range, that is from B3 till B10, this is the range highlighted right now, and you want to change its vertical alignment to say middle, then how can you go with it? Range is what you need to type, B3 till B10, then close the parenthesis, put a dot, vertical alignment equals, this time it's going to be Excel middle, but since in Visual Basic what we have is center recognized as middle, so what we are going to type is Excel center instead of Excel middle, because middle is nothing that this VB recognizes. Excel center is what it recognizes, be it the horizontal alignment or be it the vertical alignment. So let's keep it that way, Excel center, and when we run it, then you can see that Excel written over here has been changed its alignment to the center. Suppose we want to change it back to the bottom, so what we can do is just type in range, provide the range. Suppose B3 till B10 is whose range we want to change this time, again vertical alignment, and for the bottom the keyword is Excel bottom, like this, and you can run it. So again you can see it's changed back to bottom. Now what happens is, if you can just change the alignment of a cell both horizontally and vertically, then what happens? Suppose we have this range B3 till B10, we have changed its vertical alignment to the center, and suppose if you want to change its horizontal alignment as well, so you just write horizontal alignment, put an equal sign, and again I want to change its horizontal alignment to the center as well. Okay, so this is what I want to do. Let's just clear up this line of code because we do not want to use it anymore. This is these two lines of code we are concerned with, and let's use the step into function by the shortcut F8. So what happens is, first of all, when this line is executed, this Excel that is written over here goes to the center vertically. Then again when this F8 is executed, it goes to the horizontally center. That means both of them have been centered, that is Excel horizontal center and vertical center. Now when these two lines are executed, you can see in the alignment group both of these options have become activated, and as well as the merge cell option has been also activated. Why? Because the cells have been merged over here, and that's why when we are performing this operation, so that is why this merge cells option has also been activated. So that is how you can perform horizontal and vertical alignment over the cells. Hello guys, Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA videos, we are going to see that how using the Visual Basic code in Microsoft Excel, we can apply the borders in cells, and then we are going to see that how can we customize the borders of the cells. So basically this video is going to be all about borders and how can we manipulate them using the Visual Basic code. So let's start. First of all, let us create a new sheet, and this sheet is where we want to apply our borders. So before applying the borders, what I'm going to do is simply write some text so that I can identify that this is the cell on which I want to apply the borders, and let's change its zoom percentage to around 328% or the maximum zoom percentage you can get. The reason why I have chosen this is because we are going to apply borders and there are some things which are very subtle, so they won't be available or they won't be visible when we are viewing it at the default zoom percentage. So to show you all, I have increased its zoom percentage, and the cell in which I have written my text is the cell number E4. So on the cell number E4, I'm going to apply all my changes. Okay. So since this is all going to be associated with a macro, once you have opened your Excel, you got to open your Visual Basic for Applications editor. For that, you can go to this developer tab itself and go to Visual Basic in the code group, or what you can do is simply press the shortcut Alt F11 and then you will get this VBA editor in front of you all. Then once in the VBA editor, what you got to do is go to the Insert tab and insert a new module. This module will be holding your macro. So let's rename it to borders. The reason why we are naming it to borders is so that we can identify that what is the usage of this module or what is the usage of that particular macro that we have created. Once you press enter, you can see this borders module is being created. If you double click on it, you can just get this blinking arrow over the code pane, means this borders is now available for you to code. So the first thing that we got to do is add a sub procedure. So to add the sub procedure, just write the keyword sub with a capital S, and then we are going to provide the name of the sub procedure, which is actually going to be the name of our macro. So let's provide it a name, that is borders, and open and close the parenthesis to make Visual Basic realize that yes, it is actually a sub procedure, so you got to treat it as a macro. Once you press enter, Visual Basic does exactly that. It recognizes it as a sub procedure and adds an end sub to its end to signify that yes, you can add any code and I will treat it as a macro. So these are the steps of creating a macro. Now what you are going to do is, first of all, you got to select your cell on which you want to apply border. So my cell is E4. So to select a cell, we can simply make use of the range function. So just type in range. Since it is a function, we need to open and close the parenthesis. So open the parenthesis, and within double quotes we need to provide it with the name of the cell. The name of the cell that we are using is E4, and you can just close this double quotes and then close the parenthesis. So with this, we are going to refer to our cell E4, and then we got to specify that E4's which property is what we are going to concern with. So which property? Borders property is what we are going to concern ourselves with. Okay, so this is the method through which you can go to borders. So just put a full stop or a dot. Okay, so now you got to search for borders. This is this borders property. Once you put a tab, you can get access to all the methods of this borders property. Now there are various methods of this borders property, but that is not all these methods that we should try, because there are these different options. But to apply the basic borders, there are three main options that we must consider. These three options is, first, the border style, that what is going to be the style of your borders. Second is what is the color of your borders, and the third one is what is going to be the weight or the thickness of your borders. So these are the three main options that we must concern ourselves with. So the first thing is the style of the borders. So for the borders style, once you have got this borders property, what you got to do is again put a dot, and then you go to this option or this property of the borders that is known as line style. Once you get to line style, you would be able to apply the style of the borders that you want. So just put a tab and an equal sign. Now here you can provide some of the default values that have been provided to you by Visual Basic. Now using these default values you can provide the different line styles for the borders. So we have 5 different types of values, of 5 possible values for the line style. Now what are these 5 possible values? First is a dot, then a dash, continuous, double and a none. So these are the 5 possible values. Suppose you want a continuous line along the borders. So what you got to type is Excel continuous, like this. So continuous is the line style and we got to precede it with Excel to make sure that VB understands what it is. If we just run it, then you can see that we have got a simple black border with a continuous line. So black is the default setting of the colors, and this thickness, which is actually 1, is the default thickness. If we just change it from continuous to anything else, there is another possible value, say dot. If we want to apply a dotted border, then if we just click on run, then you can see that we have got a dotted border for ourselves. If we do not want dot, if we want a dashed border, so it just provide Excel dash as the value, and when you run it, this is the dashed lines or the dashed borders that you have got. Now instead of dash, suppose you want a none, so just provide Excel none, and if you just run it, you can see all the borders have got off. So this Excel none is used when you want to get rid of all the borders that you have been applied previously. So this is a line style that you can go with. Then another option is available with us, that is Excel double. If you just write Excel double and click on run, then this double borders is what we have got. So by default, what border line do we get is continuous, and what happens if we just click on none, all the borders that we have applied up till now will vanish. Okay, so Excel continuous is over here. Okay, so let's just change it to Excel none and run it once. So that was about the line style. Now what happens if you want to change the say color of your borders? Okay, let us again select the cell using the range property E4, within double quotes put a dot, select borders property, put a tab, then put a dot. Now instead of line style, we are concerning ourselves with other property that is known as color. So using color, we all know that we can use the default values provided to us by Visual Basic, that is VB red, VB green, VB blue, VB magenta, VB cyan, etc., or anything else basically. So let us go with VB red. Now if we just run it, then you can see we have got a continuous line style of the border, and the color of the line has been changed from black to red. Why? Because we have provided it explicitly. If we just change it to say VB cyan, then what happens? This line color changes to cyan. If we provide any other color, say magenta, it's changed to magenta. So this is how you can play with the border color. Now if you want to play with the border line weight, then you can do that as well. Go to this range function, provide E4 as the cell, put a dot, select on borders, put a dot, then we are going to play with its thickness or its weight. So the property we have got is weight. You can just put a tab, and we have got values up till 4. If you say if you just keep it 1, then what happens? You have got a very thin border. If you keep it at 0, then you will get this kind of error, because 0 is not a possible value recognized by the weight property. You can just click on end. So the possible values are from 1 till 4. Suppose you provided with 5, which is out of the range. Again, you will get the same error. Okay, so let's say if we just provide it with 4 and run it, then you can see you have got this real thick border with weight 4. So that's how you can work with the weight. So yeah, and there is one more thing, that using this range or or this border colors, you can use another method to just color the borders, and that is through ColorIndex. We have already taken a look at its usage before, but let's look at it again. Suppose you provided with 26. Then what happens is, if you just run it, or we can just remove this line, and now if we run it, then 26 we have got this color. Let's just change it to 1, and let's see, the color index for 1 is black, so we have got this black. Suppose you want to change it to something else, say 3, then it's changed to red. So using this color index property as well, we can change the border color. So that is all about the borders that you need to know in Microsoft Excel. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's video for the Excel VBA, we are going to see that how can we use a very important feature of Microsoft Excel, and that is known as the clear cells feature. Now this clear cells feature, as you might all have guessed, is used to clear the contents of the cell, or that's what it sounds like, but that is not its only feature. This clear cells feature enables us to clear up multiple things in the cells. Okay, so before getting into this function or this clear cells feature using the VB code, let us first see that where it is present in the home tab. In the home tab it is present. In the editing group you can see this clear thing. So we have got all these options that you can clear all. You can clear the formats, the contents, the comments, or the hyperlinks. So these are the options that we get when we want to clear anything. That is, whenever there is a content of the cell present, we can clear its contents directly, or we can clear its formatting, just remaining with the contents. We can clear only its contents. We can clear if any comments are there, or if there are any kind of hyperlinks also, then we can clear. Okay, so let us first prepare our data, which is going to consist of all these things first, so that we can clear them. So first of all, let us create a link. This is going to be a hyperlink over here. So I have typed the text as link, and let's add a link to it. And okay, so we've got to add a link to it. So you can simply go to the insert tab, and in the insert tab you have got all these things where you have this hyperlink option. You can just go to it, and you would be able to insert a hyperlink to it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is insert a hyperlink for this Excel VBA first video, and I'm going to click on OK. So you can see this is the hyperlink. It has been created, and if I just click on it, then that video would start to play. Okay, so this is a hyperlink. Then what do we have is some other piece of text. Say in this cell B1 we have some other text, text text. That is a simple text, so we would be using the second feature, that is clear contents over here. Then in the third cell, that is the cell number C1, what do we have here is another some text. Let's name it as format, and we are going to apply some of the formattings to it. Like we are going to just change it to a bold, we are going to change it to italics, we are going to change its font name to something else. Let us just choose this font. You can choose any font, it's totally up to you. I'm just going to modify its size as well. Okay, and what I'm going to do is just increase its width, and then what I'm going to do is actually change its color to a dark blue, or this shade of blue. Okay, so these are all these formattings that I have applied over this text. Next we have another cell, and in which what I am going to do is apply some other things. Suppose I want to add some comments. Let us add a text, say comment, and let's add a comment to it. Now to add a comment, there is a simple shortcut that we all know is shift F2. So if you just press shift F2, then there is a comment would be added, and you can write anything, add comment like this, and to get out of it you can simply press the escape key. So if you go to it, there is this comment over there, and it is denoted by this red arrow or this red end. Okay, whatever you want to say. Now these are these four things that I want to change, and then there is a simple text written with say underline. Okay, this is what I have. So I have 5 cells onto which I want to apply the changes. Okay, so let's just minimize it like this. So we have got our VBA editor as well. Now to use the VBA editor, we need to first create a macro. Okay, so to create a macro, what steps we need to do is, yes, go to the insert tab and insert a module first. Now let's rename it to something else, like say clear cells, so that it is somewhat meaningful, like this. And then let's create a sub procedure so that VB recognizes that yes, this is a macro that we have created and what we actually want to do with it. So let's create a sub procedure, sub, and name it as clear cells. So this clear cells is going to be the name of the macro. Just open and close the parenthesis and press enter. Now inside this macro we can add or write any of the VB code which is used to perform our actions. So what we are going to do is just use the, first of all, we need to access the cell. Okay, that particular cell we want to access. So just use this range function. We would be starting from the A1 cell. Use the range function. Within double quotes, write the name of the cell like this. Close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, and when you put a dot, you will get options to clear the link. Okay, what you want to do from this cell is you want to clear its hyperlink. As we have added the hyperlink, so you want to clear the hyperlink. So to clear the hyperlink, what you need to do is simply press CL. When you do this CL, when you press the CL, you get all these options. You can use simple clear, you can clear the comments, you can clear the contents, and all these options that are similar to the clear function that we got in Excel. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is clear the hyperlink. So just select this option, put a tab, and let's see that what happens when we execute this function. To execute it, you can simply press F5 from your keyboard, or you can simply press F8 as well. Okay, so let's see what happens. F8. Okay, actually nothing is happening. So let's see. Okay, so the thing is, the hyperlink gets cleared, but this thing, formatting is not cleared. Now if you just look at it, link is written in blue color and it's underlined like this. The link has been cleared. It's not linked to that video anymore, but its formatting is not cleared. So clear hyperlinks, what it does, it just clears the links, but the formatting remains the same. Now if you want to clear the formatting, you have to use the other option. Okay, so suppose I want to clear its formatting as well. So just use this range function in A1, put a dot, and use this clear formats option. Now when we just use this clear formats option, then what happens is its formatting is now cleared and it has changed to a normal piece of text. Okay, so suppose we have some other piece of text that is in the cell B1, and we want to clear the contents of the cell. Text is written without any formatting. We want to clear that text. So what we can do is simply write it, put a dot, and use the option that we have is clear contents. When we use this clear contents option and we execute this, then you can see that the contents have been cleared at all. Okay, and now nothing is visible. Then this format is again used to clear the formats. So we have already used that function, so I'm not going to show it again. But there is another function or another feature or in the property that we have, using which we can clear everything. Suppose over here we have some formattings applied and there is a text written as format. So we want to clear both of them in one go. Then what we can do is simply use this range, write the name of the cell, that is C1 over here, and put a dot, and there is this clear option. Simple clear without anything like clear contents, clear formats. You do not need to specify anything, simply you need to write clear. And when you do that, what happens is you can see that whatever formatting was applied on the text, it has been cleared, and apart from that the text has also been cleared. Okay, like this you can see. Okay, the text has gone, the formatting has gone as well. However, if some formatting is applied to another piece of text, suppose I have applied this formatting like this to some text piece, text text I have written, and I have applied some formatting to it. Okay, now what happens is, if I want to clear the formats, then what happens is the formats would clear and the text would remain. But if I clear the text, the formats would still remain, and if I write anything to it, the formats would be the same. Okay, so this clear function, what it does is it clears both of these things in one go. Similarly, if you want to clear the comments, you can use the simple function, this range d1 dot clear comments. There is this another option. If you just execute it, then you can see that the comments that were present in the cell D1 have now been cleared, and this red edge is now no longer visible. Similarly, if you just use this range once again in E1 and just clear the contents, then what happens is this text content has been cleared, but you can see this underlined formatting is still applied over here. You can see over here. Now if I just type any text, say hello, then you can see this underlined formatting is still applied. So that is clear contents, that it will only clear the contents, but the formatting that you have applied will remain as it is. So that is all in today's video. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to see that how can we work with the delete cells feature in Microsoft Excel. Now if we just open this Excel and create a new sheet by the name of sheet 8, this is where we are going to perform our operations for the delete cells. Then you can see that in the home tab there is a group name as cells, and in this cells we have this delete option. So when we just go to this delete option, then what options do we have is we can delete a single cell, we can delete entire row, we can delete entire column, and if we want we can delete entire sheet. So these are the options that we get. So if we just go to this delete cells option, then there are these 4 options that we get. Entire row and entire column is something we have already understood. There are these 2 options, shift cells left or shift cells up. If you are deleting something, say if you are deleting a column, then what happens is the data that is on the other column will shift to the left. But if you are deleting a row, then what happens, the data in the row that is below it would shift towards the upper side. So using these options you can recognize, or you can make sure that what option you want to perform. So these are the controls that are given to us by Microsoft Excel, and all of these controls is what we are going to see using the VB code in today's video. Okay, so before starting with that, what we are going to do is add some text into our sheet so that we are able to identify that what happens. So what we are going to do is add unique text in every cell. So for that, what I'm going to do is simply type text 011, and this text 011 or this number actually 011 will help us to identify that this is a unique text. And let's just extend it up till now. So we know that this is text is unique, and let's just okay, let's change its name to text 021 and the name of this text as 031. And when we extend it like this and like this, then what we get is some unique pieces of text. The reason why we have created so that we can easily identify that what is happening. Okay, so once you're done with your text, what you got to do is bring up your VBA editor that I have already brought up by using the shortcut Alt F11. Then let's create a new macro for this purpose. Go to the insert tab and insert a new module. Now the name of this module is going to be the delete cells module, or it's totally up to you, you can use any name for that purpose. Now in the delete cells module you got to create a sub procedure. So let's name it as delete cells and open and close the parenthesis. So this is the sub procedure. Now when we have created the sub procedure, let's see that how can we use the delete cells feature. So first of all, let us just create or add a text into a new cell, completely new cell, that is G6, and let's see that how actually this delete function works. So using this range function, we first provide it with the name of the cell, that is G6 in double quotes, and when we put a dot, we have this function known as delete. Now what this delete function will do is it would help us to just delete the contents of the cell. Now if you execute it, you can see that whatever was written in the cell G6 has been deleted, but you have no idea that what happens over here, whether the cells have been shifted towards the left, whether they have been shifted towards the right, whatever has happened, you have no idea of that. However, if you just go over this place, let's pick up some text that is in between, say this B5. If we just try to delete the contents of B5, then please take a note that what is the scenario of the text right now, and if I execute this line, you can see that what happens is only the cells have been shifted towards the up, and there is no shifting of the cells towards the left or whatever it was. Only the cells have been shifted towards the up. So whenever there is two options of row and column, the column will precede, that is the column shifting would happen. Okay, so this is about a single say cell, but what if you want to delete an entire column? Then what you can do is simply just provide it with a range, put a dot, and you have a feature in VB known as entire column. If you just use this feature, then you would be able to use this entire column, and you can just delete the text of entire column. You can perform any of the operations in the entire column that is referred using the range function. Now right now we are referring to the B column, so whatever function you perform would be performed on this entire B column. Now you can just put a dot and search for delete. Now what will happen is entire B column would be deleted and the cells would be shifted towards the left. The contents of the C column would be shifted towards the left. Let's see that. You can see that whatever was written in C has been shifted over here and the contents of B have been lost. So that was how the shifting left works, and that is how this entire column feature of the delete cells works. Okay. Now that was about one feature, and we have another feature, that is how you can shift the cells towards the upwards using a single cell. We have already seen it. Now let's see that how can we do that on a range of cells. Now if we want to shift the cells towards the up on the range of cells, what do we need to have is we need to perform an operation on entire row. That is, we need to delete an entire row to see that operation. So as we have this entire column option available to us, similarly we have the entire row option also available to us. What will it do is will delete the entire row as it deleted the entire column. So deleting the entire row would then shift the cells towards the upwards direction. So let's see its usage. Let's just change this code only. Suppose I want to delete the uppermost row, that is A1. Row is referred by A1. You can just put it like this and use this option called entire row. Put a tab, again put a dot, and then use this delete option. And when you execute it, notice what happens. This first row, whatever was written previously, that is 11 and 31, has been removed, and this 12 and 32 have taken its place, and similarly all the other cells have also taken their preceders' place. That means all the cells have shifted upwards by one cell. So that is how shifting up and deleting an entire row works. So this was the usage of the inbuilt functions of deleting entire row and entire columns. Suppose you have no knowledge of the inbuilt functions, that such kind of functions exist, then how can you perform this operation? Okay. Now in this case, if you want to delete rows, there are actually two rows only, and if you want to delete the contents of A1 and B1, simply you can write range A1 dot delete and range B1 dot delete. That's a simple thing. Okay. But what if you have thousands of rows and you have thousands of columns? Then what will you do? It would be tedious to write all these statements again and again and again, these similar statements. So what you can do is you can use this range function only, simply put a colon, and with the starting point you can also provide it with the ending point. Now what is the ending point over here? B1 is the ending point, so let's provide it with the ending point, that is B1. And now if we just use this delete function, then what will it do? It will perform the exact same operation of the entire row function, but the disadvantage being you need to know the starting as well as the ending point of the row which you want to delete. If suppose your row traverses up till H, but you just provide it with B1, then only 2 columns would be deleted, and C to H content would not be deleted. So that's not what you wanted. That's why it's easy to use those functions, entire row and entire column. Similarly, if you want to delete the entire column, you can also use the range for that purpose as well. Suppose it's A1 till A8 that we have over here. Okay, now if you just execute it, then you can see whatever content was previously written in A1 till A8 has been deleted, and the contents of cell B1 till B8 have been replaced by these contents. Okay, now that was when the cells are shifting and you are trying to delete something. But what if there you want to delete the content of cell A8? So let's see what happens now. If you want to delete the contents of cell A8, put a dot and then use this delete function. Okay, now if you run it, what happens is only the cells contents A8 have been deleted and there is no replacement, as you can see it, because there was no content lying downwards which could be replaced by it. That's why there was no replacement. Similarly, now if you just delete any of the contents, suppose if you want to delete A1 contents, and let's just duplicate it over here as well. Okay, now if we want to delete the contents of B1, then no shifting left or no shifting up would happen. Why? Because there is no content to be replaced with. If you just execute it, then simply this text vanishes from here and there is no shifting operation. So that is all about the delete cells feature in Microsoft Excel. Thanks for watching. In today's Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion that we started in the previous video. So in the previous video, we learnt about the delete cells function in Microsoft Excel, and we saw that how can we delete the cells using the Visual Basic code. Now, what kind of cells we can delete? We can delete a single cell, we can delete a range of cells, or in one go, we can delete an entire row and an entire column. We also looked at how can we delete entire rows and entire columns using two features, that is using the entire row and the entire column functions that are built in Visual Basic, or using the ranges. There was a drawback for the ranges as well, that is you need to know the starting and the ending point, otherwise your delete function would not work properly as you have wanted. So it's advisable to use the entire row and the entire column feature or the function. So in the previous video, what we learned about was basically focusing on a single row or a single column. We tried to delete a column, a single column, we tried to delete a row, but that was a single row. Now in this video, what we are going to see is how can we delete multiple rows and multiple columns in one go. So to understand it in a better way, suppose you want to delete columns B, C and D. These are these three entire columns that you want to delete. Okay, now what is the constraint over here is you have to delete all these three columns in one go. But if there was not such constraint, then what you would have done is you would have written the range function like this: range within double quotes B1, put a dot, entire column, then again put a dot and select delete. Similarly, you would have copied this and written the same piece of code but for the column C1, and simply you would have just pasted this for the column D1. but that's when your column name or the number of the columns that you got to delete is extremely low. It's simply 3, but still you got to do some of these steps, these huge steps you want to do. So to save your time and prevent you from writing excessive code, what Visual Basic has given you the opportunity is you got to specify the range, the starting and the ending points using a colon. Just specify D1. So B1 till D1 is your range. These 3 ranges, that is B1, C1, D1, these 3 would be selected. And after this, we have got this entire column. What this entire column will do, will select the entire columns for whatever range is given. That means it would select this entire column, then it would select this entire column, and then it would select this entire column. And then what operation will it perform on all of them? It would delete all of them. So that is exactly what is we are going to do through this statement. So let's execute that. And you can see that that's exactly what happened. Whatever the contents were in cell E have been shifted to cell number B, and the contents of cell B, C and D have been completely deleted. So that's how you can delete the entire columns, more than one column in one go. So there must be something similar for the rows. Yes, there is. So let's just delete this line of code and see. Suppose you want to delete rows from 2 till 5. Okay. This is all the highlighted data is what you want to delete. So how can you delete it? So first write the range function. Now in the highlighted data, if you see, the starting point is the row A2, means second row is where we want to start a deletion. So A2, just write it, then put a colon. Now see what is the ending row. The ending row is A5 or the 5th row. So just write A5. Then what function we are going to use? We are going to use entire row function, because the entire row is what we are going to delete right now. Then you can put a dot and use the delete function. So it would delete this highlighted data. If you just execute it, then you can see all the highlighted data went off, and the data that was below it has taken up its space by shifting the cells up. So that is all about deleting the cells. Now you are able to delete any kind of data that you want to delete, whether it is from between the table or from an independent cell or wherever it is. You can delete any kind of data. But Microsoft Excel provides you another feature. So if you just expand it and go to the cells option, then in this delete there is another feature. We have looked at delete cells, we have looked at delete sheet rows, we have looked at delete sheet columns, but there is another option given to us, that is delete sheet. Now you can delete the data from sheets, but what if you want to delete the entire sheet? So a simple explanation for it was that you can just click on this plus and a new sheet would be created. Simply you can just right click and go to delete, and here this Microsoft will give you a warning. You can either delete it or click on cancel. But what if you want to achieve the same thing through the Visual Basic code? Then how can you go with it? Okay, so for that purpose we are going to look at a new function that is given to us by Visual Basic, and the name of that function is Worksheets. So if you just write the name of the function as Worksheets, and remember one thing, it is not worksheet, it is worksheets. That's plural of worksheet, worksheets. So this worksheets function works similar to the range function, but the range function was used to refer to a cell or to a ranges of cells. This worksheet function is used to refer to a worksheet or a range of worksheets. Okay, but we are going to just look simply at a single worksheet. Okay, so let's see that how it works. So just write worksheets, then open the parenthesis and open the double quotes. Okay, so as you can see, it has given us the intelligence that it wants an index. Now this index, since we are using double quotes, so it must be a text over here. Now what is this text going to be? This text is going to be the name of the sheet that you want to delete, and this has got to be exactly similar to the name of the sheet that you want to delete. The name of my sheet over here is sheet 12, so I simply write over here as sheet 12, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot, and now you can see I have not got any of the options, so you need to be very careful while typing this thing. Since I want to delete it, so simple, I am going to just type in delete, and when I execute it, let's see what happens. Yes, Microsoft Excel gives me a warning that you really want to delete this sheet or not. So yes, I really want to delete it, so just click on delete, and you can see that sheet 12 has vanished. Now there is no sheet 12 existing in my workbook, only sheet 8 is existing. Simply I want to show you one other thing. If you have sheet 8 and then you have sheet 13, there is no sheet 12 right now, okay? But if you want to execute this statement, that is sheet 12, if you mistakenly write a wrong name, then what happens? So if you just execute it, then what you get is subscript out of range. This is kind of an error that you get. Why? Because Microsoft Excel searches for a sheet named as sheet 12 and it cannot find any sheet by this name. So that is why it has thrown an exception or thrown an error that I cannot find the sheet named as sheet 12. However, if you just change it to something that already exists, say sheet 13, then if you execute it, then Microsoft Excel recognizes it and gives you a warning that you really want to delete it or not. Okay. So that was the usage of this worksheets function, and first of all, let us understand that what this worksheets function will do. This worksheets function is actually going to refer to a bunch of worksheets that are actually existing in your current workbook. Okay. Now, using this worksheets function, you get to provide the name of the sheet that you want to access. Now, since I have provided sheet 13, which means worksheets function has got the information that yes, I want to perform all the operations on sheet 13, and then it asks for another thing, that what operation do you actually want to perform. So what operation do I want to perform? I want to delete it. So that's why I provided a dot and written the delete function, which enables Microsoft Excel to understand that yes, I want to delete worksheet 13. So that's all with the delete function. Now from the next video onwards, what we are going to do is actually start with a new function in Microsoft Excel, and that is known as the insert cells function. So this insert cells function is again present in the home tab in the cells group only. This is this insert function. So using this we can insert the cells. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to see a very important feature in Microsoft Excel which we teased in the previous video, and this is known as the insert cells feature in Microsoft Excel. Now in the previous videos we have already covered the delete cells feature of Microsoft Excel, and this insert cells feature is exact opposite of the delete cells feature. We already know that it is present in the home tab. In the cells group there is this insert cells feature we have got. So if we just expand it, then we have got these 4 options in the insert cells. First, it allows us to insert the cells, then it allows us to insert rows, whole rows, and then it allows us to insert whole columns. So these 3 options are related to the cells only, but it tells us that we can either insert a single cell or a bunch of cells in the form of rows or columns. Then we have an option of insert sheet, which allows us to insert a new sheet. So before jumping into its visual basic code, let us first understand that what is actually its work and how it works in Microsoft Excel. So before that, let us get some data for ourselves. Suppose we have this text 011 data. The reason why we are getting this data, so that we can easily identify that what of the cells or where the cells have been inserted. Okay. So suppose I have my cursor over A5, and now if I click on insert cell, then what will happen? Let's see. A new cell is inserted at A5 and all the rest of the contents have been shifted towards the downside. Okay. Now what happens is, suppose I want to insert a new cell at A11. And I click on insert cell, then again all the shifting that is done is towards the downside. So that was about a single cell. When you want to insert a single cell, then if any content is available in the cell previously, it will shift towards the downside, and at that particular address a new cell is inserted. Okay. Now what happens if you want to insert a whole new row? So suppose I want to insert a new row at A2. So I go to this option, I expand it, and I go to this insert sheet rows. When I click on that, you can see at A2 and B2 the cells have been turned blank and all the previous data has been shifted towards the downside, means the cursor where I had was at A2. So at A2 a new row of cells is being inserted. Okay, now what happens is, if I want to insert a brand new column, then what happens? Suppose at the A column only I want to insert a new column, or let's take B as an example this time. So I go to the insert tab and I select insert sheet columns. When I click on that, all the contents that were previously in the cell or in the column B have now been shifted to the column C, and now the column B has brand new cells which is empty. That means wherever your cursor is, the cells would be inserted at that place, and whatever data was already existing in that place would be shifted either to the right side or towards the downside. Now if you have noticed one thing, this shifting of the cells is completely opposite to that we encountered in the case of delete cells. When we deleted the cells in a row wise fashion, the data used to shift upwards, and when we deleted them in a column wise fashion, the data used to shift towards the left side. So from here we can make out that yes, insert cells feature is complete opposite of the delete cells feature. So that was about cells, how can we insert the cells. Now we have another thing. How about we insert a sheet? So right now I have sheet number 13 that I'm currently working on. If I try to insert a sheet, so I go here and I click on this insert sheet option. So you can see a new sheet by the name of sheet 9 is inserted over here, where sheet 13 was previously present, and the sheet 13 has been shifted towards the right side. Similarly, currently I'm on sheet 9. If I just go and insert a new sheet, then what happens is sheet 9 shifts towards the right and a new sheet with the name of sheet 10 is inserted at its place. So that's how it works. Whenever you want to insert anything, then the shifting is done at the right side or at the lower side or at the downside. Okay, so these are the two important things that you must keep in mind. So that was about how can we use the insert cells feature using Microsoft Excel. Now let us see what is the VB code that we need to write. So first of all, let us open our VB editor, and the shortcut for the same is Alt F11. When you do that, your VB editor would be opened. So let's just arrange it like this. Perfect. Now what we are going to do for this purpose is create a new macro, and to create a new macro, the first thing is go to the insert tab and insert a new module. Since this is insert cells, so let's just name it as insert cells. This is the name of the module. You can name it anything. Once it's open in the code pane, let's create a sub procedure with any name that you want, and make sure that this name is going to be the name of your macro, so it must be meaningful. Okay, so yes, I have created a sub procedure, and now it's time for me to write the Visual Basic code. Okay, so but before that, let's just change this data into something meaningful. Again, text 011, text 021, and text 031. So let's extend it up to 10. Let's extend it up to 10 actually, and let's extend it up to 10. Okay, yes. Now let's see what happens. Let's just take up a cell. First of all, about a single cell, so we first need to reference to that cell. And how can we refer to that cell? By using the range function. That's the simplest way. Why we are using that? Because we get the help in the range function. Now within double quotes, you gotta write the name of the cell. So I want to insert a cell at B5. This here actually in the range function, you need to provide the location where you want to insert a cell. I want to insert a cell at the location B5. So let's just press B5, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot, and as soon as you put a dot, you gotta search for a thing called insert or a method called insert. It works like this. That's it for inserting a single cell. If you just click on run, then you can see that at B5 a new cell has been inserted and all the contents have been shifted towards the downside. Okay, So that's how you can insert a single cell. If you just try to run it multiple times, then as many times as you run it, a new cell would be inserted and the previous cell would be shifted towards the downside. So that's how this insert function works. That's about a single cell. If you just provide a range over it, suppose B5 till C5, you want to insert cells, or from A5 till B5 you want to insert some cells. You click on run, then what happens is these 3 cells have been inserted newly and all the rest of the cells have been, let's just delete these cells. Okay, let's just delete these cells by shifting them towards the up. Okay, so these 3 cells have been inserted. If you just run it again, then you can see these 3 cells have been added newly and the rest of the cells have been shifted towards the downside. Okay, so that was about range inserting. Suppose you want to insert a new row, then what you can do is suppose you want to insert a new row at A3. Okay, so you just provide a starting point, put a dot, then search for entire row. This is the option, you gotta search for entire row. Again put a dot and then search for the function insert. Now when you run it, let's see what happens. An entire new row is inserted over here. Okay, and all the cells have been shifted towards the downside. That's already we have known. Okay, now what happens if you want to insert an entire new column? So I want to insert a new column where this A is residing. Let's see that. Range, let's provide anything that you want. Suppose if you provide A8, say let's provide A8 dot entire column dot insert, and when you run it over here, okay, just a second. Yes, insert cell, you can just select the macro from here and you can click on run. When you click on that, you can see a new entire column is present at A and all the contents have been shifted towards the right side. Suppose instead of A8 you provide it with say D8. Now in D8 the columns would be inserted. If you just click on run, then yes, only here the columns have been inserted and only this text is shifted towards the right. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to see an important feature of Microsoft Excel through the Visual Basic coding. So in today's video, the feature that we are going to see helps us to adjust the width and the heights of the cells. When we are talking about the width, then it refers to the columns. That is why the whole term that we get over here is known as the column width. And if you just go to any cell and try to drag it towards the right or towards the left, then you can see there is this kind of an option that you get over here which tells you about the current width in points and in pixels. So that is what we can just adjust right now using the stylus. So this is the column width, and similarly if you go to these row numbers written like 1, 2, and you can adjust the height of the rows as well. So this is how you can adjust the rows height and the width of the columns. But this is exactly what we are going to see with the help of the Visual Basic code, that how can we adjust or manipulate it as per our choice according to the Visual Basic code. Okay, so before going into that, let's see that what is actually the significance of it. Suppose you are in the cell A1 and you write any data. I write here like textual data over here, and now if I come to the next cell, that is cell number B. Okay, right now it's all visible, but I come to cell B1 and I try to type some other data, like I type programming knowledge over here. Okay, and when I press tab, then what happens is now all of the contents of the cell A1 are not visible to me. Only those are visible which fall within the width of the column or the cell A1. Okay, similarly if I type something in the cell C1, then same thing happens with the contents of the cell B1. So this is something that needs to be addressed, and that is why we need to just adjust the widths of the cells so that whole of the data is visible by dragging them over here like this. Okay, and using this we can get a custom width, or if you want you can just increase the width to around this much, but this space is left. So if you want your column to be fitted automatically, then you can just double click over here, and now the cell B1 is containing an automatic width. Okay, the width is auto selected. Similarly for the cell A1 as well. So that was about the column width, and similarly about the column or the row height. If you just come here and try to add some contents which span through multiple lines. So how can you do that? First of all, we have already read about it. So there is a shortcut called Alt and Enter. If you press that shortcut, you would be able to enter multiple lines of text in the same cell. Suppose you try to add like a YouTube channel. So you write YouTube in this line, and then you again press Alt Enter, and then you write say channel. Okay, and then you press enter. Then you can see that the row height has been fitted automatically. Why? Because wrap text is enabled. If you can just disable wrap text, then you can see that the row height is now not adjusted. You got to double click over here to just adjust it, or what you can do is just increase the row height like this to enable it. So that is what happens over here. Okay, so in this video we are exactly going to understand that how using the Visual Basic Code we can adjust the column width and the row height. Firstly, using the custom options, that is if we give a custom number, then what happens, and then how can we auto fit the height of the rows and the width of the columns. So let's start. First of all, we need to go to the VBA editor. So press the shortcut key Alt F11 and your VBA editor would be here. Let us just adjust our Excel sheet so that both of these screens are visible now to you. Okay, now first of all what we are going to do is insert a new macro. So go to the Insert tab and insert a new module. Let's rename it to say Cell Dimensions like this. And let's just create a sub procedure for the purpose. Now I'm giving it a name as Cell Dimensions, but it's totally up to you. You can give it any name that you want. Then open and close the parenthesis and press enter to make sure that VB understands this as a sub procedure. Now once you are happy with it, let's start with a procedure. So let's just decrease the width and the heights. Okay, so first of all we need to refer to that particular cell whose height or width we want to manipulate. We are currently working on the cell width first, or the column width. So let us work with the column width only, and then after completing this section we would move to the row height. Okay, so when we are referring to any cell, we first need to use a function through which we can get that particular cell, and an important function that we get is a range function. So just type in range, open the parenthesis, within double quotes you need to write the name of the cell. Right now we are concerning ourselves with cell A1, so just write cell A1 and just close the double quotes, close the parenthesis and put a dot. This will allow you to access all the properties or the methods associated with the range function. So let us just search for a property called column width. So if you just type COL, then you can get this column width property. You can put a tab, then put an equal sign. Now using this property you can give a custom number, and according to that number your column width would be adjusted. Okay, so let us give a number, say 50, and let's try to run it. And you can see that now your column width has changed to 50. Now if you just come here over here and try to drag it, then you can see that your width is near 50, or your width is exactly 50 when you are at this point, which means that yes, you can select its width over here, and the pixelated value is completely different, that is 355. That means you cannot manipulate the pixelated value. Okay, so That's how you can give a number. But what about its range? Since we are giving a number, so there must be some kind of a range within which we can give numbers. So let's see for that fact. Suppose you just turn it to a 0, then what happens is your column would not be visible anymore because its width is 0, but still it is existing over there. Okay, which means yes, you can give 0 as a width, it would not be visible, but yes, 0 is a possible value. However, if you try to give a negative number, like say -1 or say -10 is what I give, and if I click on run, then I will get an error like this, that this is beyond the range of the column width function. So you can just end it. That means you cannot give negative values to it. All you can give is positive values. But what is the upper limit for the positive values? The upper limit is 255. If you try to give it as 255, then what happens is, and you run it, then you can see that your column A has been turned into this much of white width column. You can see it's too much wide right now. So that's 255. Okay. But what if you try to give it a value of 256? That is beyond the range, and if you try to run it, then again we will get an error. So that is about the range. The possible values for the column width property are 0 to 255. Okay. Now this is one method through which you can select the width of the columns, but there are more than one methods. There is not just a single method, there are different methods. Suppose you want to use some other method, then how can you use it? For all of the methods, one thing that is common is the range, and within double quotes the cell number or the cell name, because it is used to refer to that cell, so it's going to be the same or common part for all of these functions. So let us just type range A1, put a dot. Now what we are going to do is, the second method says that you have to first make sure that what you want to manipulate. Since we want to manipulate the width of the column, now width of the column is associated with the column property of the cell, so we need to access the column property first. So just associate yourself with this column property. You can see column is written, put a tab, then put a dot, and then in column you can just access the columns property. This columns property, put a dot, and then you get a search for the same property, that is column width. Now using this method also you can change the width of the columns to a custom number, and its range also is from 0 to 255. Okay, so let us say keep it as 200, and let me just change it to 100 so that it is a possible value, it is a valid value. And now if I just use a step into function F8, then first of all the width of the column would change to 100. So let's just extend it and see, now it is 100. Now if you just change it once again like this, you again press F8, then what happens is the width will increase and it would change to 200. Now you can see it has increased to around 200. So that's how you can just change the width of the columns. The rest of the things, there are some more methods through which we can manipulate the width of the columns, and about the row height also we have some data we are going to discuss in the next video. That's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion which we started in the previous video about manipulating the columns width of the cells using the VB code. So this is our screen from the previous video itself, where we have used this column width function to set a custom column width for our cell named A1. Okay, now what we are going to do is by using these two statements, we have found out that the width that we get in those cases is very wide. We cannot just navigate through it, and if we try to navigate it, then there is a lot of white spaces remaining after our data. So it is not advisable to get so much of white space because it is not good for viewing purposes. Okay, so now what option do we have from Microsoft Excel is we can just auto fit it. Okay, that means whatever the space that your text requires, would be used by the cell. Okay, the cell, the width of the column would be auto fitted according to the need of your particular cell. Okay, and it is dependent on the cell per cell by cell basis. That is, if the cell has 2 letters only, it would be that wide. If the cell has 2 words, then it would be that much wide. So how can we fit the column width to the auto fit using the VB code is what we are going to see right now. First of all, you need to refer to that particular cell using the range function. That's the common part, range A1, like this, then put a dot. Then since we are currently trying to auto fit the width of the columns, so what will we do is just use this keyword columns, put a tab, then again put a dot. Now in the columns property, we have a property or a method named as auto fit. If we just try to access this auto fit method, and you can just put a tab, then what happens is this will allow your column width to be fitted automatically as per the contents of the cell. So let's see its usage. Let me just clear these 2 lines of code because they are no longer required now. And as soon as I click on run, then you can see that over here textual data requires this much of space, and that is why it has been auto fitted. Suppose if we just try to change its content to say textual only, and now if we just run it, then you can see now A1 requires only this much space, and that is why it has been fitted to around this much only. So that is the usage of this auto fit option, but that is for the column width only. But if you want to set this auto fit for the rows, then what you can do is you need to just refer to the cell simply as range, then put a dot, and now instead of column you have another function in front of you that is known as rows. Now one thing that you must keep in mind is that there are 2 functions. One is by the name of row and the other is by the name of rows. So you do not need to refer to row or column, you need to refer to rows and columns. Okay, so just put a tab and then we put a dot. Then what happens is, if you want to auto fit the height, you can just simply click on this auto fit option, and that would help you to auto fit the rows. Okay, so before that, let us just change its data to say add multiple lines of text so that we can understand it well. Textual data entered in multiple lines, like this. Okay, now let's see what happens if we just try to auto fit the rows. You can just run it and you can see that the rows have been auto fitted. Now if you want to auto fit the columns again, you gotta write just the same thing. Instead of rows, you gotta write the columns, so that the columns would be auto fitted as well. Okay, now that was about the rows auto fitting and the columns auto fitting. We have already learned about the column width, how can we manipulate the column width. Now the next thing comes is how can you actually change the row width, or the row height. How can you change the row height? So a simple thing is you can just drag it around here and you would be able to change it. But what happens if you want to do it with the help of code? So you gotta write the code. First of all, you gotta refer to that particular cell using the range function. So I'm just going to apply it on the range or the cell number A1 only, then put a dot. Then you can search for a function or a method called as row height. If you just put a tab and put an equal sign, then you can give a custom row height. As in the column width, we have already seen that you cannot give negative value. So here also, if you just try to put a negative value and try to run it, then you will get this error that it is out of the range. So you gotta provide with a valid positive number, or if you just provide 0, that's perfectly valid. If you try to provide it with any kind of a positive value like 10, it's possible, it's valid. If you provide it with 255, it's valid. Now the range for this row height thing is completely different than from the column width. Okay, for the column width, what the upper range we had was 255, but over here it's completely fine. let's just see what is the upper range. So if we just try to provide 500, we will get that it is an error, means that 500 is out of the range. So its range must be around something like 400. Yes, 400 is okay, a valid value. What about 455? That's invalid. So it's something between 400 till 430. Let's just try it. Yes, 430 is also invalid. 420 is invalid. Okay, so 410 is invalid. Okay, I think 400 is the upper range. Actually 401 is also a valid value. Let's see for 405. 408, that's valid. 409 is also valid. So yeah, 0 to 409 is the valid value for the rows, and for the columns what it is, 0 to 255. Okay, so that's about the row height. That is one method. Actually there is another method. If you just put a dot and search for a function called rows, and then you put a dot and search for this row height function, then also you can give a row height over here. Suppose you try to give it a 300 and you try to run it, then the row height would be changed to 300. Okay, so these are the two methods for the row height. How can you manipulate the row height as well? But that was about only a single cell. Suppose if you are concerning yourself with the row A1, then all the cells in the row A1 would be manipulated with this. But if you want to turn it for kind of multiple rows from suppose A1 till A10, then what happens is, let us just keep it at 30 so that it is visible. Now if you want to go from A1 to A10 and want all of them to be completed with a width, or sorry, a height of 30 in one go, then you can simply use the range over here within the arguments in the range function, that is A1 till A10. And if you just try to run it, then what happens is you can see that these 10 rows have changed their width in one go. Okay, and similarly if you want to do for a column also, you can just use this like range, and you can provide it with a column as well. Suppose you want to change the width of the columns from A1 till say J1, and if you just give it then what happens is column width say 50, all these columns would be changed to 50. You can see A1, and all the columns from A1 till wherever the last value of the rows is would be changed. Okay, so that's how you can work with it. And if you want to give it some other values, say you can give it a 30 or a 20 so that it is visible. Now you can see that A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H up till J, their values would have been changed, and from K onwards their values have not been changed. Okay, so in this video we learned about the different methods through which we can manipulate the row height at a custom value. We also learned about the range to which we can provide it with the values, which is from 0 to 409. In the previous video we learned about all the methods through which we can manipulate the width of the columns of a cell, and about its range, that is from 0 to 255. And also we learned that how can we auto fit the rows and the columns. Apart from that, we also learned how can we perform or apply all these methods over a single cell or over a range of cells. Now this was about all in the video. So with these two videos we wrap up our topic of manipulating the row height and the column width, and that is all for today's video. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and thanks for watching. Goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back. In today's video for Microsoft Excel VBA, we are going to look at the procedure using which you can select a single cell or a range of cells using the Visual Basic Code. Now selecting a cell is pretty simple when we are using the simple Microsoft Excel GUI. All you got to do is just hover your mouse around here and there, and you can just click on that particular cell and that cell would be selected. So how would you know that particular cell is selected? You can just see this green outline around the cell. Now we also have studied about the go-to feature in Microsoft Excel, and using that go-to feature, once we enter any particular cell address, then that particular cell is selected. So in today's video we are going to see that how can we do this exact thing using the Visual Basic Code. So let's start. I have got a new sheet named sheet 11, and let's just create a macro for this purpose. So in VBA editor, you go to the insert tab and insert a module. Now if you are wondering that how can I get this VBA tab, simple shortcut is Alt F11. Once you have opened your Microsoft Excel, you can press Alt F11 from your keyboard to bring out this VBA editor, or else you can just go to the developer tab, and here is this Visual Basic, which you can bring up as well. So this is our VBA. Let's insert a new module. By default you will get a name as module 1, so let's just rename it to something that is more relevant to our context. So cell select is what we are actually going to see today. So in the code pane, let us start its code by creating a sub procedure and providing a name for our macro, that is cell select. Open and close the parenthesis, and once you press enter, you can see end sub is present, which means that yes, Visual Basic has recognized it as a valid VB code, which is exactly what we wanted. So now what we are going to do is just select a particular cell. So the cell I want to select is I5. Okay. So first of all, what we got to do is use the range function, and the reason we are using this function is so that we can refer to a particular cell. So just use within double quotes, write the name of the cell I5, close the double quotes and close the parenthesis. Now once you press the dot, you will have to select for an option or search for an option called select. Now once you just type it, you can see this is select written. And that's it. This is the code for selecting a particular cell. If you could just run it, then what happens is the current active cell or the current cell that is selected is I5, and that's exactly what we wanted. Now using this code, you can select any number of cells. Suppose you have selected I5, now you want to select some other cell. Suppose F6 is the next cell that I want to select. So you got to press this, put a dot, and again search for select. Now if I run this code, so I have to use the step into function with the shortcut F8 so that I can use the or see the step-by-step execution. So first of all, let us just select some other cell. Right now J11 is selected, but when this first line of code is executed, I5 is selected, and when this second line of code is selected or executed, F6 cell is selected. Okay. So that was about a single cell, but since we know that using the range function we can refer to a range of cells as well. So what happens if we just provide a range of cells instead of a single cell as an argument to the range function and use the select property? Then what happens? Let's see that as well. So in range, let us provide a range of cells that is from A1 till G1. So I'm providing it with a range of the same row A1 till G1 like this. This is how you provide a range. Put a dot and add select to it. Now if we just press F8, so first of all I5 is selected, then F6 is selected, and after that this A1 till G1 is selected. This whole is selected. Okay, so when you provide a range with a select property, then whatever is given in that particular range is selected. Now that was about a row. What happens if you just provide a range for a column? So that's pretty simple as well. This time let us provide for a column B1 till B10. Now we have 10 rows, 1 to 10, and the column is same, that is column number B. So this is the code for it. Let us execute it. I5 is selected, then F6 is selected, then A1 till G1 is selected, and then B1 till B10 is selected. So that's how you can use the select function. So that was all about the select function in VB. Now there is another function and the property that is very important, is known as activate property. What happens when you want to activate any kind of cell? Okay, So what happens is, let us just see what happens if we want to activate a particular cell. So right now we want to activate a single cell. So using this activate function, you can actually activate a single cell or multiple cells as well. So let's just provide it with a range, and within parentheses let us provide the address of the cell. H3 is the target cell that I want to activate, so just press H3, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot and write activate. So once you just press A, you can see that activate is the first property of the range function that you have got, so just put a tab. Now what happens is, if we just run this cell or this piece of code in the macro, then what happens is activate actually does the same thing as the select function. It also selects that particular cell, and select function also selects that particular cell. Okay, so basically their properties are similar. What they do is select a cell or a range of cells. So if you just look at it, then activate and select are basically synonyms of one another. You can activate a cell or you can just select a cell. Similarly, if instead of a single cell you want to do that same thing, that is activate the cell for a range of cells, then how can you go with it? Just use the range function, put double quotes, you can provide the range. Suppose from D4 till D8 is what we want to activate, and close the parenthesis, put a dot. Activate is what you got to select, and once you just run it using the step into function, then you can see that this range is activated. Okay, so the difference between a single cell and a range of cells is, when you are activating a single cell, the focus is on the single cell, but when you are activating a range of cells, and the focus or the same whole range is selected, but the focus is on the first cell of that particular range, whether going in a row wise fashion or in a column wise fashion. So that's the main difference. Okay, so and one more thing, actually using the range function, we have seen two methods of selecting the cells, but there is one more method of selecting the cells using the range function. Suppose you want to go to the range function, and instead of providing the names of the columns like H3, A1, G1, what you can provide is a number that substitutes these letters. So how can you go with it? For A, the number goes as 1, for B, the number goes as 2, and so on. So using that particular thing also, you can provide the ranges with like a kind of criteria for it. So let's see. Suppose you just write 1 like this, and again you write 1 like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do is actually use the select function over here. So just put a dot and actually use the select function. Okay, actually the error that we are getting over here is this. That's the same double quotes, or in the same double quotes it's going to be there. So now if we just run it, this code is all similar. Now you can see 1 1. What would it do is select the first row and the first column completely. Now if I just maximize my Excel and try to move my stylus, you can see this whole first row is selected. That is what it does. It selects this whole first row, and that's how you can go with it. If we just change it to say 2, then what happens is first column, how many rows? 2 rows. First row and the second row, both of these rows are selected, and that's another usage of the range function. You can use that as well whenever you want. So that is all for today's video. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and thanks for watching. Goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see a very important thing, and that is how can we hide and unhide the rows and columns in Microsoft Excel using the Visual Basic Code. So first of all, let us understand that what is this feature and where is it useful. Suppose you have selected a particular number of cells. So I have selected these 4 cells from this first row. And if I right click on it, then I should get let us just maximize it. So here I have selected these cells, and if I want to hide these cells, so you have to just click over here, and here you will get this option of hide. If you just select on it, then what happens is after C, the column D is hidden and you have got column E. Similarly, if you want to hide a particular row, you have to select that row like this, right click on it and go to hide. Once you click on it, you can see the first row has hidden and the row numbers that are visible are from second. Okay, now you can just press Ctrl Z to restore the things back to normal. Now this is exactly what is the feature of hide and unhide. But actually I have just shown you hide, so let us just unhide it as well. Now once the columns have been hidden, you can see that this kind of thing appears over here, that there is something was present over there but it was hidden. So if you just right click over here, you get this option of unhide. So if you just click on unhide, then this column D is unhidden and you can just increase its width to anything that you like. Okay, and similarly you can go with rows as well. So that was the feature of hide and unhide and where it is used. Suppose in a company you are preparing a spreadsheet and that contains some of the data that is not to be shown or that is not to be viewed by everyone. There is some kind of data that only a manager needs to view, there is some kind of data only an employee needs to view, or there is some kind of data that only the client needs to view, or some kind of data needs to be hidden from the client. So in case of that, you do not need to make separate spreadsheets in Microsoft Excel, but using the same spreadsheet and specifying the user modes as different modes, which we have already covered in the previous video in our Excel course, you can just hide some of the columns for those particular users, and when you open that sheet for that particular user, then only those columns would be visible to him which are unhidden. So that is a pretty important feature that is given to us by Microsoft Excel. And let us see that how can we hide or unhide the rows and the columns using the Visual Basic or the VBA code. So let us just minimize our Excel. So both our code, VBA code, VBA editor and Excel are visible. Now first of all, let's create a new sheet, that's sheet 12. Go to the insert tab and insert a new module. Now let's rename it as row hide. Okay, so that's the name of our module. And let's first start by creating a sub procedure. So write SUB for sub procedure, and in the sub procedure you got to write its name, which is nothing but row hide. So this is going to be the name of our macro. Open and close the parenthesis, and adding of the end sub means that yes, Visual Basic has recognized this as a sub procedure. Now what we are going to do is actually write our code. So what code we are going to write is, first of all, we are going to hide some of the rows. Okay, so for that we are going to use the range function as always. So let's use the range function, and in the range function let us just reference a particular cell or a single cell. Suppose you want to hide the 8th row. So what you got to search for is A8. You got to write A8, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, put a dot and search for something written as rows. Now here you do not need to search for row, but you have to search for rows. There are two things, row and rows. You have to search for rows, that's a plural, put a tab, then put a dot, and then you have to search for something called as hidden. Now once that's written, you have to provide the value as true. The true value for hidden indicates that yes, we are going to hide our rows. And if you provide a value as false, that means that you want to unhide your rows. So just provide it with true. And let's run this. So you might have noticed that after the row number 7, what we have got is the row number 9. And the row number 8, which was previously visible to us, has now been hidden. That is because of this line of code. Similarly, instead of A8, suppose you want to just hide any other row. Suppose you want to hide A12. Basically, A is just for reference. So 12 is the row that we want to hide. So just provide rows, this plural form, dot hidden over here, and set its value as true. Now if you just run it, now you can notice that right now this 12 row is visible over here. But now if we just run this code using F5, then what will happen is this row would go away. Okay, so it asks us to select our macro row hide and just run it. Now you can see that this row number 12 has been hidden, and that's how you can go with it. Now once you have hidden the rows, you decide that no, now I want to unhide them, and you want to unhide the rows. So how can you go with it is, you can simply just type the same syntax, and instead of true, what value you need to provide is false this time. So a false value will indicate to VB that now you want to unhide those rows, and you can just write this false simply like this. And one by one, let's run the code by using the step into function, that is the F8 shortcut. First of all, the row number 8, so you got to divert your attentions over here. So this is the row, okay, and if I just press F8, let's just get the focus here. And you can see after 7, the row number 8 is now visible clearly. And now for the row number 12, let's just again press F8, and you can see that the row number 12 is now visible as well. So that's how you can unhide the rows. But that was for a single row. However, if you want to perform the same action for the multiple rows, then how can you go with it? Let's just delete this piece of code and write a fresh piece of code, that is using the range function. What you can do simply is provide a range of rows, like from A1 till A10 is the rows you want to hide. You gotta put a dot, search for rows, put a dot again, and search for hidden, and then you can provide the value as true, and that's it. If you run this code, then 1 to 10 rows are hidden, and the row number you can see starts from 11 right now. If you want to unhide it, then you can simply press or provide its value as false, and when you run it, 1 to 10 are again visible, all the rows are visible. So that's one method of referring to a range of rows. But what happens if you want to search for any other method? If you do not want to provide it with a column name, then what you can do is use the method that we learned in the previous video, that you provide a number. This is the column number, then you put a colon, and then you provide the number of rows that you want to hide. So I want to hide 13 rows. Then put a double quotes, put a parenthesis, put a dot, search for the plural rows, put a tab, again put a dot, search for something called hidden, put a tab, put equals, and then change its value to true. Now if you just run it, then you can see 13 rows have hidden, and the row number now starts from 14. So if you just change its value back to false, then what happens is all the rows would be visible. So that was all about hiding the rows and unhiding them. Similar things can be done with the help of columns also. What you got to do for that is, instead of this row, what you got to provide it with is columns. Now there should be this plural columns as well, like you use this plural rows, there must be this plural columns, and for this columns you have to select the letters. Suppose we want to hide columns from A till H, so A colon H is what you need to provide, and just change its value to true. Now if you just run this piece of code, then A to H columns have hidden, and now the columns start from I. But if you want to hide a single column, so let's say you want to hide column number O1, you can just select O1 and you can just run it, and you can see after N, O is hidden and P is now visible. So if you want to unhide it, you can just change its value to false, and you can run it and see that O is now visible. So that is all for today's video, in which you learned about how to hide and unhide the rows and columns in Microsoft Excel using the Visual Basic Code. That's all for the video, and I hope you all have enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. In today's Excel VBA video, what we are going to do is see that how can we perform some of the manipulation over the Microsoft Excel sheets using the Visual Basic Code. So up till now we have been seeing that how can we provide manipulations over the cells of a particular sheet in Microsoft Excel using the VB code. So in this video we are going to see some of the manipulations that we can perform on sheets. So let us just we have this sheet 12, and let's just open some more sheets. So now we have sheet 13, sheet 14 and sheet 15. So we are going to perform all our operations on these three sheets only. So first of all, let us just create a new macro for this purpose. Now I have my VBA editor over here using the shortcut Alt F11. That's the same shortcut you can use as well. Now go to the Insert tab and insert a new module, and let's just rename it as Sheets. So it would tell us that yes, we are going to perform some actions on the sheets, and let's create a sub procedure and provide this sub procedure as a name as sheets, which is going to be the name of our macros as well. And now VB has recognized it as a sub procedure. Now what we are going to do is see that how can we provide any kind of like manipulation over the sheets. So currently we are in sheet 13, and if we write any function, suppose we write the range function, and using the range function we want to change the values of particular cells. From A1 till cell A10 we want to change its value as hello. That's what we want to do. Okay. Now if we just run it, you can see cells A1 till A10 have got their values as hello. Why in sheet 13? Because we are currently in sheet 13. So if we change our sheet, current sheet, to sheet 14, and now we run it, then what happens is the same thing happens in sheet 14. Now this sheet 14 has all these contents, but what happens if currently you are in sheet 14 but you want to change the contents of sheet 15 while your current or active sheet is sheet 14? Then how can you go with it? So luckily Microsoft Excel VBA provides you a code for just that. You have in Microsoft Excel VB a function known as sheets. This is sheets, that is plural of sheet. So let's just search for that function that starts with the capital S and sheet, and you gotta provide it with a S, that's the plural, and within the parenthesis you need to provide the number of the sheet. Okay, suppose I want to provide manipulations to my sheet number 15, so just provide 15, close the parenthesis, and once you press a dot you got to provide this whole range function over here. So let's just go to this range function, and now this is the thing that we are going to do. So let's just run this code. Okay, so the problem that we have got over here, actually the problem was instead of sheets, what is the name of the function is worksheets. So sheets is not the name of the function, but worksheets is the name of the function. So if you write this worksheets, and now if we just run the code, then you have got no error, which means this line has been executed clearly. So let's go to sheet 15, and now you can see A1 till A10 we have got this hello over here. So that was one method of using the worksheets function. Suppose you have another sheet as sheet 16 and you have renamed it to something like say SH. Okay, that's the name of our sheet, SH. Now instead of the number, if you have renamed some of your sheets and you want to refer to that particular name of that particular sheet, then using the worksheets function, instead of this sheet number, what you can provide is the name of that particular sheet. So how can you provide a name, since name is something that is in a string format? You got to provide it with double quotes, and within double quotes you got to provide exactly what is the name of the sheet. So let us just keep all the remaining things as same, and let's go to sheet 15, so that our active sheet is something else and we want to perform manipulations over some else or some other sheet. And now if you want to just click the run function or run it, then you can see no error we have got. If you want to just check it, go to sh, and here A1 till A10 we have got our values as hello. So that's how you can refer to the sheets. You can change the contents of one sheet while you are in some other sheet. Now what happens if you want to add some sheet? Right now we have around 16 sheets, but you want to add some more sheets. Simply you can just press this plus function, but there is this VB we are talking about right now. So let's see how can we add sheets using the VB. So search for this function or add this function called worksheets, and you can just provide a dot, and here you can see you have got this bunch of options. So all these options you can see. So you have to search for an option called add, which is exactly the first option, and once you just run it, you can see a sheet number 17 has been added. But what happens is our focus was on sheet sh and sheet 17 was added before it. So you can just run it once again and see that before sh the sheet 18 has been added. But what if we want to add any sheet after sh? That is you can just drag it, of course, but what happens if we want to change it through the Visual Basic Code? Then what happens is you have got actually a method just for that. So let's just see. You can just go to worksheets dot add, put a tab, then you got to provide it after. So once you just put a space, then you have got all these options that you want to add before, you want to add after. So I want to add after, put a colon, put an equals sign, and after which sheet. So you need to identify that after which sheet you want to add. I want to add after sheet 18. So to refer to that, you again need to use the worksheets function. Within parenthesis write the name of the sheet, that is sheet 18, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis. So let's just omit this code, let us just clean up this code, and now if we just run it, then you can see sheet 19 is added, but it is added after sheet 18. Similarly, if we just run it again, then sheet 20 is added after sheet 18. So that's how you can go with it. That's how you can specify that after which particular sheet you want to add a sheet. But instead of after, if you want to go for before, if you want to add a sheet before, say sheet 17, we have sheet 17 with us, and this is sheet 17. Before sheet 17 we have got sheet 15, so we want to add a new worksheet before sheet 17, so you got to provide this parameter as before. And once you run it, you can see the sheet number 21 is added before sheet 17. So that is exactly how you can work with it. You can provide this sheets option, how you can go before, how can you go after. So that was about with the name, but as we know that the worksheets function also accepts another argument, that is a number. So if you want to add a worksheet before worksheet number 21, so that's the number that we have provided with it, that is worksheet number 21. And if we just run it, then you can see over here this sheet is added after sheet 22. Now when we are referencing with a number, then sheet 19, which was the last sheet, is treated as sheet 21, and before sheet 21 means before sheet 19 a new sheet is added, that is sheet number 22. Similarly, right now sheet 19 is on sheet number 22. So if we just provide 22 and we click on run, then before sheet 19, which is referenced as number 22, a sheet named as sheet 23 is added. However, if we just go for it like after, and instead of 22 we need to just change it to 23 right now, and we click on run, then after sheet 19 sheet 24 is added. Why? Because sheet 19 is given the number 23 internally. So that's about how you can add worksheets using the VB code before particular sheet, before a particular sheet referenced with a number or a name, and after a particular sheet referenced with a name or a number. So that is all for today's video. I hope you all have enjoyed it. Thanks for watching and goodbye. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel for the VBA video, we are going to see some of the basic operations that we can perform over the sheets in Microsoft Excel. So up till now, we have been looking at the various functions or the various operations that we can perform over the cells or a range of cells using the VB code in Microsoft Excel. But from the previous video, we started about our sheets. So from this video onwards, or basically the previous video onwards, till some other videos, we are going to concern ourselves with some of the operations that are associated with the sheets in Microsoft Excel. So here I have created a new workbook. I have not saved it yet. That is why it has got the default name of book 1, and currently I am on sheet 1. So let us start. In today's video, what we are going to see is, first of all, we are going to see a property of Microsoft Excel worksheets. This property is known as the name property. Now using this name property, what all operations we can perform is what we are going to see today. So let us start with our code. So for that, first of all, we need to bring up the VBA editor. So for that, we have a shortcut with us, Alt F11, and this is our VBA editor. So let us just adjust the position of the Excel as well, so that both these screens are visible to you now. Now go to the VBA editor, go to the insert menu and click on a module. This will enable you to insert a new module. Now let us rename it to something meaningful. I'm naming it as name sheets because we are going to work with the name property of the sheets. That's why I've given this name, but you are free to choose any name for yourself. Now you can just select this module and minimize this Microsoft Excel objects, because we do not need to work on that. We currently need to work on the modules. Now in the modules, we need to create a sub procedure first. So just type sub for the sub procedure and provide a name. This, as you all know, is going to be the name of our macro. So just provide a meaningful name, open and close the parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, VB will recognize it that yes, it is a sub procedure, and will add the end sub line to terminate this sub procedure. Now what we are going to first look at is how can we add the sheets using a custom sheet name. Up till now we have looked in the previous video that how can we add sheets in Microsoft Excel. So if we just revisit it quickly, then we need to write this worksheets function, then put a dot, and we had this add option. So if we just put a tab and we try to run this code, then a sheet 2 would be added before sheet 1, which is the current sheet. Also in the previous video we learned about that how can we add a sheet at a particular position. So that I'm not going to tell again. If you want to watch it, you can just watch the previous video. But what if you want to add a sheet with a custom name? So how can you go with it? You have to assign or access a property known as the name property. Okay. Now here if you just type it, then it would go like a worksheets, because we are going to work with worksheet. So just type in worksheet, then put a dot. Since we are going to add a sheet, so this add property must be there. Then again you need to put a dot, and now what we are going to do is actually use the property known as the name property.
Now if we just write name, then we need to provide it with a custom name, and this is the same name with which the sheet would be added. So you just put an equal sign, and within double quotes you gotta write the name. Why double quotes? Because it is a string value, so it needs to be provided within double quotes. So what I'm going to write is custom name, put a space and write NAME name, and you can just click on run. Then you can see that what happens is one of the worksheets is added. Up till now we had two sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2. Now using this line of code, worksheets.add, a new sheet, sheet 3 is added with the default name. But using this line of code, a new sheet is added which was named as custom name over here. So if we just try to rerun it with the help of the step into function, so that you would be able to understand it in a better way. So but what we need to do for that is change the name of this worksheet, because there cannot be two sheets with the same name in the same workbook. So let us just name it as custom sheet. Okay, now if we use the step into function using the shortcut key F8, then what happens is, first of all, this worksheets.add function is going to execute. If we just press F8, then you can see the worksheets.add function executed, and it added a sheet with the name as sheet 5 in our workbook. Now we have this second statement which would add another worksheet in our workbook, but with a name as custom sheet. So if we just press F8 again, then you can see that a new sheet before sheet 5 has occurred over here, or is added in the workbook, and its name is now custom sheet. So that is how you can actually add a sheet with a custom name in Microsoft Excel, or with any other name, any name that you like. Okay, now the question is, once you have added the sheets, can you rename them? Suppose I have this sheet 5 and I want to rename it. So a general procedure is, you just right click over here, go to this rename option, and then you would be able to rename it, or you can just simply double click over this name and you would be able to rename it. But since we are looking at VB, so we want to rename a sheet that is already added with the help of the macros. So is it possible to rename a sheet using macros? The answer is yes. There are two ways to do that. First way, let us first just clear up this code. First option is, you got to access that sheet. So there are two ways to access the sheet. We already know that. One way is using the position of the sheet, and the second way is using the name of the sheet. So suppose you want to access the sheet using the name of the sheet, then how can you go with it? You use the worksheets function to access a sheet. Just type in worksheets, then open the parenthesis. Within the parenthesis, in double quotes, you need to provide the name of the sheet which you want to rename. I want to rename sheet 5, so I'm just typing sheet 5 like this, then close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, then put a dot. Now what property you need to access right now is called as the name property. You need to access the name property. So NAME is the name property, and using this name property you can assign a custom name or any other name that you like. So within double quotes you need to provide it with a name. So I'm just providing it as renamed sheet. Okay, and let us just run it. So you can see that after before custom name there was a sheet named as sheet 5, but now there is a sheet named as renamed sheet. The reason why, because sheet 5 is now renamed as renamed sheet. Okay, now what happens if you want to access it using a position? So if you just right click over the arrows given over here, you will get all the sheets that are currently present in your workbook. So here you can see that we have a sheet called as sheet 3 and its position is 4th. If we start from 1, 2, 3 and it's at the 4th position. So okay, let us just rename it. So how can we go with it? You can just clear up this piece of code and just leave this worksheets function over here. Okay, you need to write the worksheets function, you need to open the parenthesis, and within the parenthesis, instead of the name, you need to provide the number. Since we are providing the number, so it is no need for us to provide it within double quotes. Simply just type the number, since the position we are targeting is the 4th position. So just type in 4, close the parenthesis, put a dot, and again you need to access the same property that is known as the name property. Put an equal sign, and now within double quotes you need to provide the name of the sheet to which you want it to be renamed to. So what I want is rename sheet. The previously we had renamed sheet, now we are providing rename sheet. The reason why, because there cannot be 2 sheets with the same name in the same workbook. So that is our piece of code, and let us run it. We know that sheet 3 is at the target position, so it's after sheet number it's after custom name and before sheet 2. So just keep an eye over there what happens. We just run here, then you can see that sheet 3's name is now changed to rename sheet, and that's how you can work with the name properties of the sheets. So this is all for today's video, but you would be learning more and more about sheets in the coming videos, so stay tuned. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Excel VBA videos, we are going to continue our discussion from the previous video itself, in which we started our discussion about the name property, and also we are going to discuss another property of the sheets in today's video. So let's start. This is our screen from the previous video itself, where we created a macro named as name sheets, and in this macro we provided some code which was used to rename a sheet. So in the previous video we talked about how can we add a sheet with a custom name and how can we rename an existing sheet. Okay, so these were the 2 things that we talked about in the previous video. In today's video, what we are going to see is what are the other applications of this name property of the worksheets. Okay, now this name property is not only used to assign a simple name to a particular sheet, but it can also be used to get the name of the sheets. It is a two-way property, which means that it can be used to set the name of the sheets, and on the other hand it can also be used to get the name of the sheets. So up till now we were using this name property to set the name of a particular sheet, but what happens if you want to get the names of a particular sheet? Then also you can use this name property. So the question is, how can we do that? So let's see. Let us just clear this line of code, and if we just right click over here, then you can get this activate menu, and in this activate menu you will get all the names of the sheets that are present in the current workbook. Okay, so from here we can find out the position of a particular sheet, and if you want to use the name property for getting the name of the sheet, then you must use the position for that purpose. Okay, so suppose I want to know that what is the name of the sheet that is at the 2nd position in my workbook, then what code do I need to write? Okay, so let us jump to our VB. Actually the name is renamed sheet, that's what we are hoping to get. So let us go to our VB code, and here we first need to type in the worksheet function. Okay, so just type in worksheets, within the parenthesis provide it with the index, that is 2, close the parenthesis and put a dot. Now after the dot you need to write the name of the property, which is nothing but the name property. Okay, so name. This would help you to get the name of the sheet. Since we are not using the equals operator, we are not assigning it to anything, so VB would itself recognize that right now what we want to do is get the name of the sheet that is present at the 2nd position. Now it would give us a name, but we need to store the name at some place, or we need to show it to the user in some way. So one way to do that is use a message box. A message box we have already seen is a kind of a box that shows you some kind of information. It shows you some kind of a message. So let's just write the message box. for that message box, what is the code? Let us write it over here. You simply need to type in the word message box, that is MSGBOX, message box, and within parenthesis you need to provide what value you want over here. So what value do I want? I want this particular value, this whole value. Okay, so let us just cut this piece of code from here and paste it over here. So what this code says, that whatever is the name of the sheet which is present at the second position must be displayed in the form of a message box using this piece of code. Okay, so let us just run it, and when we run it, you can see that in Microsoft Excel this is a thing shown over here. This is actually known as a message box, and in the message box, what message do we get is the name of that sheet. And now you can click on OK, and this is the exact function of message box. But whenever you are trying to access the name of a sheet, it is not a very good practice to use a message box. The reason why, it would show the sheet name in the form of a message, and you cannot copy that name, or you cannot use that name anywhere else. Okay, so what you can do is simply use a particular cell, and in that cell you can store the value of that particular sheet. So for that purpose, what do we need to do is first access the particular cell, and we have been working with cells for a pretty long time now, so we know that to access the cell, simply we can use the range function. Within double quotes in the parenthesis, we need to provide the name of the cell. So suppose I want it to be displayed in A5, and you put a dot and provide it with a value operator. So put a tab equals. Now what value we need to provide is worksheets2.name. So you can either type the code, or I'm simply using it as copy and paste it. Okay, so let's see what happens right now. So just press the F8, which is the shortcut for the step into function. First, this line of code would be executed, which would show us a message box. Yes, we get this message box. You can simply click on OK, and then if we again press F8, then you can see that in the cell number A5 we have got the name of the sheet, which is nothing but renamed sheet. And you can just again press F8 to complete the execution of the macro. So this was how you can put your sheet name in a cell. Now there is one more thing that you need to know about the message box, that if we just try to run it again, if we try to run this piece of code again, then what happens is we have got this message box. Now while this message box is open, if we try to click anywhere else, then you can see it gives us that ding from the computer, which means that we cannot use any of the functions of Microsoft Excel while this message box is open, which is again a drawback for us, and that is why it is not advisable to use a message box. And that is why you can obviously use a cell to display the name of the sheets. Until and unless you click on OK, you cannot use any of the functions of Microsoft Excel or VB. So this is what a drawback is. So now you can just press the F8 function, so we get our sheet over here. And that's how you can actually use the multiple sheets. We just showed the name of a single sheet, but if you want to show the name of multiple sheets, suppose you need to use the range function and show the name of any other sheet. So simply you can just type it. Suppose in the cell number B5 you want to show the name of some other sheet, the sheet that is present at position 3. You can simply write worksheets on position 3 dot name is what you want to do. So let's just clear up this piece of code of message box, and let us run it using the step into function again, so that you are able to understand it. First, this line of code is executed, but no change is shown because it is already present over there. Then again, if we press F8, then you can see custom name, which is the name of the sheet that is present at the first position, actually is shown over here. Okay, Now you can just open it by right clicking over here, and you can see over here that what happens here. Okay, you can just see that custom name and renamed name, and similarly using this option you can access as many sheets as you want. So that was about how you can use the name property to get the names of the particular sheet in Microsoft Excel. Now what happens is once you have got the names of the sheet, this was actually all about the name property, and now we have another property with us, and this property helps us to copy the sheets from one place to another. So basically what a copy function do, we all know that it copies the data from one place to another. We can copy the data of the cells simply using the Control-C and Control-V function, but what if we need to copy the whole sheet, or we need to move the whole sheets? Then what we can do, this is the exact procedure that we need to follow. So instead of the VB, first of all let us look at what are the steps in Microsoft Excel for the copy function. If you want to copy any sheet, suppose this is the rename sheet, this is what I need to copy. Okay, actually yeah, this is the rename sheet that I want to copy, and okay, actually this renamed sheet is what I want to copy. I want to create a copy of this renamed sheet. Okay, so what can I do is just right click over here, and there is this option of move or copy. So using this particular option is what I need to copy it. Okay, so this is simple using Microsoft Excel, but in the next video we are going to see that how can we use this option using the Visual Basic Code. So that is all for today's video, and I hope you all have enjoyed it. You must have learned something new, and stay tuned for the next video to learn about the copy function. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel for VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion which we started from the previous video, and this discussion was about copying and moving sheets in Microsoft Excel. So let us start. In front of your screen you can see that this is the workbook which I created in the previous video, and we were trying to copy this sheet known as renamed sheet to some other place. So to copy it simply using Microsoft Excel, what you need to do is just right click over here. When this sheet is present, you need to just right click. There is this option to move or copy. You can just click on this option, and when you do that you will get this kind of a menu which is a move or copy menu. From here you can select the workbook that you want to paste it in a particular workbook or in a new workbook. Okay, so I just want to paste it in the same workbook, that is book 1. And then there is another option that before which sheet you need to perform this action. I want to perform it before sheet 1, so you can just provide it with that particular sheet. You can just select that particular sheet, and your sheet would be moved to that particular position. Right now renamed sheet would be moved before sheet 1, and if you click on OK, then what happens is from here this sheet moved towards here, that is before sheet 1, and that's exactly what we wanted. But this is how you can perform the move function. What if you want to perform a copy function? Then what you can do is simply you can just right click over the sheet, go to again this move or copy option. The workbook is going to be the same, and when you want to create a copy, then there is an option of create a copy. You need to check this box and your sheet's copy would be created. So here again you can select that before which sheet you need to create a copy, but if you want to create a copy of this particular sheet at the very end, then this is this last option called move to end. You can just select this option, and once you click on OK, you can see that a new sheet is created over here, or a copy of renamed sheet is created over here, and by default or by the naming convention its name has been changed to renamed sheet, and within parenthesis you have got a 2, which means that yes, this sheet is actually a copy of this sheet. This sheet is original one and this is a copied one. Okay, so that's how the move and the copy function works. But that was about the Microsoft Excel. That was the easy way. But what if you need to perform the same action using the Visual Basic Code? So how can you do that? For that, let us just minimize our Microsoft Excel or restore its size so that both of the screens are visible. And okay, so let us just create a new module. Go to our VBA editor. If you do not have the VBA editor in front of you, simply you can use the shortcut Alt F11. Go to the insert menu and insert a new module. Let's just rename it as copy sheets. Okay, so that's the name of our module. Press enter, and once you open copy sheets in the code pane, let us just create a sub procedure. And in the sub procedure, let us again give it a name. This is actually going to the name of our macros. Open and close the parenthesis, press error in sub is what you get at the end to recognize that yes, it is a sub procedure. Now let us start with our thing, that is we need to just copy the sheets. First of all, let us understand the copy function. Okay, so for the copy function, what you need to do is first access the sheets. Okay, if you just right click over here, then you will find all the sheets list. So what I'm going to do is perform all my options on this custom sheet, on the sheet named as custom sheet. Okay, that's the first sheet, so click on OK. Now we need to first access the sheet named as custom sheet. Okay, so for that, what we need to do is use the worksheets function, which we have already read about, and within the parenthesis you need to provide the name of that particular sheet. So let's just provide as custom sheet actually, and just close the double quotes, close the parenthesis. Then you need to put a dot, and after the dot, what you need to do is provide it with a property or a function known as copy. So you have got this inbuilt function called copy, and after you press a space, you have an option of providing that before which sheet you need to copy. So that is similar to our menu that we got over there, the move or copy menu that we got over there. We can select that before which sheet we need to copy it. So if you just right click over here, you will get all the sheet list, and I want to copy it before say sheet 1. Okay, so for that, what we need to do is simply type in the keyword before like this, and after typing before, you need to provide it with a colon and an equal sign. So just put a colon, put an equal sign, then again put a space, and then you need to provide the name of the worksheet. So again use the worksheets function, and in parenthesis with double quotes write the name of the sheet before which you want to copy it. So that's sheet 1 in our case, and that is our line of code. Let us execute it. And if we just right click over here, so you get this menu, sheet menu. What you can see is custom sheet 2 is a copy of custom sheet is created just before sheet 1, which is exactly what we wanted. Okay, so that was about before. How can you copy a sheet before a particular sheet? But what if you want to copy it after a particular sheet? Now this is used when we are trying to use that move to end function. So if you want to move use that function, you do not have move to end option over here. What you can do is just right click click over here and find out the last sheet's name. It's right now renamed sheet 2, and after this particular sheet you can just copy your sheet. Okay, so that's actually RA named. I tried to give it renamed, but it was a typo. That is RA named. Okay, so let's just work on it. So what you need to do for that purpose is actually just get rid of this piece of code and write in worksheets function what sheet you need to copy. That's custom sheet. That's the name of the sheet, custom sheet that I want to copy. And what operation you want to perform, I want to copy it. Position after. Okay, after which thing? After a worksheet, which is need to be accessed with a worksheets function. And what is the name of the sheet? It is RA named sheet and space with parenthesis 2 to specify that yes, it is a copy, and close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, and when we try to run this piece of code, it's run. You can see after renamed sheet 2, we have got a custom sheet 3. Why sheet 3? Because we have already created a copy of this custom sheet with a 2. So you can see that in this activate menu, we have got our custom sheet 3. So that is how you can copy the sheets. Okay. So that was the usage of the copy function. But what if you want to move your sheets? Like we had this copy or move option. We had two options. We can copy the sheets or we can move the sheets. So what if you want to move the sheets? Then what happens? The syntax to move the sheets is same as the copy sheets. All you gotta do is simply write the piece of code, but instead of the copy property, you need to use the move property. So if we just right click over here, suppose I want to move sheet 1. Okay, so I need to access worksheets using the worksheets function. I need to access the sheet whose name is sheet 1. Then put a dot. Now instead of the copy property, we need to provide the move property. Then before after, that is the position that's mandatory to perform to put. Before, put a colon, then put an equal sign. Before which sheet? I want to move it to the first position, that is before worksheet named as custom sheet. So worksheets, and within double quotes you need to provide its name, that before which sheet. So in my case it is custom sheet. Okay, so that's how you can work with it, or simply I'm just going to copy it so that I can show you the after method as well. This time what I'm going to do is move a sheet named as sheet 2 and move it instead of before. I'm going to move it after. After which sheet? I'm going to move it after sheet 1. So wherever the sheet 1 is, after it we would get the sheet 2. Okay, so this is a piece of code and let's run it. Let's just look at the position right now. It's after custom sheet 2. Now if we just run it, and now if we look at the position, then sheet 1 and sheet 2 are at the first two positions, then is custom sheet and all the other sheets. So that's how you can use the move and the copy functions in Microsoft Excel using the VB. And that's all for this video. I hope you all have enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that how can we change the color of the sheets that are present with us in Microsoft Excel using the Visual Basic Code. Now when we are talking about changing the color of the sheets, what we are going to change is actually the tab color of the sheets. Now if you can just see over here, right now it's white in color, and if you just right click over here, you will get this option that is tab color. So if you just select any of the color from here, suppose I select this green, okay, then what happens is you can see that now if this sheet is referenced, then it is referenced in green color. So that's how you can change the tab color of the sheets in Microsoft Excel simply using the Excel. But since we are learning about VB, so we would be seeing how to do the same using the Visual Basic Code. But first of all, the thing that we must understand over here is what is actually the usage of changing the tab color of the sheets. Suppose you have a workbook that contains multiple sheets. Some of the sheets relate to the HR department, some of the sheets relate to the finance department, some of the sheets related to the manufacturing department, and so on. And all these sheets are present in the same workbook. Then you need to classify them, that which sheets are related to the HR department, which are to which department, and so on. So in that particular case, this color thing works very well. You can color code a particular sheet that simply, suppose for HR department you can give a color code as green, for the finance department you can give a color code as blue, and so on. So that is the usage of coloring the sheets using the tab color feature, and that's why Microsoft has given us this feature. So let us see that how can we use this feature using the macros in Visual Basic. So let us just open our VBA editor. I have already opened it from the previous video itself. If you need to open it, you can simply use the shortcut Alt F11 and you will get this screen in front of you. So go to the insert menu. Once you have opened it, go to the module to create a new module. Now in this module, what you need to do is provide the name of the sheet, but it could be anything that you provide, so it doesn't really matter that what you type over here, but you need to make one thing sure, that this name must be something that you should understand, so that afterwards if you see your code, you are able to understand that what this particular module does. Okay, now if you just press enter, so color sheets is what I have given this as a name, because we are going to actually color the sheets. Okay, so once you have opened your color sheets option in the VBA, what you are going to do is create a sub procedure, and in this sub procedure you need to provide a name, which is going to be actually the name of our macro. So usually I just provide the same name as the name of our module, which is color sheets. Open and close the parenthesis and press enter. Okay, so first of all, what do we need to do is actually change the color of the sheets. So for that, first of all, we need to reference that particular sheet whose color we need to change. Okay, we know to refer the sheets, we have got the worksheets function, and using the worksheets function, there are two ways through which we can refer a sheet. You can simply type worksheets within parenthesis. You can either provide the sheet name or the sheet position. First of all, let us see with the help of a sheet name. Suppose I have sheet name as sheet 1, and this is the name of the sheet whose color I want to change. Okay, so just close the double quotes and close the parenthesis. Now what property we need to access is the tab property, since the option that we had in Microsoft Excel was the tab color. So first property we need to access over here is known as the tab property. You can just put a dot, and you can just get the tab option, or if you do not get the option, you can simply type tab, then again you put a dot. In the tab property, what property we need to access is the color property. So you need to simply provide it as color color, and then you can put an equal sign. Now we have used this color property with our cells before in our previous videos, so we know that when we are using these colors, what value we need to provide. We can provide 8 basic values, that is the 8 basic colors which Visual Basic gives us, which are black, red, blue, cyan, magenta, yellow, green, and so on. Okay, so if you need to access or provide it with a particular color, then you need to write the name of the color prefixed with the VB. So I want to color it in magenta, so VB magenta is what I write, like this. Okay, and this is what we are going to do. So just run it. Yes, color sheets is what I'm going to run. So just select it, and you can see that sheet 1 is now colored in magenta. If you just go to any other sheet, and you will see that sheet 1 is now colored in magenta. Sheet 2 is colored in green color, and sheet 1 is colored in magenta, which we wanted. Now the other method is, there are actually 4 methods basically. The other method is, or the 4 ways which you can change the color of the sheets. Use the worksheets function, and instead of the name you need to provide the index. So for providing the index, let us right click over here. Custom sheet is whose color I want to change now, and it is present at the index 3. So worksheets and the index, you need to provide it as 3. Then close the parenthesis, put a dot, write the property value as tab, again put a dot, and you need to use this color. And using this color, you can specify any of the colors which you can use. So I'm going to change it to cyan. So let us provide it as VB cyan, because that is the convention that Visual Basic follows. Now VB cyan is what we're going to do. Let us just clear up this line of code, and when we run it, you can see custom sheet has been changed to cyan. Now if we just change our current active sheet to something else, you can see that custom sheet is now colored in cyan, and that's how you can go with it. So that was the second method. If we talk about the third method, so we already know that we can actually change the color of anything, be it the cells or the sheets, using two methods. One is the color method and the other is the color index method. When we are using the color method, we need to provide the name of the color prefixed by the letter VB, but when we are using the color index, we need to provide the index of the color. Okay, so let us just use this color index property. Instead of color, you need to write color index like this, put an equal sign, and you need to provide it with a value. So the value I'm providing is 20, and instead of 3, I'm just going to change its position at 4, which means the current sheet is custom name, or actually custom name sheet is whose color I want to change with a color index of 20. So if you just click on it, then you can see that we have got this light blue color, which is actually what we must get when we're using the color index 20. So that's the light blue color with which our sheet named as custom name is changed to. Now what happens, we can use this color index property with instead of the sheet index, if we provide the sheet name in the worksheets function. So that is the fourth method. So within double quotes, you need to provide the name of the sheet, which is nothing but rename sheet, like this. And the color index, this time going to change its value to a 50. Okay, like this. And if we just click on run, then you can see it has got a dark green color shade. So that's what it is. That's what we get on color index 50. So that was the fourth method. The first method, using the sheet name in the worksheets function and the color property. The second method, using the sheet index in the worksheets function and the color index property. The third method, using the sheet index again in the worksheets function but using the color property. And the fourth method, using the sheet name in the worksheets function and using the color index property. So these are the four methods. Using any one of them, you can actually change the name of your sheet. The color of your sheet. Okay, now what happens is, once you've colored your sheet, if you want to change it back to normal, if you do not want to provide any of the color to this particular sheet, currently we are having the rename sheet over here. So right now it's of green color, but if we want to remove any color from it, okay, so what we can do is, using the worksheets function, you need to reference that particular sheet. So right now we are using this name. Then you can just put a dot and use the tab color property. So you need to provide tab, then again put a dot, and then you need to provide color and equals. Now in this equal sign, instead of providing it with a color, what you can provide it with a value known as false. When you provide it with false, then what will Visual Basic do is, it will just remove any of the colors that is present in that particular sheet. Okay, so now if you just run this code, you can see the rename sheet is now colored, is now removed its color, and it is now normal like the other sheets. Okay, so if you want to just change the color of any other sheet, like I have custom name, so let's just take a note at its position. It is at the 4th position. Now simply using the position or the index value also, you can just remove the color of a sheet. So the index value I've provided it is 4, and if I just run this piece of code, then you can see custom name is now not colored at all. So that is all about the color property or the tab color property that you need to know in Microsoft Excel. And that's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel for the VBA video, we are going to see a very important feature that is used to protect your data from unauthorized usage. So this feature is basically the hide and unhide feature in the worksheets. And why do we need to use this feature? The reason being that we have already covered about hiding and unhiding the cells. So the same thing applies to actually the sheets as well. Suppose you are having your workbook and you want multiple people to access this workbook, the same workbook, but you do not want the same data to be visible to all people. Suppose you have a single workbook that includes the records for the HR department, for the finance department, for the logistics department, etc. You do not want the HR department to know about the data of the logistics department, and you do not want logistics department to know about the data of the HR department. But all the data is in the same workbook, and when you show the workbook to the HR department, you need to make some settings that all the sheets of the logistics department or the finance department are hidden from the HR department, and similarly for the logistics department you want them to only show the sheets of the logistics department only. So this feature of hiding and unhiding sheets is what comes into play. Now we have a collection of sheets over here. Suppose we want to hide any sheet, you can simply go to that particular sheet, right click over here, and there is this option to hide it. Once you click on that, your sheet is hidden, and you right click over here, you cannot find that sheet over here. Okay, so that's how you can hide the sheets actually. Okay, so that was a simple method. But what if you want to do the same thing using the macros, using the Visual Basic Code? Then how can you go with it? Similarly, that's what actually we are going to see today. So simply, you know that you first need to open the VBA editor by using the shortcut Alt F11. Once you've got that, go to the insert menu and insert a new module. Now its name you need to change to something meaningful, so let's change to hide sheets. Okay, because that's something meaningful. And when we just open it in the code pane, let us provide it with a sub procedure and the name, which is going to be ultimately the name of our macro. So hide sheets, open and close parenthesis, and end sub would be added automatically by VB. Now when we need to hide the sheets, first of all we need to refer to that particular sheet which we want to hide. Suppose RA named sheet is what I want to hide. So how can I go with it? Use the worksheets function. Why we are using this worksheets function? Because we need to refer to a particular sheet. Now we are referring to that particular sheet using the sheet name. So let's just use the sheet name as RA named space sheet. Okay, then since we are using name, which is a string property, we use the double quotes. When you have written this, then you can put a dot, and you can use a property known as visible. Now there are two possible values for this visible property. The first value is true. If we just set it to true, then nothing would happen, no change would happen, because it is right now visible. So in order to hide it, we need to set the visible property to false, and when something is already hidden, then to unhide it we need to use the value of the visible property as true. So first we need to hide this sheet, so let us just use the visible value as false, so that it is not visible to us anymore. Okay, so this is what our code is, and that's our sheet. If we just run this piece of code, you can see after custom name we have got custom sheet 2, and if we just right click over here, you cannot find the sheet as RA named sheet anywhere. Okay, so to bring it back, we need to set its property as true, and if we just execute this piece of code, then this sheet is now visible at wherever its previous position was, that was before custom sheet 2. You can see over here that it is visible now. Okay, now we already have a sheet known as rename sheet that we just hid using the Microsoft Excel without using the VB code. So let us just bring it back as well. We can just run it, and you can see rename sheet is also present. If we just right click over here, yes, rename sheet is present. So that's how you can hide and unhide the sheets simply in Microsoft Excel, and that was a very simple example. So that was actually one method, but there is another method that instead of this name for the worksheets function, you can also provide it with like the index of the worksheet function. Okay, so let us just clear up this piece of code. If you want to refer to any sheet using the index, then you need to provide it worksheets is the name of the function. Within parenthesis you need to provide its index, that we all know. So just right click over here to find out the index whose sheet you want to hide. I want to hide custom name and its index is 4. Okay, So let us just provide an index of 4. So that's how we can refer to our sheet. And now the property that we are going to access is the visible property. So let's set visible equals false. Now custom name is right now visible, but if we set its value to false, then what happens is that you can see custom name is no longer visible. You can just right click over here and you can see custom name is no longer visible over here. Now right now what we can see from this particular data or this particular list is rename sheet is present at the index 4. So if we just run this piece of code again, then what happens is you can actually select hide sheets macro from here and you can run it. Then you can see that nothing happens. Rename sheet is not hidden. The reason being, we are seeing this list, but actually what is happening in the background is custom name is the name of the sheet which is present at the position 4. So if you again provide this piece of code, then nothing would happen. Okay, but if you just change its value to a true, then what would happen is, and you just run it, custom name was the name of the sheet, and it is now visible again. It is again present back at its position, that is position number 4. Now once we have hidden our sheet, and now we can easily work with hiding and unhiding the sheets. The next thing that is important is, what if you have hundreds of sheets and you want to move your cursor to a particular sheet, you want to activate a particular sheet. Then to activate a sheet, what you can do is just toggle over here like this and you would be able to activate any particular sheet. But there are, if a number of sheets, you can just increase its length over here from here and you would be able to just access more sheets. What if you have more than the sheets which can come over here? So you can just right click over here and you will get this menu, which is actually the activate sheet menu, and using this activate sheet menu you can activate any particular sheet. But it is also possible if there are a limited number of sheets. Suppose in your workbook you have like 500 sheets or 100 sheets, then how can you work with it? Okay, so for that purpose we have a function in Microsoft Excel, and this function is known as the activate sheets function. Now we have already seen it in the cells, that how can we activate cells or how can we select cells. So using this function we can actually activate or select a particular sheet in Microsoft Excel as well. So let us see that how can we use it. So instead of the visible property, we are going to use another property that is known as activate. So worksheets 4, that is whatever the worksheet is present, whichever worksheet is present at the index 4, you need to activate it. So the sheet is custom name and we need to activate this custom name sheet. If we just run it, then custom name sheet is now activated. So that was using the index. But what if instead of the index you need to provide the name of the sheet? The name of the sheet that we need to activate right now is sheet 1. So if we just provide this piece of code, then what will Visual Basic do if we just run it is, currently we have a sheet 1 activated and our cursor is in sheet 1. If we just right click, then in this activate list also we have got this sheet 1, which means sheet 1 is activated right now. There is another method to activate the sheet. Instead of activate function, you can use the select function. And let's just change the sheet name to say sheet 2, and when we run it, you see sheet 2 is activated. And if you just right click over here, then again in the activate list you can get this sheet 2 is activated. So that is all on how you can activate the sheets. How can you select a particular sheet using the VB, how can you hide or unhide the sheets. So that's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how using the Visual Basic for the applications editor and using the Visual Basic programming language, we can actually implement sheet protection over the sheets in Microsoft Excel. Now, the first question arises is, what is sheet protection and why do we need it? So, sheet protection is actually, as the name suggests, is the way through which you can protect your sheets from unauthorized access. Then why do we need it? We need it because data is a very sensitive thing and we need to protect our data from unauthorized usage or unauthorized access. That is why we need to put in check that only authorized users are able to access our data. That is why we need to provide sheet protection. Since in Excel sheets we put a lot of sensitive data, so it is equally important to implement the good strategies for protecting that particular data. So that is why we have got an option of sheet protection in Microsoft Excel. Now we have covered a detailed video in Excel that how can we implement sheet protection in Microsoft Excel. So I'm not going to revisit it. Instead, I'm going to show you in this video that how can we implement sheet protection using the Visual Basic code. Okay. So let us start with a procedure. We have our workbook named as book 1 and we have a bunch of sheets. Okay. Now in the sheet named as rename sheet, we have got some data. So we are just going to protect this sheet only. Okay. So you need to open up your VBA editor. The shortcut Alt F11, you can just press it anytime and VBA would be open in front of you. Now once you've opened your VBA, you need to go to the Insert tab and insert a new module. Now you can rename this module to anything you want. I'm just going to rename it as Protect Sheets, but make sure you give it a meaningful name and then open this Protect Sheets in the code pane and create a sub procedure for it and give it a name. Now the name of the sub procedure is going to be the same name of your macro. So again, make sure that you get something meaningful. Then you need to open and close the parenthesis and VB would recognize that yes, it is a sub procedure and would add end sub to make sure that yes, whatever code you write is between these two lines. Now we need to write the code to protect our sheets. So first of all, let us just break down that code. Now the thing is, we need to protect a sheet. So to access a sheet, we first need to use the worksheets function. Okay, because for the sheet protection, we need to first access that sheet. So to access that sheet, use the worksheets function. Within the parenthesis, you can either provide the index of the sheet or the name of the sheet. So I'm just providing its name. That is nothing but rename sheet. So that is the sheet name that I provided. Then I need to put a dot. When I put a dot, I need to provide it with a property, and this property will determine that what function would be performed on this particular sheet. So rename sheet is the name of the sheet, and what function I'm going to perform on this sheet is what I'm going to select using the property. So the property that I'm going to use is protect. So when I use this protect property, VB will recognize that yes, I want to protect my sheet. Now, a general convention is you need to protect your sheet using a password. I have protected my sheet. The next thing that I need to do is provide it with a password. So for the password, you just need to put a space, then write the keyword as password. And we know that in Visual Basic, whenever we write a keyword, we need to put a colon and then we need to use an equal sign. That is the same convention we used when we use the after and the before keywords. So this is the same thing we are going to do here as well. That is use the colon and the equal sign, and then you need to provide a password for your sheet. Here I'm going to provide a simple password because I'm just using it for the demo purposes, but if you want to protect your sheet, it is recommended that you provide a strong password. So I'm providing 1234, a simple password. Now right now, if you can see that I'm in rename sheet and I can easily get to this sheet because there is no protection in it. But once I run this code, it's run. Now you can see if I just right click over here, then you can see that we have this option of unprotect sheet over here. Okay, while in custom name we have this option of protect sheet. This option of unprotect sheet means that I cannot actually perform any action on this sheet while it is protected without a password. Suppose I want to enter any data in the cell of this rename sheet. Then I get this error from Microsoft Excel. The cell or chart you are trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet, you might be requested to enter a password. Okay. So if I want to make any changes to this particular sheet, then I need to unprotect it first, and then only I can make changes to this particular sheet. Okay, so to unprotect it, if I just right click and go to unprotect sheet, then it requires me to enter the password, and this is the same password that we provided while protecting the sheet. So until and unless you have the password to unprotect the sheet, you cannot actually unprotect the sheet and you cannot perform any changes to it. Okay, so yeah, I know that the password was incorrect. So now if I want to unprotect the sheet, I can do the same thing using the Visual Basic code as well. Okay, so we know now how to protect the sheet. Now how to unprotect the sheet? To unprotect it, use this worksheets function. You can just open and close the parenthesis, provide it with a name, and the name is nothing but rename sheets that we're going to unprotect, provided with a name. And now instead of the protect property, what property we need to provide it with is known as the unprotect property. So you need to write the keyword unprotect instead of protect. And now we know from Microsoft Excel that once we want to unprotect our sheet, we need to provide the password to unprotect it. So once you write this unprotect keyword, you need to provide password with which you need to unprotect it using the keyword password. Put a colon, put an equal sign because that's the convention, and provide the password, that is 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now your sheet would be unprotected only if your password is correct, but if your password is wrong, your sheet won't be unprotected. So let us just comment this out, and when we run this, then you can see rename sheet is unprotected. If you just write anything over here, over any of the cells, then it is possible to write. Okay, so now one thing more. Let us come to VB again, and let us just uncomment it and comment this. Now we are again protecting our sheet with the password 1234, and protect sheets is what I want to run. Now rename sheet is again protected. You can see this all menu bar has been disabled. Now what if I want to unprotect it again, but I provided with a wrong password? Then what happens? 1234 was my password, but I provided with simple 123, which is a wrong password. Now if I just run it, then I will get this error. The password you supplied is not correct. Verify that the caps lock key is off, and be sure to use the correct capitalization. You can just debug it, you can end it, and now you know that if you provide the wrong password, then also you are not able to unprotect your sheet using VB as well. So in order to unprotect your sheet, you must provide a correct password, which is 1234 in this case. So if instead of 123 you provide it with 1234, and then let us just stop its execution right now, and if we try to again execute it, then what happens is simply press F8 from your keyboard, again F8 from your keyboard, and again F8 from your keyboard. You get no error, but instead in the rename sheets you can see that all this tab is now visible, is now enabled, which means yes, you can perform any kind of editing that you want, which means yes, your sheet is now unprotected. And again you can press F8 to bring yourself out of the macro protect sheets, and that's how you can protect a sheet. But there is another way, which we already know, that using the worksheets function, either we can use this rename sheet function or the index of the sheet to refer to that particular sheet. So if instead of the name of the sheet you want to provide the index of the sheet, then also you are able to protect or unprotect your sheet. So that is all about how you can actually refer to your sheets, you can protect your sheets in Microsoft Excel, and that's all for the video. Thanks for watching.
Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that how can we perform some of the operations over a workbook in Microsoft Excel. Now, Up till now, in the previous videos, we have seen about the various operations that we can perform over the cells or over single sheets in Microsoft Excel. Now, in today's video, we are going to start that how can we perform some of the operations over the workbook in Excel using the VBA code. So the first thing that we need to do is, let's see that how can we create a workbook in Microsoft Excel. So to create a workbook, we are going to actually do the same thing, that is the creation of the workbook using the macros. But before that, let's see what is the procedure to create a workbook. Once you are in your Excel, you can go to File, and then there is this new option. Here you will get a ton of options, that is what you can create. Either you can create a blank workbook, or you have got some of the templates from Microsoft Excel which help you to create that kind of a workbook. Like you can create a billing statement, you can create a blood pressure tracker, expense report, and many more things. So if you want to create a new workbook, you simply can go to a blank workbook and you would be able to create a new workbook for yourself. But in this video, we are not going to see that what happens if we just create something like from Microsoft Excel, but we are going to look about the Visual Basic code. So let's start. Once you're in Microsoft Excel, you can just simply open your Visual Basic for Applications editor using the shortcut Alt F11. After you have opened it, you can go to the Insert menu to insert a new module, and let's change its name to Create Workbook. Make sure to give it a meaningful name so that you can later identify that what is its purpose. Now let's create a sub-procedure. Also, let us name it as Create Workbook. Now whatever name you provide your sub-procedure is going to be the same name that your macro is going to have. Now this is what a sub-procedure looks like in Visual Basic. So inside the sub-procedure, we can write any piece of code. The piece of code that we need to write is actually adding a workbook or creating a workbook. Since we are talking about a workbook, so the function that we have got in Visual Basic for this purpose is known as workbooks. Now in the previous videos, you have already seen that we want to access sheets, so we've got a function as worksheets. That is same naming convention is followed over here as well. Since we are trying to access a workbook, so the name of the function that we have got over here is workbooks. Now once you have written workbooks, make sure that you write it in the plural form, that is workbooks, put an S at the end, then you put a dot, and you have got all these options. From these options, you can see that many of them are self-descriptive, but what option we are searching for right now is the add option. When you write this add option, what would happen is a new workbook would be added. Now with this step, what will you do is you will create a new workbook for yourself, and just the creation of the workbook doesn't mean that your workbook is being saved at a particular location. It is just the creation of the workbook. So this statement would help you to create a workbook, but once your workbook is created using this function or this statement, you need some other piece of code to save that workbook. Okay, so let us execute this, and you can see that we have got a new workbook open. Let us just maximize it so you are able to see it. You can see we have got a new workbook by the name of book 1. If you want to cross check it, you can see now 3 tabs. So that's how our workbook is created. Our new workbook by the name book 1 is now created. Okay, now let us come back to our VBA editor. Here we perform this action of creating a workbook, and now the book is created. Now what happens if once our book is created and we perform some actions to it? Now once we have performed some actions, then we need to just actually save it as well. So how can we save our workbook? Okay, so that for that, what you can do is you can actually save it while it is being added. Like once you have added this workbook, this statement, then in this statement only you can save that workbook. Okay, that means either you can just write this statement and the workbook is created. like this book 1 is created right now, and if you want to save it, you can just go to file and go to the save as option. But if you do not want to do that, you want to do something or everything using the Visual Basic Code, then what you can do is simply save the workbook like this only. So how can we work with that? For that, what you need to do is just use this workbooks function, put a dot, and use this add function. This is mandatory because we are trying to add a workbook, so this function is mandatory. But after add, you can again put a dot, and you can see there is a lot of options over here as well. So from these options, what option we are going to choose is a save as option. Now here also you can see there are two options, the save option and the save as option. The save option can only be used when we are trying to save a workbook that's already present and we have done some changes to it. But since we are trying to create a new workbook and then save it, so we have to use the save as option in this case. Okay, so let's use the save as option. Actually save as option is what we are going to use, not the save option. So save as is going to be our option. Then you need to put a space. Now once you put a space, you can see that there is a syntax that Visual Basic has given you, and using this syntax you can easily find out that there are these bunch of things which you can provide, such as first thing, you can provide it as a file name, then you can provide a file format, a password if it is password protected, if only read only, if you want to create its backup, what is its access mode, and many other things. But since all these things are given in square brackets, which means that all these parameters are optional, you can provide either one or more than one or none of these parameters. Okay, so what we are going to provide it with is a file name. Using this we can provide it with a custom file name, and also we can specify the path that where this workbook is going to be saved. So we are going to use the file name parameter, and we know to use the parameter, what thing we need to do is we need to write the name of the parameter. So this name of the parameter that is given over here, that is in the bold, file name, you have to write it as it is, that is file name. The convention should be same, that is F should be capital and N should be small in file name, and they should be as a single word. Then you can put a colon over here and put an equal sign, and as you press space, you need to provide the path, the whole path where this workbook is going to reside, and apart from that path you also need to provide the name of this workbook. Okay, so I have a path with me, so for that path I can just go to file and open. So where my sheet VBA is present actually. So this is my path. If you want to go to your path, you can open your current worksheet, then go to the save as option and go to the browse folder, and in this browse folder from here you can just copy the path. Okay, so I have copied my path, and this is the same path where I am going to just provide it. Now instead of Excel VBA, I am going to, actually Excel VBA was the name of my folder, so let's just keep it that way, Excel VBA. Then again put a slash, and then you need to provide the name of the workbook. With this name your workbook is gonna be saved. So let's just save macro created. This is going to be the name of my workbook, that's macro created. And then you can just put a dot, and you need to provide its extension. The extension, default extension for Microsoft Excel Sheets is .xlsx. So XLSX is that extension. You can provide this extension, and that's it. So this is how you can create a workbook and save it as well. So let's just delete this statement because this is the statement we're going to work on, and let's just run it, and you can see that a new workbook is created. And if you see now, its name is not book 2, which should be by convention, but its name is as macro created. Why? Because as soon as it was created, it was also saved in the folder. If you go to file and you try to open a workbook, you can go to this browse option, and you can see that sheet VBA is present, and I chose the same location where sheet VBA was present for the macro created workbook as well. So now macro created workbook is also saved in the same location where this sheet VBA was present. So now you can see that yes, macro created workbook is now saved as well. So that's how you can create a workbook and as well as save it using the macro or the Visual Basic Code. That's all for the video. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how using the Excel VBA, once we have created a workbook, then what operations we can perform on it afterwards. That is, how can we open a workbook in Microsoft Excel, and after that performing some changes, how can we save it or how can we close the workbook. So in the previous video we learned about how to create a workbook, and after its creation we saved it at a place with a custom name. So if you have remembered, then macro created was the name of the workbook which we created and saved it. So I'm in currently this workbook only, which is the same workbook which we created using the VB code. Okay, so now what we're going to do is actually open a workbook using the Visual Basic Code or the VBA editor. So let's see what we need to do. First of all is press Alt F11 from our keyboard to bring up this VBA editor. In this VBA editor, go to the insert menu to insert a new module. Now this module we can just rename it as we are performing operations on workbook, so op workbook is going to be our name of the module, and let's just create a sub procedure. Op workbook is the name of a sub procedure as well. Open and close the parenthesis, and this is a sub procedure that we have got. Inside it you need to write the code. Okay, so first of all what do we need to write is the code to open a workbook. So to open a workbook we first need to access the workbooks function. Okay, workbooks function we all know is the plural of the workbook which is used to access a particular workbook. Then you need to provide a dot operator. Then you can see that there are these various options available, and from this options you can just select this open option. Now once you selected open, you need to provide the name of the workbook which you want to open. Okay, so just put a space, and again you can see that there are all these things present in front of you, which means that all these options or all these parameters are possible whose value you can provide. So you can provide value of any of the parameters that you want, but to provide the value you first need to specify the name of the parameter. To specify the name of the parameter, you can just cross check the name from the list of the options given, like I want to specify the file name. Then after you have written the name of the parameter, you got to press the colon and then put an equal sign, then put a space. After this, in double quotes you need to provide the path of the workbook which you want to open. So let us just put the double quotes and just paste let's just search for the path. So we come to our Excel, go to file and open, and from here you can just go to browse, and in this browse you can just copy this path. Okay, and sheet VBA is the name of the sheet which we want to open. So let's just go back to our VBA, and within double quotes we can just paste it, put a slash and then write the name of the sheet, that is sheet space VBA. So this is the name of the file which we want to open. The reason why we are opening this file, because this is a macro enabled workbook, so we would be able to execute our macros very easily in it. So let's just see if we just try to run it, but let's just minimize it, and now if we try to run it, then you can see that our new sheet VBA, or our previous sheet that we had closed, sheet VBA, is now opened. So that's how you can open a workbook that is already present using the workbook function. Now let us make some changes to it. Suppose I just delete this value and I add some values like changes, anything that you want to, like changes made here in workbook. So that's what I want to just make the changes over here. Now I again want to save it. So what you can do is simply just go to the workbooks function. Either if you just use this workbooks VBA editor, there are two options to save a workbook. If you are in the same workbook and you want to save this workbook, then you can first open the VBA editor for sheet VBA workbook. Okay. Now if you open the VBA editor for the sheet VBA workbook, you can see there are 9 sheets available and all these modules are available. Now if you want to save the workbook from here, what you can do is simply just use this workbooks function, put a dot, and then there is this option of save. Okay. Or you can just use the parenthesis, and within double quotes you can just specify the name of the workbook that you want to save, and you can just simply save it. So let's just provide it with a name. The name is macro created .xlsx, that's the extension. Then again put a dot and you will get the option of save. So if we just try to execute it, okay, so that is that you need to use a different name, and the reason why we got this error in this line was because we have already created a workbook with the name of macro created in the same place. So let's just comment this line out, and now if we try to run it, then you can see that actually you cannot feel anything, but actually this macro created workbook is now saved. So that's how it works. That's how you can save a workbook. Now if you want to close a workbook, then how can you go with it? Suppose we are in sheet VBA and we bring up its VBA. Okay, now if you want to close a particular workbook, suppose we wanted to close macro created XLSX workbook. We right now have macro created workbook, sheet VBA, and book 3. There are 3 workbooks open. So we want to save macro created workbook. Actually we have saved it and now we want to close it. So how can we close it? You can just go to workbooks function and put a dot. You can see there is this close option. So if you just use this close option, then what will happen is you can just comment this line out and let's see what happens. We can just run it. You can see that we have got a warning from Microsoft Excel that you want to save changes to your sheet VBA.xlsm. The reason why we have got xlsm as the extension, because it was a macro enabled workbook, and it is asking you to save it because we haven't saved it at up till now. So if you just use that workbooks function and put a close in it, this means that you would be able to close the current workbook. So I do not want to close this workbook, but I want to close some other workbook. Okay, so what workbook I want to close? I want to close this macro created .xlsx workbook. So for that, what we need to do is, after this workbook function, within the parenthesis we need to provide the name of the workbook along with the extension that we need to close. I want to close this macro created, that's the name of my workbook, and provide its extension. And what operation do I need to perform? I need to close it. Okay, so just close, and when you run it, then you can see nothing happens. But if you open this up, then we have got sheet VBA, we have got book 3, but our macro enabled workbook, that was actually the macro created workbook, that was the name of the workbook, is now been closed. So that's how you can close the workbook. But if you want to save the particular workbook, that is, we are in sheet VBA, and now if we want to save the sheet VBA named workbook, then how can you go with it? We know how to close this workbook. So before closing, we need to save it. So for that, workbooks, within the parenthesis you need to specify the name, because if you just go with workbooks and put a dot, then there is no option of saving it. So you need to provide it with a name, and the name of our actually workbook is sheet VBA.xlsm. That's the name along with the extension. Then put a dot and use the save option, and then we can just close it using workbooks dot close. Or alternatively, you can provide like workbooks within the parenthesis. You can provide the full name like sheet space VBA dot xlsm, and then you can just close it, or simply you can just directly close it. So if you just try to execute it using the F8 function, first of all it is saved, and then if you just try to close it, then yes, it's closed. can just check it. Like book 3 is now only open along with this VBA editor, which is now for book 3. Okay, so if you want to check it, you can go to the file and open our sheet VBA. Then once the sheet VBA is open, you can see whatever changes we made over there are now present. So that's how you can open, close and save the workbooks in Microsoft Excel using the VBA code. That's all for the video. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA videos, we are going to see some of the important operations that we can perform over the workbooks using the Excel VBA. Now in the previous videos, we have already seen that how can we create a workbook, how can we save a workbook using the save option and the save as option, then how can we open a workbook and how can we close a workbook, all using the VBA code in Microsoft Excel. In today's video, we are going to see some of the basic operations, that is how can we get the name of a workbook, of the current workbook, how can we activate a particular workbook, then how can we delete a workbook, and how can we create a new folder in Microsoft Excel. So all this we are going to see using the Visual Basic for the Applications Editor or the VB code. So let's start. First of all, we are going to see that how can we get the name of the active workbook or the present workbook that is open on in our screens. Okay, so to get the name of this workbook, we need to first open the VBA. So for opening the VBA editor, we know Alt F11 is the shortcut key. So if you look at it, currently we are in a workbook called as macrocreated.xlsx. Okay, so let's create a new module, insert a new module to it, and workbook ops is going to be the name of this module. And let's just create a sub procedure, and the name of the sub procedure is also going to be workbook ops. Open and close the parenthesis, and this Microsoft Excel recognizes it as a sub procedure. Now first of all, we need to get the workbook name, which means that we would get the name of the workbook that is currently active, which means macro created. Okay, the macro created workbook is currently active. Now if we just go to our Excel, then we have macro created workbook, we have sheet VBA workbook, and we have this VBA editor. So we have two workbooks open, but the current workbook that is active or on which the VBA is working on is the macro created workbook. So if we try to access the active workbook, then this macro created workbook would be accessed. So how you can access the active workbook? You have got an option called active workbook. So active workbook is the option or the method that you need to write. Then you can put a dot, and you can see you have got all these options in front of you. So we can get the name of this workbook. We are currently concerning ourselves with the name of that particular workbook. So you can just go to name, that's NAME name, and that's how you can access its name. Okay. Now since we want to display this name, so how can we display it? There are two methods which we have already discussed. One is using a message box. You can simply use a message box, and within parentheses you can just specify this active workbook.name. Or what you can do is you can access a particular cell, and in that particular cell you can get the name of this active workbook. So let's specify a cell using the range function. The cell is A6, where I am going to specify the name of the workbook. So put a dot and add value, put an equal sign, and after this I'm just going to copy paste this whole thing, that is active workbook.name. So let's just copy it and paste it. Okay, now let's just run it one by one. So let's just minimize this VB, or just open up this thing. Okay, yes, let's run it using this step into function. First is message box. So what do you get? In the macro created workbook, you get the name of the current workbook or the active workbook, that is macrocreated.xlsx. You can click on OK, and then there is this range. You can just press F8 and F8. Now it must have been executed. Yes, if you just open this macro created workbook, then you can see in the cell A6 you have got macrocreated.xlsx. Okay, that's the name of the workbook. Now that was one method through which you can access the current workbook. There is another method, and that is known as this workbook. Instead of active workbook, you can specify this workbook. Okay, so suppose in the cell A10, instead of active workbook, we can just give it as this workbook, or we can actually give it in the form of a message box as well. Instead of active workbook, you can simply type this workbook, and now if we try to run it using the F8 function, okay, so that's the message box. You can see we have got a message box with a workbook name, and this time we use this workbook instead of active workbook. So that's how also you can do it. And now you can see that in the cell A10, what we have got over here is actually the name of our workbook, macro created.xlsx, but that's for the current workbook. If you want to access some other workbook, okay, then how can you go with it? If you want to actually activate some other workbook, then what you can do is, let us just comment out this code because we do not need it anymore. We need to activate some other workbook. We have opened a workbook named as Sheet VBA, so the workbook must be opened to activate it. Otherwise, you need to first open it. You need to use the workbooks function because this function is used to access the workbooks. Within the parenthesis and within double quotes, you need to provide the name of the workbook which you need to activate. So the name of my workbook is Sheet VBA.xlsm. The reason why we have this extension, because it's a macro enabled workbook. Once you have provided that, you can put a dot, and there is this option of activate. You can see this option activate. You can just click over here, and this is the option that you need to use. You can just run it, and you can see that you got a blinking option. So that was to activate this VBA. Okay, so let's just see it once again. This is this thing. This we need to run. Okay, so let's press F8. Actually, it's right now active, so it's not working. So let's just change its name to macro enabled or macro created. That was the name of our workbook.slxx. That's we need to activate, and let's use F8 and see. That was this blinking. That is what tells us that yes, now our workbook is activated. Okay, so that's how we can activate the workbook. That's how we can access the current workbook. How can we display the name? Now if you want to delete a particular workbook, then how can you go with it? So for that purpose, we have a command or an option known as kill. You can just write kill, and then within the parenthesis you need to provide the whole path name of the workbook that you want to kill. So for that, what we need to do is actually go to this workbook, and let's create a new workbook for us so that we can kill it, because we are not going to create kill our already existing workbook. So right click, go to new, and let's create a Microsoft Excel worksheet, and let's name it as killed. It's going to be killed anyway. So let's come back to our VBA, and what we are going to kill, we need to provide the whole path name actually. So for the path name, what you can do is just go here, go to the file, open, browse, and that's killed. That's what we need to kill. Okay, you can just copy the path name from here, then come back to your VBA, just put the path name killed dot xlsx is what we are going to kill. So let's just comment it out, and let's perform the action using F8, F8 and F8. You can see nothing has happened, but if you just open it here and see that killed is now no longer available over here, which means that yes, it's been killed. If you want to cross check it, you can simply go to the browse, and here you can see that killed is not present at that particular location. So that's how you can kill a sheet, you can kill a workbook. Now we are going to see one more thing, that's actually how you can create a new folder in Microsoft Excel using the VBA. Actually, how can you create any folder in a particular path? So let's just use a command that is called mkdir. So that is actually the short for make directory. The make directory means make a folder. That's what it does. Within the parenthesis, you need to provide the path where you want to create a folder. So that's my path, and then you can just put a slash, and then you can provide the name of the folder. So let's provide it as Excel created. That's the name of our folder, Excel created. And that's it. That's what you need to do. So if you just run this code, then you can just go to that particular path. That's our Excel VBA folder, and you can see there is a new folder, Excel created. If you right click over it and go to the properties, you can see that we have got all these properties. It's created right now at this time. It's all these options given. That is, we have created it just now. Okay, so that is all in today's video. We learned about how can you get the name of the current workbook using two options, activate workbook and this workbook. Then we learned about how can you activate a particular workbook. Then we learned about how can you delete or kill a workbook that's already been created. And then we learned about how can you create a new folder in Microsoft Excel using the VB code. So I hope you all have learned something new. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see a very important topic in Microsoft Excel VBA, and this topic is about the variable usage. That is, how can you create variable, what is a variable, and what is the usage of the variables in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, let us understand that what is a variable. A variable, as the name suggests, is something that holds varied values or variable values. Now suppose you have a container in which you can add any number of things. You add 10 apples to that container, then you take out one apple, then the value of that container changes. First of all it was 10, then when you take out one apple, its value was 9. So variable is just like that particular container which can hold a number of values, and you can just perform any kind of operations on those values, and you can use the value of the variable to as many places as you want. So that is the basic usage of a variable. It is called variable because its value can change n number of times. That is, as many times as you want, you can change the value of the variable. So that's what is a variable. And if we talk about its usage, then variable is used. Suppose you have a range of cells in which you want to provide a same value. Then you need to just write the same thing again and again and again. But instead of that, you can actually provide the value to a variable, and you can use that variable for that particular purpose. So let's see it with the help of an example. For better understanding, we have our workbook macro created. We have a sheet called sheet name, and let's just go and create a new module so that we are able to understand it in a better way. Okay, so let's go to the insert tab and insert a new module. Let's rename it as variables. So that's the name of our module, variables. Let's create a sub procedure also with the name as variables. So let's write the piece of code. Suppose what we need to do is in E1, E3, E6, we have to write programming knowledge. So what you can do is put in the range function, the cell is E1 dot value equals programming knowledge. That's what you need to write, right? Knowledge. Okay, then you can just copy this whole thing and paste it here and paste it here. The next value we had was E3, and then we had E6. So that's how you can work with it. That is, you can just copy paste, and in 3 places you have to write programming knowledge. Now if you just run this code, we have got programming knowledge in these 3 cells. That's we all know. But now we are asked to change its value. Like, we need to split the words programming and knowledge. So we just put a space, we just put a space, and we just put a space. So that is, we had 3 statements, so we put it 3 spaces. But what if we had 30,000 statements? So in that case we need to put 30,000 spaces. So that is a redundant work that we need to do, which is obviously of no use and requires lot of efforts. This is the place where variable comes. So you have to in this case just copy up this value, and you can just provide it to a variable. Say v is the name of the variable, put an equal sign, and within double quotes you can just paste this value programming knowledge. Now wherever you want to access this value, I want it in the cell, say H3, I want this value. So instead of writing the whole programming knowledge, what I do is I simply type V. Now if I just try to run it, you can see as soon as I run this line, then in H3 the value of V, that was programming knowledge, is now written. Simply you can just paste it as many times as you want. You can just copy this statement and you can paste it as many times as you want. And in the same places, like suppose I want in H7, now I want in H9, all this V, the value of the V would be pasted. Now if you just run this, then we have got the values at every place that we wanted. Now if you are asked to perform any kind of change, like you are asked to do this, that there should be no space between programming and knowledge, it should be a single word. So now you can just change the value of the variable V, and wherever the value of variable V is used, it would be changed automatically. If you just run it, then you can see at these three places the changes have reflected just by changing a single place, changing at a single place, that is changing at where the value of V was present. So this is very important when you are working with thousands of lines of code, which is generally the length of the code when you are working in a company. So you do not need to perform changes at n number of places, you just need to perform the change at a single place, and then all the operations would be done accordingly. So that's the usage of the variables in Microsoft Excel. Now there are certain operations also that can be performed on variables. Okay, so that in this video right now we discussed about the advantage of the variables. Now we would be seeing that what operations we can actually perform on the variables. Suppose we just write a particular function, or we write a particular piece of code that in range or F17, that's F17 cell. What do I need to do? Its value needs to be changed to programming knowledge 2 times. We need to write it 2 times. Then what we can do is simply write the letter V. It holds the value of programming knowledge. We can simply write letter V. We can put an ampersand sign, and again we can write V. Okay, actually this is the statement, but we need to provide spaces like V and V, like this. Okay, so what would happen, it would write the value of V, that is programming knowledge, and then it would using the ampersand operator, it would just concatenate it with the second value of V. If we just try to run it, then you can see in the F17 we have got programming knowledge and programming knowledge. That's how you can perform concatenation over the variable values, and this is very useful when we have like 2 values. Suppose in V, let's just create 2 new variables. In A we have something called YouTube. In the variable B we have something called channel, and in the variable C we have something called as a space. So this is what we have, and in the cell F13 we want to paste YouTube space channel. Then in that case you can perform or operations on these 3 variable values A, B and C to change it into a sentence. You can concatenate the values in that sense, like F13, and you can just put a dot, right, value. Then what you need to write is put an equal sign, first YouTube, that means A, then you need to concatenate it with C, that is a space, then again you need to perform the concatenation operator with B, that is YouTube space channel. Now if you just try to run it, then you can see YouTube space channel is what we have got. So that's another usage of a variable. Now there is one more thing. If you want to use this particular combination of values in multiple places, then you can do that as well. So how can you go with it? You can just store this combination of values in another variable. Suppose you create a variable called D, and in D you just store these things. This is the whole value, and you can just store it in D. So instead of writing this thing every time you just need to write the another variable, that is d. Now d would be holding the value YouTube space channel, and you want to write it here, you can simply write d, and when you run this piece of code, actually F13 is already holding this value, so let's change it to say F16. And now if we just run this value, you can see YouTube channel is present over here. So that's the usage of the variables. If you're trying to use the variable for a string value, you need to provide it in the double quotes, or you can just provide the value of the variables in the form of the variables. And also, if you want to create a new variable, suppose e, and that's holding a number, suppose it's holding a number called as 1000. So what would happen is you can simply write this as well, like you just use a range function to provide the cell. D7 is the name of the cell where I want its value, dot value equals e. So that's how you can store numbers in variables as well. If you just run this code, then you can see 1000 is present in e. So if you want to use a numerical value, you need not provide a double quotes, but if you want to use a string value, you need to provide double quotes in the variable. So that's how you can work with the variables, and that's the usage of the variables. And that's all for the video. I hope you all have learned something new, and thanks for. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion which we started in the previous video. The discussion was about the variables. In the previous video, we saw that how can we actually use the variables, or basically what is the usage of variables, and how can we perform some of the operations over the variables. Okay, so in today's video, I'm going to continue our discussion on the variables. The reason why we are focusing so much on this, because variables are used extensively everywhere in any programming language. And this time we are having VBA, which is going to extensively use variables as well in the upcoming lessons. So it is better to have a clear understanding of the concept. So let's start with our video. If we try to look at a brief overview of the variables that we are going to discuss in this video, we are going to see that how can we just access the different types of variables. Actually, what is the different types of variables? How can we give the different types of data to a same variable? How can we declare variables in VB? And many more. So let's start with our discussion. On your screen, you could have see at on the left side we have our Excel, and on the right side we have our VBA editor. So first of all, in the VBA editor, go to the insert menu and insert a new module. Let's name it as variable types. So this is our new macro, that's variable types, and let's create a sub procedure over here using the keyword sub and write like variables types or whatever name that you want. Then open and close the parenthesis, and VB automatically recognizes this as a macro. Now what we are going to do is we have created a new sheet with the name of sheet 2. In sheet 2 we are going to perform some actions using the variables. Okay. So in the previous video, we know that to use a variable in a Visual Basic, what we did was simply use a variable name and assigned it some value using the equal sign. Okay, and then we started to use it. So let's see that. Suppose we declare a variable with the name v, and then we assign some value to it. We want to assign a string value to it. So we assign like hello world to it. So now variable v is holding a string value, and now we want to just show this string value. We want to print this string value onto a cell, say A3 is where we want to print this string value. So simply we can write A3 in square brackets and put an equal sign and put the value of v. Now if we try to run this piece of code using the F8 function, let's see what happens is after this first line, now v is holding the value of hello world, and when we execute this, then you can see that in A3 the value of v, which was hello world, is now stored. Okay, so that's how it works actually. Yes, but after some time, after executing this statement, I realized that I want to perform some other action, like I want to store some numerical value, but I want to use the same variable, that is v. So in VB, it is possible that you can assign the numerical value to some variable that was previously holding some other values. Okay, which means that now to the variable v you can access or you can assign a numerical value instead of a string value. You want to see that example, so let's just type v again, put an equal sign, and this time I'm going to assign a numerical value to it, say 80. After this, what I do is I want to just show this value somewhere. Suppose I use a cell A4 to show this numerical value right now, which is nothing but the value of v, which is now holding 80. So let's see that what happens if we are able to execute this piece of code or not. So first of all, hello world, that's simple and that's shown. You can see no change because it's already been shown over there. So next we have v equals to 80. Now the error must have occurred in this statement, but you can see that there is no error, which means that this statement is perfectly fine with regard to Visual Basic. Okay, now v is holding a numerical value, so the data type of the variable v is now an integer. And if we try to execute this last line, that is a4 equals v, you can see in the cell a4 we have got the value as 80, which means that it is perfectly fine with Visual Basic that once a variable is declared with a particular data type, then you can reassign it to any data type that you want. Okay, so this was a single example. Let's see another example. After assigning it to the integer, if I want to assign a boolean value to v, so in v I want to assign a boolean value as false. In Visual Basic you have a data type known as boolean, which can hold two values, either true or false. So I want to assign false to it. Okay, so false is now assigned. Let's see what happens when we try to just use that value. We try to access that value by providing a5 equals v, so that's perfectly valid statement, and let's see if this throws an error or not. So you can see first statement, second statement, third statement, fourth statement. Now fifth statement is the new one, it doesn't throws an error. Sixth statement is the new one, it doesn't throws an error. And you can see that in the cell a5 on the left side of your screen we have got the value as false. So that is a very important thing that you must know, that in order to reassign a variable with any of the data types in Visual Basic, you do not need to do any efforts, only you need to simply assign that value to a variable. Okay, so that was an important feature that you needed to know. So right now what we have done is simply we use the variable, that is we initialize the variable in the first statement and we started using it. We have not declared the variable. So what if you want to declare a variable in Visual Basic, then what do you need to do? So to declare a variable in Visual Basic, you need to just use a simple keyword that is known as dim, dim, dim. You just write dim and put a space, and as soon as you put a space, you must have noticed that the color of this dim has changed. Okay, the reason why it's changed because it is a keyword that is recognized by Visual Basic, and so its color is changed. So identify that thing. As you can see, in false its color is changed, in end sub its color is changed, in sub its color is changed, because these all are keywords, okay, which are reserved, which have a predefined meaning to the Visual Basic. So you write just a statement dim, then you put a space and write the name of the variable. Here I want to declare a variable named as v. Suppose you want to declare multiple variables. This is a single variable. If you just try to run this code, and let's just change the cell numbers to like b, so that b3, b4, and here we want b5. Okay, so let's execute this piece of code, and you can see everything is happening over here in the column b. So this means that once you declared a variable and you have not provided any particular data type, then you can just toggle between the different data types of a particular variable. That's perfectly possible with Visual Basic. So that is a single variable. What if you want to declare multiple variables? There are instances where you want to declare multiple variables. You do not want to declare a single variable, you want to declare multiple variables. So that's also possible. All you need to do is, after declaring a single variable, you need to put a comma, and then you can just declare or add the other variable. Suppose the second variable I want to add is a. Now you can just see that as soon as you pressed enter key or you try to move to the next line, what happens is Visual Basic automatically adds a space after the comma to make sure that this is the convention that's followed. Okay, now if you try to run this code, then you can see nothing happens. Actually, we already had that code. So the variable a is declared, but it is not used anywhere. But Visual Basic does not give us any kind of error on this purpose. Okay. Also, we can just use any undeclared variable. Suppose if we just like write a, but we do not write v, which means we have declared only a. We have not declared v as a variable, but we are using this variable v. So if we try to run this piece of code with right now, I'm going to use C column, C3, C4 and C5 instead of B3, B4 and B5. Then also you can see if I try to run this code, then you can see it's running perfectly fine, which means that Visual Basic is not handling this intelligently. It is not checking that whether a variable is declared before usage or not. It is just using that variable without any regard, but this is not the correct thing. As a programming language, it must be checked that whether a variable that is being used is previously declared or not, or if there is some kind of a variable declared, then it must be used. So this is what is a drawback right now, but luckily in Visual Basic we have a method through which we can draw out this drawback. So this method is very simple, but basically we are going to discuss about this method in detail in the next video. That is all for today's video. In today's video we learned about how can we assign the different values to a variable and how can we declare a variable in Visual Basic. So that's all. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion on the variable types and see that how can we remove the drawback of the variable declaration that we looked about in the previous video. In the previous video, we know that in Visual Basic, we can actually use a variable that is not yet declared, or we can declare a variable in Visual Basic but not use at all, and Visual Basic would not throw us any error. So this is the piece of code which is from the previous video. Here you can see the variable a is declared, but it is not used anywhere in our code, while a variable named v is used, but it is not declared anywhere. So to remove this drawback, what do we have in Visual Basic is something known as option explicit. So option explicit is basically a combination of two keywords, option and explicit. But if you just write this statement as the first statement in Visual Basic, then what would it do? It would provide a method through which this discrepancy could be removed. Okay, so whenever you are in a module and you are going to use the variables, then it is advised that the first thing that you must do is write the statement option explicit. So let's just write it. Option, put a space and explicit. As soon as you press enter, you can see these both words are turned into blue, which means that yes, Visual Basic recognizes it as the set of keywords and these statements have a predefined meaning in Visual Basic. Then you can see it has added a line. That means it has separated our sub procedure from this option explicit. Now after writing this option explicit, if we try to run our piece of code, then we get an error that variable is not defined. We have got a variable named as v which is not defined. So we are not able to execute the piece of code in which a variable that is not declared but is being used. So to remove this kind of error, we have to declare the variable as v. Now if we just try to run this piece of code, then what happens? It's running perfectly fine. So that's how it works. Okay, using the option explicit statement, it would give you an error whenever you are like using a variable but you are not declaring it. So that's how it works. So in the previous video we also saw an interesting thing that if the variable v is right now a string variable, we have used that value as string, then it could be just changed to anything else. Like now it is integer with the integer value, and now it is boolean in Visual Basic with a boolean value. So that is possible in Visual Basic, but that is only possible if you just write this statement as dim v. but you have not specified any particular data type for your variable. So you need to specify the data type for your variable when you are declaring it to lock it into that particular data type. So how can you specify that particular data type? Suppose I have written dim_v, then I put a space, and you have to write this keyword as, which is basically a keyword in Visual Basic, and as soon as you press space you can get all these options. So these are basically the different things in which the variable can be defined as. Like you can see this kind of an icon shows its data type. It could be defined as a byte, it could be defined as a boolean over here. If I want to define it as a string value, so you can see as soon as I press str, you can see string is what is a possible data type with this kind of an icon. So yes, I want to specify a string value for v. Now the data type of the variable v is locked as a string, which means it can only hold string values. And if I try to just change the column name from C to D, that is C3, D3, D3, D4 and D5, and I try to run this piece of code. Now let's just move in a step-by-step fashion. V equals hello world, which is a string value, and we have defined the variable type of v as a string, which is perfectly fine, so it would run. D3 would have the value of hello world. Now what we are going to do is assign a an integer value, that is 80, to a string type of variable, which is v. And if we try to execute this statement, then you can see that there is no error. It gets 80, it gets this, it gets everything. There is no problem in this. Okay, now instead of string, if we just define any other type, say integer, okay, so what happens? Let's just execute it in a just stepwise fashion, and we get the error on the first line, that is type mismatch error, which is after the execution of this first line. The reason being, we have declared as an integer, but we are trying to access a string value to it. But this type of an error, or this type of a discrepancy, was not shown when we declared the type of v as a string, because whenever we just declare something as a string and we provide any value to it, like we provided 80, we provided false, so what did Visual Basic do? It implicitly converted this 80 into string, which means 80 was not stored as a simple 80, instead it was stored as a string value of 80, and simply the false was stored as a string value of false, like this, in the variable v, and the variable v was able to access it as a string value instead of the boolean and the integer values. But this type of conversion is not possible with any of the other data types. Like as soon as I declared v as an integer data type, I got an error on the very first line that this is a type mismatch error, which means that my data type is integer, but I'm providing it with a string value. So that is something that is beyond comprehension for Visual Basic, and that's why it has thrown this error. To just remove this error, what you can do is either just omit this statement, or you can just declare v as a string value. So in order to use this feature of Visual Basic, in which you can just toggle between these different data types, there are two options. Either you just don't declare a variable at all, or if you declare a variable, you just declare it as simple dim statement without specifying its data type. And if you want to specify its data type, then you need to specify its data type as string. Okay, so that's how you can work with it. That's how it works. And there is one more thing. Suppose you want to just use these different variables. Suppose I just write integer here, and I declare multiple variables, like I put a comma, dim v comma a as integer. Then what happens is I just write some other statement, like in a I want to store the value as 70, and I want to show it in the cell E6. Okay, E6 will hold the value of a, and here also let's just change it to E everywhere. Okay, and let's run it. then you can see that there is no error, means this first statement is executed holding the value of v as a string, then holding the value of v as integer, holding the value of v as boolean, and then this was run holding the value of a as an integer. But you might be wondering that we declared v and a both as integers, and how it is possible that we get hello world to be executed without any error. The reason being, when you are using this statement, then what happens is this data type is the data type of only the last variable, which means that a is an integer but v is not having any data type in Visual Basic. So if you want to just see it practically, what you can do is simply use this a and try to access a string value, like I want to access Excel, and try to just print it in E7, the value of a, which is now a string. So if we try to run it, then you get a type mismatch error, and if you try to see where you get it on line where a has the value as Excel. So this is what happens, only the last variable gets logged with this data type, while the other variable does not logs with the data type. You can specify as many variables using this comma as you want, but it would not be logged with the data type. If you want to lock it, then you have to just declare the variables in different lines, like dim v as integer, then dim a as integer, and so on. You have to use those different dim statements for as much variables as you want to access. So that is also a convention, that is also a rule that you need to follow in Visual Basic. So that is all about the variables in Visual Basic, and I hope you all have enjoyed it. That's all we need to know about the variables, and this wraps up our topics of variables in VBA. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that what is a comment in Microsoft Excel VBA and what is the usage of this comment. Now we have already seen the usage of the comments in Microsoft Excel, that is how can we add comments, but those comments were for Microsoft Excel. But what if we want to insert a comment in this Visual Basic for Applications editor for the VB code? All those of you who have read or learnt about any of the programming languages up till now, you know that each and every programming language has a comment, and this comment is used to help the reader of the code who has not written the code to understand that what the code does. If I just show this piece of code to you, you might take 2 seconds or some time to just process that what is written in this code and what is the meaning of this code. But this is a very simple code. Imagine if there is a very complex code, then you would take minutes or even hours to understand that what is the logic over there and what is the purpose of this particular statement. So it is a good practice to write the comments in that case by the programmer who is writing the code. So when the programmer writes the comments, then any person who is reading that code afterwards is able to understand that what actually the code does and is able to perform the actions that is required by that particular piece of code. So what is the usage of comments? We know that where the comments can be used, one, wherever the programmer thinks that the logic is something that needs to be explained to the user. Suppose the programmer has carried out some mathematical operation with the help of a combination of the mathematical operators, then the programmer needs to explain it to the reader that yes, I have done this operation or I am trying to perform this task over here. So in that case, the programmer can write the comments so that the reader can understand. Or the wherever like you have written some piece of code but that code is giving some kind of error, so you can write the comments over there to make sure that those piece of codes are omitted from the compiler. Suppose right now if I see that I have declared dim v as an integer value, so I have executed these statements where the value of v is a string, but I have written this statement, I do not want to execute them. So what I do is I write a comment on it, or I can comment this line. So in Visual Basic, how can we comment it? You can just put this single quote over here. This key is just present beside your enter key and after the colon key in your keyboard, and that's a single quote you need to just write here. So as soon as you write there, you can see that whichever statement in which you use the single quote, it has turned into the green color. Green color indicates that now this statement would not be executed by the compiler because it is a comment. It would not be recognized as a valid VB statement. It would be omitted by the compiler whenever the compiler tries to execute this piece of code. So let's just do that same thing for this boolean value of V as well, and as well as for this string value of A. Okay, like this. Now we have dim V as integer, dim A as integer. Let's just change it to say F4 and F6 respectively, and if we just run it, then you can see only the possible values or only the correct values have been executed, and all the rest of the code which we knew would give us an error were not executed, and thus we didn't get any error in Visual Basic. So that is the usage of comments. Another usage is that you can just specify what a piece of code is doing. Like here we are declaring a variable, so you can just specify it with a comment. Like you can just write this single quote, and then you can write that variable declaration, and if you want a comment to span on multiple lines, what you can do is simply press an enter and again simply press a single quote key, and you can just write the comment, means whatever the number of lines maybe, you can simply write the single quote, and that would be the comments would be added. Okay, variable declaration, you can just write here like 2 variables declared, and here you can write like integer variables, which means that there is no need, no compulsion for you to add a single line of comment. If you want, you can write multiple lines of comments as well. So that's how you can write multiple lines of comments. But what if there are multiple lines, like there were 3 lines, however if there are a 10 lines or a 50 lines in one go that you need to comment, then in that case, if you just go on like here is some lines, I have just written there some garbage data, this all data I need to comment in one go, then what happens is I have to write the single quote every time. I have to go at the start of every line and I have to write this single quote at the start of every line, which is a cumbersome process. It requires too much effort, but that is of no use because this code would be commented. Okay, so in that case, in Visual Basic we have an option of a comment block and an uncomment block. So that option is present in the edit menu. If you just go to your edit menu, you can see that there is no such option of comment or uncomment block. So you must be wondering that where it is. So the reason being, this is the default setting of the Visual Basic Code or the VBA editor, and in the default setting we do not have this comment or the uncomment block. We have to add it explicitly, like we added the developer tab explicitly in Microsoft Excel. It was not present in the default settings. So simply in this edit menu bar also we have to explicitly add this comment and the decomment block. So how can we add? To add anything, what you need to do is just follow these steps. Go to the view menu bar. This is this second last option, which is of toolbars. You can just go to here and you can see there are these bunch of options. You need to go to this customize option. When you go to this, you can see that there is this customize menu bar open in front of you, or this customize dialog box is open. In this customize dialog box there is this commands option that you need to go to, commands option, and in this commands option you can see this edit menu. You need to go to this edit menu and then you can see that there are these bunch of commands available. From these bunch of commands you need to search for this comment block. So this is our comment block. You need to bring it to the edit menu bar. So how can you do that? You can just double click over it and you can then drag it to this edit menu and you can just paste it or bring it at any place here. Like I want at select all option, after select all option. So here I brought this comment block Simply for the uncomment block also, we want also the uncomment block, so just double click and then drag it with your mouse button down all the time, and then bring it just below this uncomment block, and you can see comment block and uncomment block are now available to you. Then you can just close this edit menu bar. So here you can see that there are these bunch of options available to you. If you want any of these options, you can simply add these options anytime that you want. Okay, these are these different options available to you, or if you want to remove that option, you can do that as well. Then you can just simply close this, and now what we have is we want to just comment this whole block. So just select this whole block, go to the edit and just select this comment block option. So as soon as you do that, you can see that whatever piece of code that you selected was commented in one go for all the statements. Okay, now if you simply now you have commented it, but what if you want to uncomment it? So it goes both ways. You can just uncomment it as well. You can simply select all these statements that you want to uncomment, go to the edit menu bar, and here is this uncomment block. You can just uncomment it as well. Okay, so that's how you can work with it. Simply, if you want to just uncomment a single thing also, then you can just select that line and you can go to this uncomment block, then it would be uncommented. And we are getting this error over here because integer is a keyword in Visual Basic and this statement does not make any sense. So either you delete this statement or you just comment it. So to uncomment it, you can just go to the edit menu, uncomment block, whether it is a single line or it is a block or statement. Simply using the comment block also, if you want to comment, you can comment a single line or a block or statements as well. Okay, so that was about commenting and uncommenting the things. Now let's just clear up this piece of code. So that is all about the comments that you need to know. Now you know what is the usage of the comments, where are the different places where you use the comments, and how can you actually comment or uncomment some kind of a thing in Visual Basic. So one more thing, if you do not want to use that uncomment option and you want to uncomment any piece of statement, then you can simply remove this sign that we added for commenting it. That's the single quote sign. You can simply remove it and the statement would be uncommented. Okay, so that is all for today's video and I hope you all have enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see the starting of a very important topic in Excel VBA, and that topic is known as loops. So let us first understand that what is a loop. A loop is something that is used to execute a piece of statement again and again and again until and unless a termination condition is met. Suppose we have a task from where we have to just write the numbers, like we have to write 10, here we have to write 20, and like this, that is with the difference of 10 we have to go on with the numbers up till 100, that is H100, and we have to write all these numbers. Okay, so one option is you can just select these both two and just drag it down, but that is too much dragging and you have to go till 100, so that's a small task. But what if you were given a task to go till 500? Then it would be too much of dragging and would require too much of efforts. So in that particular case, you do not want to use such a laborsome task or laborsome process. What you wanted to do was a simpler task. So using loops, you can do exactly that. With the help of loop, you can easily execute between the given piece of statements, and you can either increment the value or you can perform a particular operation on that. So in this example or in this video, we are going to start our discussion with a for loop. For loop is the simplest of all the loops, and that's why we are going to start our discussion with it. So let's start. What I'm going to do is simply just create a new sheet, and let's insert a new module. Go to the insert tab in your VBA and insert a new module, and let's just rename it as for loop. Okay, and let's just create a sub procedure, and that let's just name it for loop as well. Okay, so this is our for loop. So for loop, what do we need is a variable. First of all, we need a variable which is preferably an integer. because we are needing an integer, because we need to just execute, or we need to traverse between the integer values. One is the starting value and the other is the ending value. We need to traverse between those values which are integers, so it is preferred that you just declare a variable as an integer. Now we know that how can we declare variables. So first of all, we need to write this option explicit statement, and then we can just declare a variable. Let's just declare dim I as integer. So this is a variable, which means that I is an iterator. The variable that is used to iterate through a for loop or through any other loop is known as an iterator. So we have declared I as an iterator. Now let's just start with our for loop. So what does the for loop says? It requires a starting and an ending condition, and it would just iterate through from the starting value till the ending value, one value at a time, and it would execute whatever the statements that are written in its body. Okay, so let's see its usage. Its usage is pretty simple. What you need to do is simply just write the keyword for, then put a space, and then you need to just use your iterator. So in our case, what is the iterator? The variable I is the iterator, so let's write I, then put an equal sign. Then you need to write the starting value. I want to execute this for loop 5 times, which means my starting value would be 1. If my starting value is 1, then my ending value would be 5. Then it would be executed 5 times. Okay, so I write 1, then I put a space, then this is the starting value, then I need to provide it with the ending value. So my ending value is 5. Okay, but between these starting and ending values, I need to specify a relation that 1 is the starting value and 5 is the ending value. For that purpose, I need to use a keyword that is known as to. So when I write this whole statement that for I equals 1 to 5, then for loop recognizes this as a valid statement and executes the line of code or iterates through from 1 till 5. Okay, then I put an enter, and now this is where I enter into the body of for loop. This place here is the body of for loop, and whatever code that I write over here would be executed 5 times. So what I want to execute here is simply I want to show a message box. Okay, that's what I want to show. I want to show a message box, and in the message box I want to show the current value of I. So simply I write I. The reason why I have indented it cause that is some statement that is inside the body of for loop, so it is advised to use indentation. Okay, and then you can simply write simply put an enter key, then you can press the backspace to make sure that you are not indenting it anymore, and then you can write another keyword that is known as next. Now when you write this keyword next, for loop knows that you have to execute this line of code, and then you go to the next iteration. Means first of all the value of I would be 1, it would execute this with 1, then it would go to next value of I, which is 2. It would increment by 1 until 5. So that is a valid for loop. That's how the for loop is written. Let's see its usage. So let's use the step into function so that we can better understand it. First of all, I equals 1 to 5. Then we get a message box statement. When this statement is executed, you get the value of I as 1. You can just click on OK. Then we get this next. If we just execute this, we again go back to message box. Next increments the value of I, and we go to the message box to execute this. Now we get the next value of I, which is 2. Again we go to the next statement. Then we go to the next value of I. Again to the next statement, again to the next value of I, again to the next statement, again to the next value of I, that is 5. And now when we go to the next statement, we are not going back to the message box statement because our ending range, that was 5, has been met. Now the value of I is 6. So that is out of the range of for loop, and that's why we go to this end sub statement or whatever statement that is after the for loop, and then that is our execution of for loop is complete now. So that's how it works. That's how the execution of the statement is done. Okay, so this is actually showing the values through the message box. But what if you do not want to do that? Suppose you want to store this value in a range of cells from A1 till A5. I want to store the values 1 to 5, or I want to store the values 10 to 50 in A1 to A5. Then how can I use it? Okay, what do I need to do? Let's just write it. Store 10 to 50 in A1 to A5. So that's my problem statement. I have written it as a comment so that anyone else who's seeing this code can understand it. Now what I need to do is use a function that is named as cells. Okay, and in this cells I can just specify 1, which is A for the column, put a comma, and then for the column index, the row index was 1. Okay, actually the row index must be I and the column index must be 1. That is I comma 1, which means in A1 till A5. What I'm going to store is within parenthesis I into 10, which means in I comma 1 I am going to store I into 10, and this is what I have written as a statement. And let us execute it. Since I have already explained to you the running of the for loop using the step into function, so I'm not going to do that again. I'm simply going to use F5. If you want to understand it again, you can use the step into function. So you can see here I have got 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50 in A1 till A5. Why? Let's just understand its execution. So when I execute this, when the value of I is 1, what statement does VB understands as 1 comma 1 equals I into 10, that is 10. Then VB understand this statement. Now the value of I is 2, so VB understands it as 2 comma 1 equals 2 into 10, that is 20. Simply in the third line VB understand it as cells 3 comma 1, that is 3 is now the value of I, equals 3 into 10, that is 30. So that's how VB understands it, because we have just given it all in a form of a loop, in the form of a for loop. So that is the usage of for loop. Instead of writing these statements, I simply write a logic, and when this logic is executed, I get my desired output. So that is a simple explanation on the for loop. In the upcoming videos, we are going to explore more about the for loops for a better understanding of the concept. That is all for today's video, and thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion with the for loop. In the previous video, we started looking at the topics of loops, and we started our discussion with the for loop itself. So in this video we are going to look at the for loop once again. We are going to look at some of the features of the for loops which would help us to understand the applications of this loop in a better way. The reason why we are doing this, because loops have a great importance in any programming language, and wherever we are using the Visual Basic Programming language, for loop is going to be of utmost importance. So it is better to understand its basic clearly. So let's start. This is our screen from the previous video itself, in which we used the for loop. So we used this for loop for a simple value, that is from 1 to 5, and we displayed that value multiplying it by 10. Now we all know that suppose if we want to just show like the color over here and the color index over here, that is if we want to show the color of any particular thing, or we want to assign a color using the color index, then we have possible values from 1 to 56. Now 1 to 56 is an integer value, so if we want, we can just show it using a for loop. So this would help us to understand the working of a for loop in a better way. Let us just change the code here. I'm just deleting this piece of code which we wrote in the previous video, and I'm going to start with a new code. So the first thing that we are going to do for this purpose is declare an integer. That is, we can declare any kind of integer. I'm declaring I as an integer over here, and then I'm going to use this for loop in I. So for I equals
What is going to be the range? We know for the color index the possible range is 1 to 56. So this is exactly going to be a range 1, then 2, which is a keyword, 56. Now this is the starting of for loop, and the ending statement for the for loop is nothing but next. It is a good practice to write the starting and the ending statement and then fill in the rest of the statements to make sure that there is no error while we are trying to run this piece of code. Okay, now once we have done this, the next thing we are going to do is in the cells we have to write what is the color index. That is, we have to display the values in one cell. Suppose in the A column cells I display the values from 1 till 56, and in the B column I display the corresponding colors. Okay, so this is how it works. For that purpose, what I'm going to do is simply I'm going to just add like cells. I'm going to use cells x comma 1. The row index is x, which is going to change, and the column index is 1. Here I'm going to display the value of x, that is the color coding value or the color index value, and then in the cells x comma 2, that is second column, that is the B column, I'm going to display the value as I'm actually going to change its color. So we know that in order to change the color we need to use a dot function and write interior, then again put a dot, and here we need to write color index equals x, which means that we are going to first show the value of x and then we are going to show the color index. Okay, so this is what our code is going to look like, and let's run it by using the F5 function. So first of all, you can select the macro. For loop is the name of the macro, and if we click on run, then we get an error. Okay, so actually the variable that we defined here was I, but I have written here as x. So let's just change the name of the variable to x. This is actually the name of the variable, which could be anything that you like. I have chosen x. If you want, you can choose I or any other variable name. If I just run it, you can see this is what we have got as the output. So this is the whole color band. You can see that it starts from color index 1 and goes up till color index 56, which means these are all the possible color values, and this is the method through which you can get your color band in front of you. This would help you to select for a particular value. Suppose this H11 cell whose color, actually background cell color you want to change to something like this, you can get the shade from here. That is, for 38 value you will get this particular color, this particular shade of pink, and you would be able to just apply it, or any other color like you want, which is orange, and these different kinds of shades. So this is the color band that you have got for yourself. Okay, so that is one application of for loop. Another application, or we can say another important thing that we need to understand in a for loop is, up till now we just wrote 1 to 56, and what did it do? It traversed the for loop from 1, 2, 3 and so on up till 56, which means there was a gapping of 1 every time in the for loop. But what if we do not want the gapping of 1, we want gapping of something else? Suppose we want gapping of 2. Suppose I want to show the color bands of 1, then 3, then 5. I want to show the odd color bands in the column D, their values in D, and the color bands in column E. Then how can I go with it? So I need to just change these values. For D I have this as 4, and for E I have it as 5. Okay, so to skip something or to iterate with something other than 1, we use something in for loop that is known as step. If I just write this keyword step and I put a space and write as 2, then what will for loop do? Step is again a keyword. It would execute for loop for value of x as 1. It would take the value as 1, execute these two statements, and then when it encounters the next statement, it would see that the step value is 2, which means
instead of incrementing the value of x by 1, for loop will now increment the value of x by 2, which means the next possible value for x would be 3. And this is how it works. So let us see it. I'm just going to run it all in one go using F5 key. And you can see that we have got the value as 1 in E. Then I have got the value as 3 here, value as 5. And as you can see, we use this x, which means in the 1, 4, that is the D1 cell, we got the value of x, that is 1. And then the next value is 3, that is why we have got, we have escaped this cell which was of 2, and we have got this thing as 3, which means this cell, this value of x was 3 over here. If we just try to look over here, it was 3, which means the cell number or the coding in the cells would be like this: 3, 4 equals to 3. And the color index value it took as 3. That is why one of these rows have been left blank everywhere. So that is how you can use the step function to just iterate through the values by skipping some values. This was 2. If you want, you can just keep it as 3, keep it as 4, or any of the integers that you want. Also, you can put a negative value to it. But what is the significance of a negative value? So let's just show its application in 7 and 8. And if we just put a negative value, say -1, then what would happen is it would just execute the for loop in the reverse order. That is, up till now we search for the values from 1 till 56. Now when we are using the step function at -1, then the for loop would execute in a similar way. That is, the step function would be at the value 1, but -1 means that it would execute in a backwards order, that is 56, 55, 54 and so on. The value will keep on decrementing until it comes at 1. So let's see it example. Let's just run it using this F5 function. Okay, so that is giving actually no output, and the reason is we have to just change its order also from 56 to 1 like this, so that it would just execute the for loop in the reverse order. And let's just see it. If we just run it, then you can see over here. So that's how it works. And that is all for today's video, in which we learned about some of the variations or some of the syntaxes of the for loop, which is specifically the step function. How using the step function we can actually execute the for loop in a backwards fashion, or how can we just actually use this step function to execute some of the values and skip some of the values by incrementing its values, like step 2, step 3 and so on. So this was all about for loop that we need to understand. And hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion with the loops itself. In the previous video, we learned about the for loop, and we took a look at the step keyword, and we came to know that when we use a negative value, then the step keyword would just execute the for loop in a backward fashion, which means from bigger value to a smaller value, okay, which is in the descending order. But when we just used it, there was no difference shown to us. Like in this value of h, we use the for loop in the backwards fashion, and in this column B and A, we used it in the forward fashion, but there was no difference shown. So in order to see this difference, you have to execute this loop in a step-by-step fashion. Right now, this is the same piece of code which I used in the previous video, but I am executing it in a stepwise fashion using the F8 shortcut key instead of all of the piece of code in one go using F5. So let's just write F8. And you can see that over here, that is x13, x14, which means for 13 and n for 14, what I'm getting here is actually the values. Okay, over here I'm getting the values one by one, which means right now the value was 52, which was shown here. But if I just execute it once again, right now I'm in next, if I just execute it using F8, then I go at this value, and after executing this 52 and decrementing the value of x by 1, what value do I get is 51. If I just execute it using F8, then you can see 51 is shown over here. And again, if I try to execute it, then corresponding color value of 51 is shown. Again, if I just execute next, then 50, then 50, 49, 49, and so on. So this is actually how this thing works. You were not able to see the difference when we executed it in one go using F5 shortcut key, but you would be able to look for it once you use the step into function. So that's how the loop executes in the backwards fashion. So that's how the backward loop works. Okay, so that was all about the for loop, and let us look at another example. Now this example is a for loop, but the reason why I'm showing you this example is so that you can understand that what all applications we can do with the help of loops. So I've created a new sheet here as sheet 4, and let's create a new module because we are creating a new macro. Let's name it as sheet name. Why we are creating this module? Because using the for loop we can show all the sheet names that are present in the current workbook. Right now 4 sheets are present: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and sheet 4. And if you want to cross check it, you can go to Microsoft Excel objects in VBA, and you would be able to see for yourself sheet 1 till sheet 4 and this workbook. Okay, so using this workbook object, how can we access all the sheet names that are present using the for loop is what we are going to see right now. Okay, so once we have created a module, let us just rename let us just create a sub-procedure actually and name it as sheet name. Open and close the parenthesis, and it would automatically convert it into a sub-procedure. Now once it's been converted into a sub-procedure, what we need to do is write some piece of code. Okay, so let's just declare a variable first, dim x as integer, because x is going to be our iterator variable, that's why we have declared it as an integer. And let's just use this x in the for loop. So it's going to be for x equals to 1, that is the starting point, 2. We need to find the ending point. Right now we know that there are 4 sheets available, so the ending point is going to be 4. But what if hundreds of sheets are available and we are not sure about the ending point? Then how can we just write it? We have to use some dynamic way of writing the ending point. Luckily in Microsoft Excel we get something like that. So for this, what we need to do is write something known as this workbook. Now this workbook keyword helps us to access the current workbook. When we put a dot, we get all these options available. So we have to search for something written as sheets. Now sheets S with an S is a plural of sheet. You have to use this function sheets, put a tab to use it, then again put a dot, and you will again get all these options. So you have to use this count function so that we can get the count of sheets that are available with us right now. And whatever the count is, we have to go to that particular value of count as the ending value of our for loop. And then you can just simply write next to make sure that you are ending your for loop well and you are not trying to get any kind of errors. Now within the body we have to just show the name of these sheets. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show the name of these sheets in the columns like A1, A2, A3 and A4. I want to show these sheet names. So how can I do that? Using the cells function, right? The row index. The row index is going to be nothing but the value of x itself, and the column index is going to be fixed at 1, which means at the column number A. then equals. What I'm going to show what is known as the names of these sheets. So for that, what I'm going to write is this workbook. Now this workbook is mandatory. Then you put a dot and then you write sheets. Now this thing is mandatory. Within the parenthesis, as you can see, as soon as you write parenthesis, it asks for an index. Now the index is nothing but our value of x itself. So write x, close the parenthesis, then put a dot and use this thing called as name, which means at the index of x, whatever sheet is there, we have to print its name. And where will this name go? This name will go at x comma 1, which is nothing but a1, a2, a3 and a4 and so on. Okay, so that is our for loop, and let's just execute this using the step into function so that we are able to understand it's working in a better way. Right now the value of x is 1. This is the value that we are going to execute, and you can see as soon as it executes in the cell A1, we got the value as sheet 1. Then it goes to next. The value of x now changes to 2, and now sheet 2 is what we get in the cell A2. Again it goes to next. Sheet 3 is what we get in cell A3. Then sheet 4 is what we get in cell A4, and as soon as it completes, the for loop stops its execution actually, and it comes to end sub, and that's it. That's how it works. That's how you can access all the names of the sheets using the for loop, and you can actually display all these names. Now there were only 4 sheets, so that's why we have got these 4 occupants. If there were multiple sheets, if there were n number of sheets, we would have get the n number of names over in these columns up till n rows. The reason why we are able to do this because of this thing known as this workbook.sheets.count, which helps us to find actually the number of the sheets that we have. And if you just omit this statement, then what you can do is actually declare another variable. Suppose I declared v as integer. In v I just store the same thing, and from from x equals to 1 to v, if I try to execute it in this way, then also I get the same thing. But let's just change the column number to 2 so that you are able to see it. Using F5 I just execute it, and you can see sheet 1 till sheet 4 we have got the values similarly as in the previous example. So that's how you can actually use the for loop. There is one more application actually. Instead of using this, suppose let's just clear all these contents. Right click and just click on clear contents. Now instead of using, or instead of actually specifying a particular column number, what do you do is specify the dynamic column number, which means you want x comma x to be the cell, which means 1 comma 1 would be the place where this first value would be displayed, then 2 comma 2, 3 comma 3 and 4 comma 4 in a diagonal fashion. Then you can specify it simply as x comma x, and the work would be done. So if you just click on the run button, you can see that the filling of the values is now in a diagonal fashion. That's how you can work with the values in a diagonal fashion using the for loop, that is not specifying the row number and not specifying the column number or the column index as well. So that is all for today's video in the for loop. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to look at the different types of loops that are available to us in Microsoft Excel. In the previous few videos, we have already taken a look at the for loop in detail. Now for loop is one of the most popular loops that we have in Microsoft Excel, but this does not mean that it is the only loop that we have got. We have actually the 4 loops in Microsoft Excel, and these are for loop, which we have already studied about. Then we have for each next loop, do while loop and the do until loop. Now the reason why we have these 4 loops is because all of these 4 loops are different in their syntaxes. They accept different kind of values, but their function is common. That is, they used to iterate over and perform the repeated tasks again and again. All of these loops are used to ease out our work. They are used to actually iterate multiple times over the same thing and used whenever we have to do the redundant job. So when we looked at for loop, we know that for the for loop to work, what do we need is the starting and the ending value to be present. So the for loop can only work when we know exactly that how many times we need to execute the loop, what is the starting value of the loop and what is the ending value of the loop. Then only the for loop can work. But this is not always the scenario when we exactly know that how many times we need to execute the loop. So to overcome all of our problems, we have these different types of loops available with us, and these loops are something known as for each next loop, do while loop and do until loop. Now each and every loop has its own features, has its own properties, which we are going to see in today's video. So let us create a new sheet. This is sheet 5, and let us insert a new module, and let's name this module as loop types, so that we are able to understand that what we are going to do with this module or with this macro. That is, we are going to study the different types of loops that we have. So let's create a sub procedure and also name it as loop types, so that this is actually the name of our macro itself, loop types. Open and close the parenthesis and write ends up to make sure that VBA recognizes it as a sub procedure. Now let us first write in the comments that what loop types we have. We have a loop known as for loop. We have already looked at it, so I'm not going to discuss about it. Then we have next loop, which is known as the for each next loop. Then we have something known as the do while loop. And then we have something known as do until loop. So these are the 4 types of loops that are available to us in Visual Basic. Let us start with the for each next loop. So to start with it, let us first look at its syntax. In the for loop, we looked at an example in which we displayed the name of all of the sheets that were available in the current workbook to us. So we are going to look at the same example, but with the help of the for each next loop. So for that purpose, let us just write the for each next loop. So first of all, let me just write this code: dim sht as worksheet, and then I'm going to write this for each loop, each ht as this workbook dot sheets. Actually, it's going to be in this workbook dot sheets, and then you need to write the piece of code which is the name of the sheet. So let's just write this next statement, and here let's just display it in the form of a message box as sht dot name. So this is the piece of code that you need to write, this whole 4 line of code that you need to write for the for each loop to display the name of all the sheets. Now we have taken a message box over here. So let us understand the working of the for each loop. First of all, we have declared a variable named sht as a worksheet variable, which means sht will hold the worksheets as the whole. Okay. Now using the for each loop, we have to write the in keyword. Like in the for loop, we wrote the keyword to. So in the for each loop, we have to write the in keyword. Sht is the variable that is of type worksheet. So we write for each worksheet in this workbook dot sheets. Now this workbook, we know this is an object which is used to refer to the present workbook. When we write dot sheets, which means that it is going to hold the a collection of the sheets that are available in the present workbook. So this is basically, this workbook.sheets basically holds the collection of all the sheets that are available in the current workbook, and all of these sheets would be stored in SHT one by one. That means when the iteration is at number 1, sheet 1 is stored. Then when it executes this statement, which is in the body of the for each next loop, the operation that we require would be performed on the first sheet, that is sht.name. Right now in the first execution, SHT is holding sheet 1, so the name sheet 1 would be shown in the message box. And then when we go to next, then the next sheet from this workbook.sheets, that is sheet 2, would be stored in SHT, and then the execution would be taken place with sheet 2. So that's how the for each next loop works. That is, it does not require any starting or the ending value. The only thing that it requires actually is the sheet itself or the object itself, the collection of the objects, which is nothing but this. And to access that collection, a variable or an iterator of the object type. So whenever you are trying to use the objects, you are advised to use the for each next loop. And let's just look at it by using the step into function. So this is the first statement, message box sheet.name. When we execute this, we get sheet 1. Then we go to next, then the second sheet name, that is sheet 2, then again next, then the third sheet name, that is sheet 3, then again next, then the fourth sheet name, that is sheet 4, again next, and then the fifth sheet name, that is sheet 5. So that's how it works. So you must be wondering that it may only work for the message box, but that's not the case. You can also show it in the form of the cells. How can you do that? For that purpose, you need to declare an integer variable. Suppose I declared them I as integer, and I just initialize I with 1. So in the cells I comma 1, I want to show the sheet name, and once it's been shown, then I want to change the value of I want to increment it by 1. So I equals to I plus 1. This is what I write. Now if I just try to execute it, then what happens is, right now the value of I is 1. So in 1 comma 1 we get sheet.name, sht.name, that is sheet 1. Then the value of I increments by 1, that is it changes to 2. Then the next option, so now 2 comma 1 sheet 2, and so on, 3, 4 and 5. So that's how it works. That's how you can use the for each next loop. You can iterate through it, and that's how it works. So this was all about the for each next loop that you need to understand, and that is all for this video. Also in the next video we are going to cover this do while and the do until loop and understand their working with the help of the examples. So this is all for today's video, and thanks for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see the two different types of loops in Microsoft Excel, and these are known as the do while and the do until loops. So first of all, the question arises is, what is the difference between the do while and the do until loops? The do while loop, as the name suggests, is used to execute or keep on iterating while the condition is true. On the other hand, the do until loop does the same thing, that is, it iterates through the given value until the condition is true. So this is the main difference, that is, it is used to do while the condition is true and until the condition is true. Okay, but what is the difference is how we write these loops, how the syntax of the loops goes. So this is the main thing that you need to understand, and for this purpose we are going to use examples. Okay, so first of all, let us look at the example of the do while loop. Now to look at the example, we have something that we have a small task that we need to do. This is sheet 6, and we have some numbers over here like 50, 67, 54, and all these random numbers is what I have written over here. And in the cells just in front of them, what I need to do is write the value by adding 50 to it, which means if 50 is written, I want 100 to be present over here. If 67 is written, I want to add 50. If 54 is written, I want to add 50, and so on. This is what I want to do. So a simple approach is using a do while loop. Okay, so let's see that how can we work with it. Let us just clear all these piece of code. This was from our previous video in which we learned about the for each loop. So let's write this do while loop. So first of all, for this purpose, what I am going to do is declare an integer like dim I as integer. Okay, and then I'm going to initialize I as 1. Okay, so that is a simple step. You all must have understood it. Then let us begin the do while loop. So write do, put a space, while. This is how you write a do while loop, and then you need to provide with a condition. Okay, so let us just provide it with a condition. The condition is you have to do it while the value of cells at I comma 1, that is the row index must change. It could change, but the column index is going to be 1, that is at the A column, and the different row index we have values till 8, so it's going to be executing till 8 dot value, to write dot value, and then you have to open and close the angular brackets, and then you need to write the double quotes, which means that you have to execute while there is some kind of value present in these cells, which means up till 8, and whenever there is no value present or the value is null, that is in A9, you have to stop the execution. So that is the condition you need to give to the do while loop. Okay, and then as in the for loop and the for each next loop, what we do was write the keyword next to make sure that VB understands this as the end of the statement. So over here what we are going to write is a keyword known as loop, do while, and when we write the keyword loop, then VB understands that yes, this is the ending body of the loop, and whatever statements we write in between is going to be the body of the loop, which is going to be executed again and again and again. Okay, so here in the column 2, that is in the column B, we want to show something. So first of all, we need to refer to that particular column, that is through I comma 2. This is how we are going to refer to that column. Dot value, what is its value going to be? Its value is going to be nothing but whatever the value of the cells I comma 1, and we have to increment 50 in it. So let's just write here cells I comma 1, whatever is the value of the cells in the column A, we have to write that same thing, but we have to add 50 to it, and then we have to show it in the column B. Now what we need to do is increment the value of I by 1 so that it executes like A1, A2 and goes to the next statement. Okay, so I equals I plus 1, and that is it. That's how you are going to just work with the loop. So let us understand its working by using this step into function F8. Right now the value of I is 1, so what would it do is just write 50 plus 50, that's 100, and then it would increment the value of I. Then it executes the loop statement, which means it goes to the next iteration. In the next iteration, it again checks for the value. The value is present in A2, so it would execute it like this. Again goes to loop, again checks for value, again executes the statements again. It's going to work in this way. Okay, so let's just go to here. Now after the loop, it goes to the first statement and realizes that there is no value present. So this is the statement where the execution goes or the control goes, and it realizes that there is no statement. So it does not execute the statements inside the loop and comes out of the loop, that is at the end sub statement, and that is it. That's how the do while loop works. That is, it works while the condition is true, and that's actually the main thing, that is while the condition was true, it was executed. Okay, Now this was the working of the do while loop. Let us look at the working of do until loop as well. Okay, so let's just create a new sheet for this, and let's clear up this piece of code, or just comment it. We can also comment it. Go to edit, comment block. This was do while loop, and let's now look at an example of do until loop. What we have is we have to do something with the value. Like suppose we just declare a variable like dim a as integer, and we need to provide the value of integer a as 1, and we have to execute some piece of statement until the value of a is equals to 5. Okay, so we have to first write the do until loop, do until, and then we need to provide the condition. So the condition is until the value of a is greater than or equals to 5. Okay, actually the value of a is less than equals to 5 until we have to execute this thing. Okay, we have to execute some of the statements. Now what statement is it going to be? The statement is we have to actually just show the value of a in the cell. So let's just write it. Cells a comma 1 is going to be holding nothing but the value of a, and we have to end this do until loop with something called as loop. As in the do while loop itself, the do until loop also stops its execution when it encounters this statement written as loop. Okay, so with this statement what would happen is until the value of a is 5, we would get the values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the columns a1 till a5, but for that purpose we need to increment the value of a as well. So let's just do this. A equals to a plus 1. As soon as a writes the value, then its value must increment. So let's just use this step into function. Okay, so it didn't execute it at all. The reason being, we have got this thing. The value of a is less than equals to 5, which is the right condition. The value of a is 1, but it is less than 5, so it must execute. But this is the important thing that you need to know. In the do until loop, you do not provide the condition for execution, you provide the condition for termination. That is what happens when or at what condition you want to terminate the loop. So whenever the value of a is greater than 5, I want to just stop the execution of this loop. So let's just provide the termination condition, that is a greater than 5, and this is what is going to execute our do until loop. So let's just run it, and you can see 1 till 5 is what we have got, and that's exactly what we wanted. So this is one most important thing, that in the do until loop you do not write the execution condition, you write the termination condition. So that's all for the loops that you need to know. With this we have completely wrapped up our topic of loops. We have read about the types of loops, what is their usage, and what is the different syntaxes where we are going to use the different types of loops. And that's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA videos, we are going to see what are the different types of errors that one can encounter while writing the Visual Basic code in Microsoft Excel. Now, these errors are something that occur in every programming language. Whenever you are coding, adhering to the rules of any programming language, then being a human, it is very much possible that you make a mistake. And in the programming terms, a mistake is termed as an error. So, you are prone to make any kind of error whenever you are writing any code. Now, these errors can be of two types. Either these errors can occur due to human mistakes or due to some of the logical or the syntactical errors. So let us take a look at the types of errors that are available to us in the Visual Basic. Now these are
universal and may be applicable in other programming languages only, but in this video we are going to see them with respect to the point of reference of the Visual Basic programming language. So let us start. The first error that one can encounter is a runtime error. The next type of error is known as the compilation error, and the third and the last type of error is known as the syntax error. Now, out of these three errors, syntax error is the one that is most frequent. The syntax error occurs whenever there is the mistake of the programmer and the programmer forgets or makes a mistake in the syntax of the programming language. So these errors are basically of one line and can cause the compiler of that particular programming language to confuse itself whenever it is trying to compile that piece of code, because the syntax that the programmer has written is not understood by the compiler. The compilation errors are the ones that occur when the code begins its compilation. It is similar to the syntax error. The major difference is the syntax errors occur only on one line of code, while the compilation errors may occur on multiple lines of code. The third and the last type of errors, that is the runtime errors, are the errors that occur when the code is compiled successfully. That means there is no mistake in the code. The programmer has not done any mistake, has not made any syntactical error or any compilation error, but whatever the logic is written, the logic is not according to the general rules, and the compiler is not able to execute the particular logic, although it's syntactically correct. The examples for a runtime error could be out of range exception and a division by zero errors. So this was all about the errors that you need to understand theoretically, and let's look at them with the help of a practical example. So I'm in my VBA and I'm going to insert a new module, and I'm going to rename it as error types, so that I'm able to understand that what is this module going to hold. And let's just create a new sub procedure that's also going to be named as error types, and this is how Visual Basic recognizes that yes, it is a sub procedure, and it would create a macro with the name error type, so that whenever I try to run that macro, I would be able to do that. So first of all, let us understand about the syntax errors, because these are the simplest errors and are the ones that occur more frequently. So suppose I just declare a variable in Visual Basic. So I know to declare a variable I have to use a dim statement, and with the dim keyword I have to provide it with a variable name. So the variable name that I provide over here is I write I. This means that I am declaring a variable as I, but I have not specified its data type, which means that I could be of any data type right now, but if I want to specify its data type, I have to write the keyword as, which we already know. Then I have to specify the data type. Suppose for example I forget to write this data type and I simply press enter. Then as soon as I do that, the compiler recognizes it automatically that this is an error, because I have not specified any kind of the data type for this particular variable. So the compiler instantly gives me an error, and this is what is known as the compile error. But since this error is occurring only on a single line, so we can refer to it as a syntactical error in this particular case. So I click on OK, and then I specify the data type, such as I want I as an integer, so I have specified I as an integer. Another example of the syntax error is, suppose right now I is an integer and I try to access a string value in I. So I write ABCD without the double quotes, and now I want to print this, or I want to store the value of I in a cell known as B3. I want to store the value of I. So this is my code. I have written this code, and let's run it using F5. Nothing happens. I'm running it. Just click over here. I'm running it, but nothing happens. I'm not getting any output in B3. The reason being, compiler or the Visual Basic compiler actually is not able to recognize this as a valid code. So if I just try to keep it in double quotes and then I try to run it, then what happens is I again get an error, but this type of error is a different error. This type of error is a runtime error. I get an error code on this, which is a runtime error, which I will try to explain later. But many a times when any kind of error occurs, we do not get any message from the compiler itself. That is because usually in the syntax error this happens, that we do not get any message. So that is a syntax error. Okay. Now this was the example of the syntax error. Let us just comment out all this piece of statements. The next type of errors that we are going to look at is a compilation error. So the second type of error is a compilation error. Now when a compilation error occurs, the compilation error also occurs in the similar case of the syntax error. That is whenever there is any kind of a problem in the syntax, or whenever the mistake is of the programmer himself. So whenever this type of error spans through multiple lines instead of a single line, then the error we get is known as the compilation error. So let us take an example. Suppose we are going to write a for loop. Then what happens is, I declare a variable like dim I as integer, and then I use a for loop with I equals 1 to 10, and I want to show this value in cell I comma 2, that is in the B column from B1 to B10. I want to show the value of I itself. So this is my loop, and I try to run this. Okay, I have written this code and I try to run this. Then I get a compilation error, that 2 with a message that for without next. And the reason why I have got this error, because I have made a syntactical mistake. We all know that whenever we are writing a for loop, it is mandatory to use the keyword next, because that is what Visual Basic understands. If we just write this thing, we omit the next statement, then Visual Basic does not recognizes this as a valid statement and gives us an error in the form of a compilation error. The reason why this error is not occurring instantaneously, because it is not a syntactical error, it is a compilation error. So if we just write next over it and then we try to run the code, then we get the desired output over here. But that is when the code is correct. So we are not getting any kind of error. So that was the compilation error. And a major difference you must have noticed, that the compilation errors occur when you press this run sign, and the syntactical error do not need to be run to throw out the error. Okay, so that was about the compilation error. Let's start covering just now. The third type of error we are having is the runtime error. So let's take a look at the runtime errors. What is a runtime error? Runtime error is the error that occurs whenever the compilation has finished. After the compilation process, the running of the program occurs. So after the compilation process, the errors which are encountered are known as the runtime errors. Now these errors are the ones that do not occur because of the programmer's fault, but usually because of the logical statements or some of the rules of the programming languages or the mathematical rules. A good example of this would be a division by zero error. We know according to mathematics, division by zero is not possible. So if we try to divide any number by zero, then we would get an error that is known as the runtime error. So let's just see it. Suppose in the cell D3, I want to store something as 12 divided by 0. This is what I want to store. So it is a perfectly correct statement. I want to store the quotient of 12 divided by 0. If I try to run it, I will get this code, runtime error with a error code as 11, and the message that I get is division by 0, telling to me that I cannot divide any number by 0. Now this is not the mistake of the programmer. This statement is perfectly correct. It is correct as per the Visual Basic logic, but it is not correct as per the mathematics logic. To make it correct, I have to replace it by any number, say 6. If I do that and I try to run it, then I get the answer, that is 2. So these types of errors are known as the runtime errors. Another example is, suppose I want to access the color index. Suppose in the cell, say I use the range function on the cell D3, and on this cell I want to use the color index to color its interiors. Okay, dot color index,
and I know its limit is still 56, but if I try to write 58 over here, then what happens is I again get an error, that is a runtime error with an error code 9, that subscript is out of range. Again, that is a perfectly valid Visual Basic statement, but again I'm getting an error because the range that I have provided is out of the valid range, that is from 1 to 56. That's why I'm getting this error. So this is the runtime errors which occurs whenever there is no syntactical error but the logical errors. So that's all for the today's video, in which we learned about the different types of errors in Visual Basic, and thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that how can we handle the errors in Visual Basic. In our previous video, we learned about the three types of errors that can occur in Visual Basic code. These are the runtime errors, the compilation error, and the syntax errors. We also see that while we are writing the code, the syntax errors are the ones that are identified by the compiler while writing the code. So, but the compilation and the runtime errors are the two types of errors that are not identified by the compiler until and unless you press the run button. So, suppose a scenario in which you are showing your code of the macro to someone else and the error pops up. That could be a quite humiliating situation. So, it is advised to all the developers around the world that you must handle all your errors, because an error message is the one that must never be visible to the client. The best error message is one that never is visible to the client. So let's see how can we handle the errors in Visual Basic. So first of all, we have created a new sheet, a blank sheet, sheet 2, and let's create a new module. For that, you need to go to the VBA editor using the shortcut Alt F11. Then go to the Insert tab and insert a new module. Now this module is going to be named as Handling Errors. Okay, so let's just rename it as Handle Error. And the same we are going to do with the sub-procedure, that is we are going to name it as Handle Errors, so that Handle Errors is also the name of our macro, and make sure that VBA recognizes it as a valid sub-procedure. The policy for that is it automatically adds end sub in the end. Okay, now what we are going to do is just write some piece of code. So now we know that the compilation and the runtime errors are the ones that needs to be handled, because syntactical errors would be recognized just as we are typing it by the compiler. So first of all, we are going to take our focus into the runtime error. A general example of a runtime error is a division by zero error, which we have already seen in the previous video. So we are going to show you to handle this division by zero error only. Now I'm going to show you only one example, but remember one thing, that you can handle all types of errors using the same technique. Okay, so let's start. Let us write a few statements. Suppose I'm writing some of the mathematical statements whose results would be shown in the corresponding cells. In A1 I want this result, in A2 I want this result, and in A3 I want this result as actually I want it in A3. 9 divided by 0, which is what is going to throw an error. And let's just write some statements after it so that we know what happens automatically. So these are the 4 mathematical statements that we want to execute. If we just run it, then what happens is we get 2 statements, and on the third statement we get this runtime error, that is division by 0. So this is an error message which we are shown, but we do not want that. We do not want any error message to be shown to us. So in that case, what can we do is, let's just clear up these contents. We can write a set of statements or a set of keywords as a statement to handle this particular error. Now what statement do we have? The first keyword that we need to write is on, and the second is error. This set of keywords tell Visual Basic that whenever an error occurs in the given set of statements, then. So this is a command, and whatever you write after it would direct the Visual Basic to an action. So whenever an error occurs, Visual Basic jumps back to this on error statement
Okay, so on error statement is where Visual Basic jumps back, and after this on error, it is given two options. That is, there are two ways of handling an error. One is the resume statement and the other one is the go to statement. Okay, so what do I want to do is, first of all, I'm going to show you the use of the resume statement. So just put a space and then we can write resume. After this, you have to write that what it should resume with. Should it resume with the next statement? Should it resume with the previous statement, or what? So a general example would be to resume with the next statement. That is, whenever we write this line on error resume next, what happens is Visual Basic will ignore the statement that is giving the error and will continue its execution up till the last line, and will complete its execution completely ignoring the statement which is throwing an error. So that is what this statement tells Visual Basic to do. So let's see its example. By using the step into function this time, on error resume next is what it gets. The A1 has no error, its result is displayed. A2 no error, A3 there is an error, 9 divided by 0 is an error. But because of this statement on error resume next, Visual Basic does nothing. That is, it does not shows any error message to us and continues its execution with the next statement, that is A4 statement 8 minus 2. So if we just try to execute it, then it is executed perfectly well and the sub procedure is exited as well. So that what happens when we use the resume next statement. So this was the one method through which you can actually handle the errors in Visual Basic. So let us take a look at the other method, and that other method is, let us just comment this all out. Now what we are going to do is take a look at another runtime error, that is out of the range exception. Okay, so suppose I have the cell as B1, I want to color its interior with a color index of 52. Now that's valid, but I want to color, I'm just copying this statement and pasting it here. I want to color B2 with a color index of 59, which is invalid. Now the same thing I'm going to do with B3 as well, that is a valid value. I'm going to color it with 45. Now this is also valid. So these three set of statements is what we have got, and let's just execute them one by one to see that what happens. B1 is perfectly valid statement, that is B1 is colored. B2 is invalid, so we get an error, the runtime error, that subscript is out of range. Okay, so after this error message is shown, VB stops its execution. So let's handle this kind of error using another method, that is through the go to statement. Now go to statement causes an abrupt jumping of the control, because go to is a jumping statement, so it is not advised to use the go to statement. Usually it is advised that you use the resume next statement only, but whenever you are trying to find that on which line the error occurs, then you can use the go to statement, because when you are using the go to statement, you are able to identify that at which line the error occurs. However, if you are trying for the smooth execution of the program, ignoring the line of the error, then you must use the on error resume next statement. Okay, so let's see that how can we use the go to statement. So first of all, you need to write the same line on error, then instead of the resume keyword, you need to use the go to keyword. Now after the go to keyword, what you need to write is something known as a label. Label could be named anything. You can name you can give any name to a label, it's totally up to you. LBL is what I'm giving it. It is not a keyword, it's totally up to you. Now what happens is, whenever any error occurs, then Visual Basic will go to that particular label. So instead of executing the rest of the statements, Visual Basic would jump to that label. Now let's specify that label, that's LBL, that's our label. And let's specify something. I want a message box to be shown, and that message box will give us a custom error message, and that message would be error occurred. Okay,
So this is my custom error message I want to show, and after that I want Visual Basic to stop its execution. So let's see what happens. We are using step into function. C1 would get the color, C2 the error occurs, and then the Visual Basic control automatically jumps to this statement, and I get a message box that some error has occurred, and then I go to end sub, which means the rest of the statements are never executed. So I'm able to identify that at which line the error occurs using the go to statement. Okay, suppose no error occurs. Suppose I get here as 53 and no error occurs. Then in that case, what happens? I'm able to execute all of them as well. Again, I get this thing in the label that message box error occurred, which I must not get. So to handle that, we have to write a statement as done, and in this done I need to write exit sub, which means when no error occurs, the control needs to exit the sub procedure through exit sub. If I try to run it again, then this exit sub happens and I do not get to see that error message in the case no error occurs. So that's how you can handle the errors in Visual Basic. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the YouTube channel Programming Knowledge. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that what is the process of debugging the Visual Basic code in Microsoft Excel. What is debugging? That is the first question that must come into your mind, and the answer is debugging is the process through which the developer who has written the code takes a look at the code or checks the code and tries to remove any kind of bugs or errors which may lead to the wrong execution of the program. Debugging is the removal of bugs or the removal of errors by the developer himself. To make this process easier, there are many of the debugging tools that are available in some programming languages. In the same spirit, Visual Basic also provides its developers with some of the debugging tools, which we are going to take a look at just now. So let us start with our video. Let us create a new module in the Microsoft Visual Basic for the Applications editor, that is the VBA editor. For that, we need to go to the Insert and select a new module. Let us rename this module to anything that we like. So I'm renaming it as Debugger. Now in this module, we need to create a sub procedure. To make sure that the VB recognizes this as a valid sub procedure, we have to follow the correct syntax. That is, write the keyword sub and provide it with a name. Now this would be the exact name of our macro. That is, our macro would be created with the name debugger. And then you can see that when you write this piece of code, VB automatically recognizes this as a valid sub procedure. Now whatever code we write in it would be executed whenever we try to execute the macro by the name debugger. So first of all, let us write some piece of code. Suppose I just declare some variables, and I'm writing a very simple piece of code. This is just for an example to make you help to understand that how the debugger works in Visual Basic. So I have declared three variables. All three of them are integers, which means the default value they would be holding would be 0. Now let us run a for loop. And let us just initialize A with some value and B with some value as well. So this is the piece of the code that we have written, and if you can see, then we have declared three variables, I, A and B. We have initialized A with 3, B with 5, and we have run a loop of I from 1 to 8. That means 8 times this loop would run, and whatever is the sum of A and B would be stored in variable A. Now we are not storing it at any place.
So this is the code that we have written. The value of A would be changing after every iteration, the value of B would remain constant, and the value of I would also change after each iteration. So that's what we have got. Let's see what happens when we run it. So let's run using the shortcut F5. Nothing happens when it's run in one go. So to watch its execution or to debug it, what do we need to do is go to this view tab, and there is this locals window. Here you can see locals window. If you can just click on it, and let us just extend it, maximize it. So you can see that this is the locals window that we have got. It has got three things: expression, value, and type. Now what does this locals window do is when you just try to run any piece of code using the step into function or the F8 shortcut, then the step-by-step execution of the code is shown over here. That is the variable name in the expression, the values in this value, and what is the type of the variables in type. So let us see this. Let's use F8 over here. So first of all, you can see that as soon as we started up this sub procedure, that's the name of the sub procedure, that's the debugger, you can see we have automatically got three variables, I, A, and B. Their values are 0, 0, and 0, which is the default value for the integer. And what is their type? Their type is integer, integer, and integer. If you just try to run it again using F8, then nothing happens. Now after this statement is executed, the value of A has been changed to 3. Similarly, after this statement is executed, now we have got the value of B as 5. Now when the first iteration of the for loop completes, the value of I is changed to 1. And similarly, you can see the value of A is changed to 8 over here. Again, the value of I changes to 2. The value of A changes to 13, while the value of B remains constant because we have not made any changes to it. So you can see in a stepwise fashion that how the values are changing. Okay, now here this is A, this is the final time the values are changing. So the final values that we would get of these variables are 8 for I, 43 for A, and 5 for B. Now when you press F8, then you can see that the value of I changes to 9, but the value of A remains at 43, which means that since this condition becomes false, so the for loop does not execute itself and the control goes to this end sub procedure. And when you press F8, then this execution is complete and everything runs out of the locals window. So that is how a for loop works. That is how the values of the variables change, and that is how you can see the practical example in the locals window. Now there is one more thing. I have discussed about this in the previous video when we were discussing about the variable types, that in order to declare a variable, you have to use the different statements like this. Okay, if instead of this you could have declared the variables like this, I, A, B as integer, then what would happen? Let's just comment this statements. If you do something like this, that is declare all the three variables in the same line as an integer, then only B would be treated as an integer and I and A would not be treated as an integer. So let's see this as well. As soon as we press F8, you can see I is having a value as empty and A is also having an empty value. While you look at their data type, then it is variant/empty. So variant is a common data type that is assigned to each and every variable in Visual Basic, and it enables the variable to be converted to anything. It could hold any type of data, be it string, be it integer, be it boolean, anything. But it is not advised to use variant because it takes up a lot of memory space. On the other hand, you can see that B, that was the third variable, is declared as an integer over here with its value as 0, which is the default value of integer. So this is a practical example of what we discussed before. Okay, so let us just clear up this code and bring it back to its original form, that is uncomment this. Now we have taken a look at the locals window. There is another window. If you just go to this view tab, and you can see there is this watch window. So this watch window is also used for the debugging procedure. How? Let us just open this watch window. Now
instead of all the variables that are available in the piece of code, if you are only interested in tracking the value of a single variable instead of all the variables, then you can use this watch window. So I'm interested in tracking the value of A because I'm getting it's going from 1 to 8, and for another iteration it would go to 9. B's value is remaining constant, so I'm interested in the value of A. So I'm just going to select that variable, click right click over there, and there is this option of add watch. So I have done this, and I will get this menu bar or this dialog box. Everything goes same. Just click on OK. Now you can see a watch is constructed over here. Now if we just run our piece of code using F8, then what happens? You can see that in the locals window, all the variables values we are getting. If we just turn off this local window, then you can see in the watch window we are only getting the value of A. Instead of all the variables, I'm only getting the value of A in which I'm interested. You can see with these all iterations, I'm getting the values of A. And as soon as it completes, what value I get is out of context because A is no longer available in the memory. So that is why its value goes out of context as soon as the code execution is complete. There is another method through which we can perform debugging, and that is through the breakpoints. So what is a breakpoint? Suppose this is our piece of code, we are trying to execute it, and we want to watch a particular line or a particular statement. So in that case, we can add a breakpoint to it. So a simple method to add a breakpoint is you can just click on this. You can see this dark gray ribbon. You can simply click on it, and this kind of a red stop icon would be shown. This means there is this breakpoint over this piece of code. Or there is a shortcut as well, that is F9. If you just put F9 on the line where your cursor is right now, so my cursor is here, and I put F9, then the breakpoint would be added. Now what is the usage of this breakpoint? If you can see, this is our code, and if we try to run it, then what happens is when we run this, all the iterations must have been completed, but because this breakpoint is available, so what happens in the first iteration itself, we get a break at this line. So if you just go to the view tab and get a locals window, then you can see the values have been halted over here. That is our main line of calculation. Again, if we just run it, then the second iteration, the values have changed. Third iteration, fourth iteration, fifth iteration, sixth, seventh, and eighth iteration. Then finally everything goes off. So that is the usage of the breakpoint. And once you have got the breakpoint, if you want to remove it, you can simply click over here or use the shortcut Control Shift F9 to remove the breakpoint. So this is all about the debugging tools that we have got in Excel VBA. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video for the Microsoft Excel, we are going to see the usage of immediate window. Now first of all, let us understand that what is an immediate window. As the name suggests, immediate window is a window that is used to display the output to us immediately. What does it mean? It means that whenever you are trying to do some of the simpler tasks in Microsoft Excel, then you can do it very easily using the immediate window. Otherwise, if you want to do anything, you need to go to the insert tab and insert a new module. Then you got to rename this module to something such as tasks. And then in this tasks, you have to create a sub procedure like say tasks, and then in this tasks you got to write the code. But what if you are going to do a very simple task such as you want to find out that whether a number is greater than another number or not, or simple calculations like you want to find out the count of sheets or you want to change the name of the sheets, then these simple calculations could be done very easily using the immediate window. The advantage is that you do not need to write the whole sub procedure, you do not need to insert a module, and you would be able to perform those tasks immediately without creating any additional macros. Okay, so this is the advantage of immediate window, and let us now see what is its usage and how can we use it. So first of all, what you got to do is make sure that your VBA is in front of you. To get that, you can go to the developer tab and click on Visual Basic from here, or you can simply use the shortcut Alt F11, and then you will be able to see your VBA editor in front of you. Now once your VBA editor is open, you can see that there is no immediate window over here, so you have to make sure that it is visible to you. For that purpose, you can go to the view tab or the view menu bar, and here you will find this thing called as immediate window. You can click from here and the immediate window would be visible at once. Or you can use a shortcut as well. Once in your VBA, you can use the shortcut Ctrl G, and when you do that, your immediate window would be visible to you. Now once your immediate window is visible, you can use two types of statements or add two types of statements in an immediate window. Now what are these statements? These statements are actually you can either get the value of something or set the value. So these are the getting statements and the setting statements. For example, if you want to find a simple answer to a question, like you want to find if 10 is greater than 8, so that is a simple logical operation that you want to perform. That means you want to get the output that whether it is true or false. So this is a get statement. So how do you write get statement in immediate window? You have to first use a question mark. Whenever you are using a question mark before a statement, it would recognize it as a get statement, means that this statement will give you the output. So I'm trying to get an output, that's why I've used this question mark. Then type in your statement like 10 greater than 8. This is my statement. After you have written your statement, then you can just press the enter key. As soon as you press the enter key, you will immediately get the output as true, which means that yes, it is correct. 10 is indeed greater than 8. Similarly, if you want to use some other thing, like if you want to use say is 4 less than 9, then again you will get true as the output. It is a boolean operation which gives true or false as the output, so we've got true. But what if any condition is false? Suppose I write 8 greater than 10, so that's false, and I will get false. So you would be able to get either true or false as an answer using this. So these are the get statements, simple get statements. But not only that, you can use a simple coding as well. Suppose you want to find out that what is the name of this first sheet. So since you are trying to find it out, you need to use a question mark signifying that yes, it is a get statement, and then you can write sheet 1 dot name. As soon as you write this code, once you have done this code, you can just press enter, and as soon as you press enter, you will get the name of sheet 1. And that is nothing but sheet 1 itself. So that is another usage of get statement. Another usage is, suppose you want to find out the count of sheets, that how many sheets are there. Right now we know that there are 3 sheets, so let us find out and check whether it is working or not. So use the worksheets function, worksheets.count, and then as you press enter, you will get 3 as an answer. Similarly, if you just increase the number of sheets, if I just add some sheets, now I have 7 sheets. And now if I use this get statement, then what happens is I just write worksheets.count, and then I press enter. Then what happens is I get 7, which is the count of the worksheets. So these were the get statements that helps us to get some output. Now what if we want to set some output, that is we want to provide some value to it. Okay, so suppose I want to change the name of the sheets. I want to change the name of sheet 1 to something else. Then how can I do it? So for that purpose, you have to make sure that immediate window realizes that it is a set statement and not a get statement. And as we know, for the get statement to work, we need to use a question mark. That is, if we want to use a set statement, then we do not need to use a question mark. That's simple. So here you do not need to use the question mark, simply write the code that you want. So it would be sheet 1 dot name equals, and you can just assign any name to it. What I'm going to assign it as programming knowledge. Like this, and once you press enter, then you can see you have got no output over here. But what was your goal? Your goal was to make sure that the name of sheet 1 here changes to programming knowledge, and that's exactly what happened. You have got your sheet 1 renamed to programming knowledge.
Similarly, you can rename any of the sheets that you want like this using the set statements. But if you just write here, suppose you are writing this code like sheet1 dot name equals something else. I want to assign it to something else, say YouTube. Okay, but instead of just assigning it, I have also used the question mark, which means I am setting the value, but I have also given it as a get statement by adding a question mark. Now when I press enter, then what happens is I get the answer as false, which means that now what happens is the immediate window checks that whether sheet 1's name is YouTube. So the answer was false, and that's why it has given us the answer as false. Similarly, if you just add the question mark and then you try to check the name, like if sheet1 dot name equals programming knowledge, so since its name is programming knowledge, then in this case we are going to get the correct output or true as the answer. So that's another way through which you can go with it. That is true, yes, name of sheet 1 is programming knowledge. So that's another usage of get statement and the value checking. Okay, now there is another thing. It could also be used with cells, not only with the sheets but also with the cells. Suppose you want to just change the value of any cell. We are currently in sheet 4 and I want to change the value of any cell. So let's just use this range function. I want to change the value of cell A4 as a some number. I want to write 80. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to change the value of cell number A4 to 80. And when I press enter, then what you see is in sheet 4, cell number A4, I have got the value as 80. Now my current sheet is A3, and what if I again try to run this code? Then I have to actually write it again because it's nothing like I can reuse this code. I cannot reuse this code, so I need to write this code again. I can just use it for any cell. Suppose G6 is the cell for which I want to use, and then I write value equals say 90, and then as soon as I press enter, I get this value. Similarly, these are the set statements. If you want to use the get statement, that is if you want to use it to calculate the value from some sheet. Suppose I am in sheet 2 and I have some values of the cells over here. I have A1, A2 and A4 having the values. So I want to get the value. So since this is a get statement, we have to use the question mark. And then within the range function, you need to specify the cell of whose value you want to get. I want to get A1's value. Dot value. Then what happens is as soon as you press enter, whatever the value was there in the cell A1, it has been printed here in the immediate window. Similarly, if you want to compare this value with anything, then what happens is you can simply use a question mark and then write the range function. I want to compare the value of cell A2 dot value. I want to check if this value is greater than 10 or not. So this is my statement, whether whatever the value of range of the cell A2 is, whether it is greater than 10 or not. As soon as I press enter, I get true because yes, it is 16, it's greater than 10. So these are the simple operations that you can perform in immediate window. And that is all for today's video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel for the VBA videos, we are going to see that how can we use the if-else statements in Microsoft Excel VBA. Now we have already written the formula for the if-else statements in the formula bar in Microsoft Excel. But in this video, what we are going to see is how can we use these statements as a part of the macros. Now for that purpose, we have taken some criteria on our screen. If you see on this Excel sheet, we have a sheet named as sheet 3, and in this sheet 3 we have written something. We have got some scores that are that is around 10 scores, and we have to calculate the result based on these scores. So we have to calculate these scores based upon this criteria. We have given this criteria, that is if the scores are less than 30, then we have to give the result as fail. If it is between 30 to 50, then it's third division. If it's between 50 to 70, second division. 70 to 90 gets first division, and 90 plus gets incredible result. So this is the result we gotta give. So for this purpose, what we are going to do is use the if-else statements. Okay, so let us start without any further ado. First of all, what you're going to do is make sure that your VBA editor, that is Visual Basic for the applications editor, is open. For that purpose, you can just use the shortcut Alt F11 in your Microsoft Excel, and this editor would be open in front of you. Then go to the Insert tab to insert a new module, and let's just rename it as if else, making sure that we are able to recognize that what thing this module does, which is if else. Now once you are in your if else, you got to create a new sub procedure, and this is also going to be named as if else. Now this if else would also be the name of your macro, because whatever the name of your sub procedure is actually the name of your macro itself. Now you can just press enter. Now VB recognizes this as a sub procedure. So this was all the process that you need to do again and again and again to create a macro, and this process is now finished. Now whatever we are going to start is going to concern ourselves with the if else condition. So first of all, we are going to see the first test, that is we are going to write just the if statement. Okay, so we are going to write, we have to find out the value, okay, of the cell A2, that is if its value is less than 30, then you should give the result as fail. So this is the first condition for which we are going to check it. Okay, so let's just write it, if, and then you need to use the range function. Why? Because we know that in order to reference to any cell, we need to use the range function. If range A2 like this dot value is less than 30, then what you gotta do? So you have to use this keyword then, which recognizes that the if statement is finished. So that's the syntax. You gotta write if keyword and the then keyword. These both are keywords. Since you can see its colors changed to blue, and whatever you write within these keywords, between these keywords, is actually your condition. So if condition, then you need to now write these statements which you need to execute once the statement is true. If range A2 dot value is less than 30, then in the range B2 you need to write B2 dot value must be changed to fail. So that is our condition, that if this condition is true, then we got to write this thing. Okay, so let's see whether it is working or not. And the reason why I have given the indentation over here, so that Visual Basic is able to recognize that range is actually a statement within the if block. Okay, then you can just run this. Okay, so then what you get is a compile error that there is an if block without end if. So that means, like in the for loop we used to write next statement at the end of every for loop, we need to write the end if statement and the end of the if condition to make sure that Visual Basic recognizes that where this is if statement ends. Okay, and then when you just run the code, then what happens is you get no output. The reason being because this condition is false. So if we just try to execute it in a step-by-step fashion, then you can see this statement is executed, and since its value comes out to be false, then what happens is this statement is not executed at all, rather end statement is executed at once. So this is the working of the if statement. But let us just say for some value which has a value less than 30, where this condition stands true, that is in the cell A7. So let's just change to A7 here and B7 here. Okay, now if we just try to run it, then what happens is okay, we need to just use it in double quotes.
Okay, so we get the answer as fail, which means that the condition is true, so we get the output. Similarly, if we just use it for A5, then also the condition is true. So A5 and B5, and then we try to run, then again this condition is true. Now we have seen that what happens with only the if statement, that is whether the condition is true. When the condition with the if statement is true, then the statements associated with it are executed, but if the if statement's condition evaluates to false, then nothing happens. So what we are going to do is actually try to take a solution for this problem by adding the else statement. That is, if one condition is evaluated to false, then you need to do something else. Okay, so that is the usage of the else statement. Now before that, you must note one thing, that since we have written only one statement in the if block, this doesn't mean that only the one statement could be there in the if block. There could be a number of statements. Any number of statements that you want could come inside the if block, but it could be one statement also, it could be multiple statements also, but you need to use the indentation over here, and that's mandatory. Okay, now once you've written this if statement, now what we are going to do is use the else statement. So let's just write the else statement. Make sure that you write your else statement before the end if statement, because if else both are a part of if statement and must come before the end if statement. Okay, so here you need to write the else statement and just write the keyword else and press enter, then indent it. So what happens is you have to come out of indentation to write the else statement. Like over here we came out of indentation to write the else statement, and then what did we do was just write the statements of the else part inside the indentation. So what are these statements? We need to write range, that is we are going to check actually the value of A2 again. Okay, so let's just change it to A2. That we are going to check the value, that whether if it is less than 30, then you need to print fail, else what you need to do is actually print pass. We are not abiding by the criteria, because we are only trying to look at the usage of the else statement, that whether the condition is true or false. If the condition is true, then you gotta write fail, else you gotta write pass. So this is what our statement is, and let's just run it. So what happens is we get pass as an answer. Similarly, if we just try to change it to something else, say A3, then what happens is the condition again is false. So now what we would be doing is using the step into function to step into and actually try to look at how this thing works. So use the step into function. First of all, this statement is executed, and since the condition evaluates to false, so we directly jump into the else statement, and then the else part statement is executed. Because we have not given any condition in the else statement, that is why whenever the if statement's condition evaluates to false, then automatically this else statement would be executed. So we would be getting the answer as pass, which is over here, and then the end statement and the end sub statements would be executed. So that is the if and the else statements in VBA. In the next video we would be actually looking at these if else statements only, but we are going to see that how can we handle multiple conditions through it. Right now we only handled one condition, but in the next video we are going to handle multiple conditions, so that we are able to use this whole criteria part. So that's all for the video.
Hello everyone. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that how can we handle the multiple conditions using the if-else statements. In the previous video, we handled one condition, that was if the range or the value of a cell was less than 30, then we printed as fail, but when it was more than 30 or 30, then we printed pass. So that was only one condition which we handled, but that was not our goal. Our goal was to meet this criteria given to us. So in today's video we are going to see that how can we actually handle this criteria. Now to handle this criteria, we have to use these multiple conditions. That is, first condition,
is if the scores are less than 30, then if the scores are less than 50, and so on. So this is the criteria that we need to handle. So for this purpose, we have to use multiple conditions instead of one condition. And when we are using multiple conditions, we have to use the if else statements. That is not just a single if else statement, but a combination of the if else statements. So that statements are actually given a different name, which is known as if else statements. This is what we are going to use in today's video and see that how can we actually create the result based upon the criteria given to us. So let's start. So this is our code from the previous video, and let us just make some changes to it only. This was if else condition. Now when you are using the if else statements, then what happens is after this if statement, you got to write the else if statement. Okay, so after this statement, you have to write the else if statement. And since it is an else if statement, so you need to provide a condition to it here as well. So the condition that we are going to provide is that if the value or the scores is less than 50, then we want the value in the corresponding B column to be third division. So it's going to be like this: if range A3 dot value is less than 50, then okay, it's going to be like this. Okay, then what we want is the value of range B3. I'm just going to copy this from here and paste it here. It's going to be third division. So let's just write here. Okay, so this is the else if statement. What is the else if statement? You simply write the else statement and then indent it, and then write the if statement, and then you gotta again indent this statement. Okay, so this is the else if statement that you need to write. And on writing this statement, you would be able to get to use actually the multiple conditions for yourself. Okay, so this is one method. Now if in this case, if you want to write the else statement again, then what happens is the else statement that you are writing just now would be the else statement of this if block. Okay, so for that purpose, what you gotta do is actually we can just remove this right now. You have to just make sure it is over here, and then write the else statement, then put a tab, and then write the if statement, which is range A3. Actually we can just copy this two statements because we are going to actually repeat them again and again. So we are just going to copy it and paste it. And now instead of 50, what I'm going to do is 70, and then indent the range value, and then the division is going to be second division. Similarly, after this, you gotta write the else statement again, and then indent it and paste it, again indent it. Now it is going to be for 90, and then it's going to be the first division, and this is the final else part. In this case, it's going to be actually incredible. Okay, so let's just clear up this code. It's going to be incredible. That's according to our criteria. Okay, so that's what we have written. And now if you take a look at it closely, then how many if statements have you used? You have used one if statement, 2, 3 and 4 if statements. That means the end if that you have written must be 4 times, must be there 4 times. So you have to write this end if 4 times because there are 4 if statements. So you got to end the if 4 times itself. Okay, so just copy paste it and indent it as well to make sure that your code is well read. So these are the 4 end if statements as well. Now if we just try to run this code, then what happens? For 78 we must get first division. Okay, actually we used for A3, that's why we have got third division, because it matches with this criteria. But if instead of A3 we just try to use say A2, so we have to actually change it for every place over here. Okay, like this, and okay, now if we try to run it, but I'm going to run it using the step into function so that we are able to understand its working. So let's start. First of all, this statement is encountered, but it evaluates to false, so our control goes to the else part. In the else part, it encounters another if condition. It again evaluates to be false, so it again goes to the else part. In the else part, again this condition is encountered, again it evaluates to false, so it goes to the else part. Again in the else part there is another if condition encountered, so it tries to execute it, but again it executes to be false. So actually this condition is true, that yes, 78 is less than 90. So this statement, that is range b2.value is first division, would be executed. So if we again press F8, then we get the result as first division over here. And after this end if statement is encountered. This, and this. These 4 end if statements are encountered, and finally the end sub is encountered. So that is how the working of the else, if else statements is done. But these if else statements are actually nested statements. Okay, this is an example of nested statements. Now what are the nested statements? The statements that are associated with one another. That is, there is a container statement. If this is a container statement, then this is a containing statement, means this statement is inside this statement. So these are known as the nested if statements. This is one way of executing it. However, if you want to skip the nested if else statements, then what you can do is simply just write the else if without any kind of space over here. So what happens when you do that is like this. Okay, you can simply write it like this. Okay, so if you just try to omit a space between else and if, then there would be these if else if statements, and you need not write these end ifs. Only one end if will do the trick, it would do the work. Okay, so this is a much cleaner piece of code. That is, you get all these statements over here. Let's just give spaces over here so you're able to understand it in a better way. All these statements, only one else part and only one else if end if statement. So let's try to run it for A11. Let's just change A11 over here. So this is actually a more preferred way because the code is cleaner. You gotta write less code, it's easier to understand. But it's totally up to you, whatever piece of code you want to write, because both are correct. You can either write the nested if statements, or if you want, you can write this statement as well. So if we just try to run it, then we get the answer as incredible. All the conditions evaluates to false. So we get to the final else part where the output is incredible, and we get the answer as incredible. So that is how you can actually match these different conditions using the if else if statements. There are two ways for that, either the nested statements or the simple else if statements. So that's how you can do that. And we have I have actually shown you do it for 3 cells only. So if you want, you can just copy it for multiple cells. It's going to be the same thing, but I'm not going to show you because it's a redundant process. So that's all for the video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, Welcome back. In the previous Microsoft Excel VBA video, we have already seen the usage of the if-else statements, and using those statements, we saw that what is the process through which we can actually write the multiple criteria. This was the multiple criteria. We saw that how can we actually match this criteria using the if-else statements, that was the multiple conditions. So in today's video, we are actually going to see a drawback that we could face while writing those conditions. Now, what is this drawback? In the previous video, we wrote about this A11 cell. So let's just make some corrections over here only. Suppose if our score is less than 30, say if it is 12. Now, if we try to execute it, then we get fail as an output. Similarly, if we have any negative value, say minus 90 as our answer, and then we try to execute it, then again we get fail. But what if our condition is or our marks are not in the form of a numerical value? Suppose there are some kind of words like A, B, C, D. Then if we try to execute it, then what we get is incredible as the result, which is not correct. The reason why we are getting, because ABCD is a value which does not matches with any of the conditions. So the else condition that we encounter over here is where it matches, that is we get incredible as the answer, but it is not correct. So for that purpose, we have to find a solution for this problem, and the solution is using the AND operator. So we have to write the same piece of code, but this time we are going to write this piece of code with the help of the AND operator. Now, when we are using the AND operator, we have to simplify the conditions. Like over here, we were given a criteria that whether when the scores are between 30 to 50, that is, we assumed it that when the scores are less than 50, we are going to give a third division. Similarly, when the scores are less than 70, we are going to give a second division, and so on. But whenever we are trying to use the AND operator, we have to have the well-defined starting and the ending condition. Like in this case, it is going to be if the scores are greater than equals 30 and the scores are less than 50. Similarly, we have to just resolve this condition as well. That is, we are not going to accept any of the negative numbers. So our range is going to be from 0 to 30 in this case. That is, if the scores are greater than equals to 0 and they are less than 30, then we are going to give the result as fail. And similarly, for 90 plus, it does not means we can just give like 1000 as a marks out of 100. We cannot give 1000 marks. If we give 1000 and try to run it, again the result is incredible. So we cannot give 1000 as a marks. So we have to define the boundaries over here as well. So it's going to be 90 till 100. Okay, then we are going to give incredible as the result. So this is how you can actually manipulate your criteria to make sure that your code is more well understood. So let's just create a new module. Go to the insert tab and insert a new module, and that's the AND operator. So AND op, that's what is going to be the name of a module. And let's create a sub procedure like this. Now we are going to write our code. So let's write it. If we are actually going to use for a range as A2, so if range A2 dot value. So what I'm actually going to do is just I'm just going to copy it because it's going to be okay repeated again and again. So if range A2 dot value is greater than equals to 0, and you got to write the AND operator, that is A and D, and again range A2 dot value is less than 30, then what do you need to do? Then in that case, you need to write the value of range B2 dot value. This value is going to be what? Fail, since it's a string, so you need to write it in double quotes. Then what you need to do is specify the else if condition. else if without a space. Okay, so that you are able to use it as else if statement instead of the nested statements. Range A2 dot value is greater than equals to 30 and range A2 dot value is less than 50. Then again you need to nest it or indent it basically, and then write range B2 dot value. In that case, what is the value going to be? It is going to be third division. So that's how you are going to repeat it again and again. So what you can do is actually just copy this else if statement and just paste it over here. So this is going to be if it is greater than equals 50 and it is less than 70. Then we are going to provide it with second division, and again you can just paste it like here. If it is going to be greater than equal to 70 and it's going to be less than 90, then it is going to be the first division. And now again we need to write the else statement because we have a condition. If it is greater than equals 90 and less than 100, less than equals to 100, because it is possible that people can get 100 marks as well. So in this case we are going to write incredible. Now if this all criteria is defined, then we are going to write this, but it is possible that none of this criteria is met. That is, if you are getting an invalid output, a negative number or a number greater than 100, or even a not a number value. Okay, then in that case we need to specify the else statement as well. That is so that we are able to get a clear error message if none of the conditions are met. So in this case we are going to show the error message in a message box, and that's going to show us that invalid score, please check within 0 to 100 range. Okay, so this is an error message that is shown whenever you are getting an invalid input from the user. That is, if the number is less than 0, if it is greater than 1000, or if it is not a number, if it is a string value or something else. And then you can simply end the if statement. So that's how you can work with it. And let's see, right now we have written for A2, right? So it's 78, so let's just change it with we are going to check with every value. So first of all, let's change it to 13 and try to run it. Okay, just a second. Okay, now we try to run it. We get fail as the output, which is perfectly fine. Now let's just increase it to say 45. Now what we get is third division, correct. Now let's change it to 56. Then what do we get here? Is a second division, perfectly fine. Then 89. With 89, what do we get? Here is, okay, sorry. With 89 we get first division, that's correct. 99. With 99, what do we get here is incredible. Now let's provide it with invalid output. Say let's provide it with minus 80. Then what do we get? Invalid score, please check within 0 to 100 range. So whenever I get this error message, I remember that okay, it might be incorrect, so I go to check there and I can remove this error. So suppose I want to write 80 as the marks, so then I write 80 whenever I get this error message, and then I get the correct result. Similarly, if the number is greater than 100, say if it is 101, then also I get the error message, that's correct. And similarly, if it is of any other type, say if it is of text type, then also I get this error, which is that yes, I cannot recognize, Microsoft Excel cannot recognize it as a valid number. So that's how your code should be to make sure that it matches each and every criteria. And The reason why we are doing this, because whenever there is thousands of data, then it is prone to give you some error, and that's why we have done this. So that's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that what is a select case statement and what is its usage in Microsoft Excel VBA. Now the first question is, what is a select case statement? So a simple answer for it is a replacement for the if-else statements. In the previous video we saw these if-else statements in which there was a bunch of conditions given to us, and according to that we wrote this much piece of code to execute those conditions. But with the help of the select case statements, this code could be drastically reduced. So that is the usage of the select case statement. It does the same work as the if-else statements, and it does the same work in a very few lines of code. So in this video we are going to see each and everything about the select case statement, what is its syntax, what is its usage, and everything with the help of an example. So the example that we have taken up is very simple. We are going to ask the user to input a number, and on the basis of that number we are going to give the corresponding month name, which means the user is bound to enter the numbers between 1 to 12, and on the basis of the numbers entered we are going to give an output. Like if the user has entered 4, we will give April as the output. If it has entered 7, we would give July as the output, and so on. So this is what we have taken up in mind, and this is exactly what we are going to do with the help of the select case statements. So let's start. On the left side of your screens you can see that there is this Excel sheet open. Currently we are in sheet 4, and we are going to make some changes to it. So what I'm going to do is actually create a kind of a table in which there is a column called number, and the other column is titled as month name. I want the user to enter the number in the cell number B3, and in the corresponding cell, that is in cell C3, I want to display the month name. So let's just change it into a table. Just select these 4 cells and press Ctrl T, and actually make sure that you check on this My Table Has Headers column and click on OK. And then in the design tab, go to table style options and make sure that you uncheck this filter button. So this is the table that I have got, and if you want you can just go to the home tab to apply the borders to this table. So this is the appearance that I like. You can change its appearance, but that's not our point of concern right now. So let's begin with our coding part. So for this purpose what we are going to do is come back to our VBA editor. If you are not able to see that on your screen, you can go to your Excel sheet and press Alt F11 from your keyboard, and that would bring up this VBA editor. Now once your VBA editor is up and running, you can go to the Insert tab and insert a new module. In this module we are first going to rename it to Select Case so that we are able to recognize that what this module is gonna do. Now what we are going to do is, in the code pane we have to create a sub procedure, that is select cases or anything that you like, then open and close the parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, VB would automatically add end sub at the end, which means that Visual Basic recognizes this as a valid sub procedure. Now once it is added, what we are going to do is begin our coding. So first of all we need to clear our thoughts on few things, and one of them is that whatever data we are trying to get from the user is going to be an integer data, because it is from 1 to 12 and that's the restriction we have imposed. But since the user is prone to make some errors, the user may also enter the textual data. So if we take a data or a variable to store that data, and if we specify its type as integer, and in case the user enters something that is non-integer value, if the user enters any text, then we will get a runtime error, which is not advisable, and we have to actually try to handle those errors. So in this case, what we are going to do is declare a variable without any data type, which means the variable will be of range data type, and whatever the data that the user enters would be valid for that particular variable. So let's create a variable with dim keyword, dim v, and that's how we are going to create a variable. That's it. Okay. Then in this variable v, we want to store the value, whatever the value we have of the cell B3. Okay, this is the value that we are going to store in this variable. So we just type v equals range using the range function, and within parentheses and double quotes just write b3 dot value. So whatever the value of b3 is would be stored in the variable v. Now why we are storing it in the variable v? Because whenever we are trying to use the select case statements, we need to specify the place from where the select case statement must take the value, and it is always easier to use a variable. Instead of writing this whole statement, we can simply write v to represent it, and that's easier way of coding. Okay, now once we have done this, what would this piece of code do is whatever the value of b3 is there would be stored in v. Okay, now we want to access this value. So how can we access this? To access this, we need to use the select case statement, and the syntax is you need to write a bunch of keywords like select, put a space and write case, and then again put a space. Now after this, you need to write that particular variable whose value you want to use as the criteria, in this case v. Then as soon as you press enter, you can see that select and case both have been changed their colors to blue, which means that these are the reserved keywords and VB recognizes them as such. Now what we are going to do is make sure to prevent any mistakes. We are just going to use this end select line. It is similar to the next in the for loop and end if in the if else conditions, which means that it marks the end of the select case statement. So we are just going to write it just now, and this means that we have defined this scope of the select case statement, that is whatever the statements lie between these two lines would be inside the scope of the select case statements. Okay, so that's the syntax for the select case statement, and now let us just specify the cases. Now these cases are nothing but the values or the conditions that must be met, or whatever cases you specify. Whenever that case is satisfied, the statements corresponding to that case would be executed. Okay, so how can you specify a case? First of all, a good programming practice is to use indents. So let's just use a tab to add some indents, and once you have added the indent, you can just use a simple case keyword, put a space, and then you are supposed to write the value with which you want to compare it. So since we are going with the months, so 1 to 12 is the possible values. That means we have to write 12 cases from 1 till 12. So first of all, I'm going to write a case 1, which means if the user enters the value of v as 1. Okay, then put a colon and then put a space. Now after this, you need to write whatever the statements you want to be executed if this condition is satisfied, that is if the value of v is 1. So what do I want to write? I want in the range or in the cell C3 to be shown that the number of the month that the user has entered is actually January. So I would be writing this piece of code, and when when in the cell B3 the user enters 1, JAN, that is short form for January, would be shown in the cell C3. That is meant by this code. So this is a simple one line. You can just copy paste it again and again. So I have written this all code, so just copy it and paste it over here. That's for the 12 case statements. Okay, you can actually double indent it as well. And there is one more thing, that is the case else statements, and this case else would be executed if there is no condition matching, like if the user enters 13 or the user enters a negative number or any other number or string data instead of for this, then what would happen? Then the select case statement would go to invalid. Okay, so that's how it works, and let's just try to run it. First of all, we would give a valid output, that is 8, and let's see what happens. We run it and we get AUG, that is August over here, which is perfectly fine. Now we are trying to try to give an invalid output, like I give 90 over here, and let's use the step into function this time to see how it works. We have got V. It matches with each and every case. It doesn't actually satisfy any case, so it goes to case else, and in the case else the statement is here and that's executed. You get invalid as an output. Now the advantage over here is if we just try to write A, B, C, D, that's the output, or that's the input that the user has given. Now if we try to run it, we get nothing, which means invalid would be the output that we'll be getting. But if we would have just taken V as an integer, and in this case what would we get is a runtime error. That's why we have not bound V to any of the data types, and we have keeping it as a general, which means it would be treated as a range variable, so that if any other kind of the input we receive from a user, then also we get invalid as the output. So that is all for the select cases statements that you need to know in VBA. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see a thing known as the input box. This input box is used to take input from the user, and that is evident from its name itself, input box. So its basic purpose is to just take input from the user. And why is it used? Is it used because there is no other way to take input from the user? No, there are other ways to take input from the user, but input box helps us to process the input data in a better way. Apart from that, if we want to show a custom message to the user and try to direct the user attention that we want this kind of input from you, then also the input box is used. So let us understand the usage of the input box in Microsoft Excel VBA with the help of an example. In front of your screens, you could see that on the left side we have got the Excel sheet, and on the right side we have got our VBA editor. So first of all, what you need to do is, once you've opened your Excel sheet, you got to open the VBA editor. So for that you can use the shortcut Alt F11 from your keyboard and your VBA editor would be opened. Now this is our screen from the previous video itself, in which we learned about the select case statements, and we tried to actually show the data based upon the user input. So we tried to take the user input, but since we were unfamiliar with the concept of the input boxes, so we tried to accept the user input through a cell value only, and on the basis of that we displayed the results. But now since we are going to learn about input boxes, so it is good that we implement it practically in an example that we have already understood. And this is the example itself where we are going to implement our input box. Okay, so let's start. First of all, we are going to see what is the simple method to implement an input box, and then we are going to see its different uses, its different possibilities. Okay, so over here where we have used this statement where we are storing the value of B3 cell in the variable V, instead of the value of the cell we want to store the input from the user, and now we are taking the input through the input box. So let's just write the code for the input box. For using the input box, you simply have to use this keyword input box and put a space. After this, what would you do is you got to write a message that would be displayed on the screen whenever this input box is shown. Okay, so since the message is in the form of a string of characters, we need to include it in double quotes. Enter number. Okay, so that is the message that we have entered, but there is an error. Why is there an error? That is because input box is actually a function, and when you are trying to store it in a variable, then you must include it within the parenthesis. That is, after the input box you must include it in the parenthesis like this. then it would be a valid statement. And now you can see there is no error. So that is mandatory only if you are assigning it to a variable. Like if you are writing a separate statement over here, like I simply write input box and then over here I write enter number, then it is perfectly fine because I'm not assigning input box input to any variable. Okay, so let's just get out of it and try to run it. Now what happens is I get this kind of a box which is displaying this message that I just gave to it, enter number. So this means that when I get this box, or when the user gets this box, the user makes a subconscious choice in his mind that he has to enter a number. So the user enters 90 as a number and clicks on OK. Then what happens is we get invalid as the output. So let's just display this output. Let's just clear up this so that we are able to see the output. Okay, now if we run it and again user enters 90 and click on OK, then we get invalid as the output here. So we need to give another message to the user. We want to give another message that we want to provide a range of data. Since we are expecting the user input within a definite range, so we need to specify that range to the user itself. So for that purpose, we can just write, or we can extend this message enter number within 1 to 12, which means we are giving a message to the user that we expect you to enter a number that is between 1 to 12. Now we try to run it. So whatever is our message, that is communicated directly to the user with a very simple line of code or a very simple statement. Now the user recognizes that okay, I need to enter a number within 1 to 12. So the user enters 8 and clicks on OK. Then you get August as the month name. This was not possible in the case we were directly accepting the user output or the user input through the cells and displaying the output through the cells as well. Now when we are trying to give this user this message, then we should also just try to give purpose to the user, that why we are expecting this kind of input from the user. So we know that we are going to convert it into a corresponding month name, but we have to communicate this to the user. So for that, what we have is another thing that is known as the title of the input box. If you just write this input box function, the first thing is prompt, and this is mandatory for you to write a prompt. Then the second thing is a title, which is within square brackets, which means that it is completely optional for you to write. If you write a title, then it's good. Otherwise, it would take the default title as Microsoft Excel. So within double quotes, I'm going to write month conversion, which means whatever the data that the user is providing me is going to convert itself into a month. Okay. Now this is what I have written, and now I try to run it. You can see now we have got an input box with the title as month conversion instead of Microsoft Excel, which was previously displayed, and the user gets this kind of a message. So the user enters like 6. Now he knows that what happens when I type 6. The user is clear of the motive of this input box, and as soon as he clicks OK, you get June. One important thing is, if we run it right now, user enters something, say 8, and instead of OK, the user clicks on cancel. Then what happens is you get invalid data. Why? Because when the user clicks on cancel instead of OK, then a blank data is given or is passed into this variable v. And since we have not handled the case for blank, this means we are getting to case else and we are getting the output as invalid. Okay. Now what happens is we do not want this blank thing to be visible. If the user does not want to provide any kind of data, then also we want some data. We want the current month data to be shown if the user forgets to enter something. So in that case, we can specify something that is known as default. Now default is the third parameter in the input box, and it is also optional. That's why it is in the square brackets, as you can see in the syntax. So what we are going to provide is with the current month, that is August 8. So we are trying to just use an integer value. That's why we have not used the double quotes, and we have simply written as 8. Now after this, we try to run it. Then what happens? I get this input box, but instead of a blank thing, I get 8 as an entry. If the user does not want to give any entry and simply clicks on OK, I get August over here. Also, if the user clicks on cancel, still we get invalid, because no matter what the output what the input the user has given, if the cancel button is clicked, you are bound to get blank as the output. That is used to recognize that whether the OK button is pressed or the cancel button is pressed. But we are not going to discuss about that because it is very detailed topic. So that was about the default value. Now the thing is, what about the position of the input box? Many times we run this input box and we get this input box here only. If we close it, again run it, this is the fixed position. But what if you do not want this input box to be shown over here? You want it to be shown at some place else. Then what is the process? Well, you can specify the position of the input box using the x and the y coordinates as well. After the default value, you put a comma, and then there are two parameters, that is x position and y position. Both of them are optional, but you can specify any numbers. Suppose I specify 800, 1200. Now when I do that, this is going to be the position of my input box, where 800, 1200. X is 800 and y is 1200. Let's run it. You can see this is where I get my input box, because 800, 1200 is where this translates to. And if you want, you can just change it to anything that you want. Suppose I just change it to say 400, 800. I want the x coordinate as 800 and the x coordinate as 400 and the y coordinate as 800. Now if I run it, I get it over here. So this is how you can actually change the position of the input box. That's all about the input box that you need to know. And that's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see the usage of the message box in Excel VBA. In many of the videos that we have covered previously, we have already seen something about the message box, and we know that the message box is to display a message. So whether it is a custom message or whether it is a value of a variable, if we want to display something in the form of message, if we want to notify the user about anything, then we can use a message box. So in today's video, we are going to see in detail the usage of message box, right? Like in the previous video, we saw about the input box. So this is our screen from the previous video itself, in which we used this input box. So in this video, I'm just going to clear up this position thing for the input box, and this is going to be our code for input box, which means we are going to accept the user data via an input box only. And instead of the cell, now I'm going to show the user the month name with the help of a message box. Okay. Now instead of the cell C3, I'm going to use the message box to show the user some data. But before that, let's take a test to run. And here what we are going to do is actually show the value of V with the help of message box. So this is a very simple process. All you need to do is type message box like this, put a space, and then you got to write the prompt. That is the exact message that you want to be shown to the user. So instead of any kind of message, I want to show the value of variable v. So I have typed v simply, and now if I try to run this code, then first of all I get an input box. So I type in 9, I click on OK, and what do I get through the message box? I get 9, which is the value of v. I click on OK, and also this month name changes to September. So that is a very simple usage of message box. But when I show this value 9, nothing is understandable. No one is able to understand that what this 9 is for. So we have to make some changes into the coding of message box, so the viewer who is seeing it is able to understand that what is happening. So for that we have to customize the message box just like we did in the case of input box. So let's just clear up this piece of code. Actually we should keep the message box, so just type in message box once again and open and close the parentheses. Okay, now whatever we are going to type for this message box is going to be in these parentheses. The first thing is a prompt, which is a message that you need to display. I need to display something like this: value of v is, and then I want to print the value of v. Let's see if it works or not. Like this, I want to show something that value of v is, and after this colon, and after this I want the value of v to be printed. So let's just run this piece of code and let's keep the default value. Just click on OK, and I get the message value of v is 8. So this is completely valid statement. That is, if you want to combine the two different types of data, like I combine string and the integer data over here, so it's perfectly fine for you to do that, until and unless you specify whatever data is in string within double quotes. So that was of the prompt. Now after this we put a comma, and then I get buttons as VB message box style. It is in the square brackets, which means it is completely optional. What is its usage? It is used to specify the type of the buttons that we are going to get in the message box. Okay, now up till now we didn't specify anything, so the default type that we got was the OK button only. But there might be some places where you want to give different kinds of options to the user. You want to accept something, you don't want to accept something, and so on. So on the basis of that, we have different types of buttons available, and some predefined sets available to us. Like the first option you can see, VB abort, retry, ignore, means it is going to show a message box with 3 buttons. First is going to be the abort, then retry, and then ignore, and so on. You can see like this, like VB OK cancel, VB OK only, that's the default one, VB question, and so on. So what I'm going to do is go with VB OK cancel. So just put a tab, and VB OK cancel is the type of the button that I have chosen for my message box. That means I can accept the value, or I can put a cancel on the value as well. So if I try to run it, okay, now since I'm using this VB OK cancel, I need to use it or store it in a variable, say m. So let's just store it in the variable m, because if cancel is there, we need to handle it. Okay, that's why we have to store it in a variable. So I'm going with the default value. Now I get 2 buttons, OK and cancel button. I'm going to use OK only because it doesn't really matter right now. But if you're trying to handle it, then you need to make sure that you check which button is pressed, whether OK is pressed or whether cancel is pressed. So that was one way. There are other buttons also. If for example you try this abort, retry, ignore, okay, then what happens is you try to run it, the default value is fine, and then here in the message box you get 3 buttons: abort, retry, and ignore. I want to click on abort, nothing happens, of course. Now there is another way through which you can iterate through these buttons, and that's the code. Actually the numerical codes that ranges from 1 to 6. There are the different codes given from 1 till 6. Like if we just type 1 and we just copy this code, and that's for 2. I'm just going to show you for 1, 2 and 3, but there are actually up till 6. Okay, 1, 2 and 3. And let's just comment out this select block for now. And now we try to run it. So that's the value. First of all, we get OK cancel, that's for 1. Then we get abort, retry, ignore, that's for this code 2. And then we get yes, no, uncancel, that's for the code 3. So that's how these are the different message boxes codes through which you can associate these codes with the buttons, and you can use any kind of buttons for yourself. Okay, now if you specify like something like 8, 1 to 6 are the acceptable values. If you specify something as 8, then what happens is message box goes back to its default setting, that is just the OK button. Okay, yeah, so let's just clear up this piece of code. And there is another thing that is known as the title. As in the input box, we got a title for ourselves which told us that what is the input is going to be used for. So in the message box also we have the same thing that is known as the title. And if we put a comma, we have got something as title. So you can specify the title. Within double quotes we can specify month name, that's going to be a title. And actually this is the title that would be displayed in the message box if we try to display it right now. So let's run it. 8 is fine. So we get the title as month name instead of the default Microsoft Excel, and value of V is 8. Now what happens if you want to specify a prompt and a title, but you do not want to specify anything for the buttons for the message box? Then what you can do, that instead of providing a value, you can simply use this blank commas. That is, you can put just 2 commas and don't write anything in it, and it would be evident that it is going to be blank. You have omitted this since buttons is an optional argument, so you can omit it, and that is a perfectly valid piece of code. If you run it, 8, and then you get value of V is 8. So that's how message box works, and let's just try to replace it in this code as well. Let's uncomment this code block, and I'm just going to replace it with this one, the first one, but you can just replace it with all of them. So instead of range c3.value, I want January to be displayed. Okay, so let's just write JAN, and this is a message box code. Okay, actually M equals to this, and let's just get rid of this code and see what happens if we run it. So now we give 1 as the input and we try to run it. So we get month name January in the form of a message box. So that is how a message box works, and this is all that we need to know right now about the message box. That's all for the video. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to work more about the message box. I'm going to show you some more about the message box, and in this we are actually going to see 2 important parts in message box. Up till now we have seen that how can we generate message boxes with kind of different buttons, like it could be the OK button, the OK cancel button, abort, retry, ignore button, and so on. So in this video I'm going to show you that along with the buttons you can also change the message box type. That is, up till now we were seeing only a simple kind of a message box, but right now we are going to see the message box along with some kind of information. Like if the message box is trying to show an error message, we would know it. If it is trying to give us a warning, if it is trying to give us some information, then these are the different types of message boxes also that we are going to see, that how can we generate these kind of message boxes. And apart from that, we are also going to see that how can we handle the different buttons. Like for example, we saw that there is a message box type with the button called abort, retry and ignore. So what if we have those buttons abort, retry and ignore in our message box, and we want to identify that which button has the user clicked? Has the user clicked on the abort button, the retry button or the ignore button? So that is what we are going to see in today's video. So let us start with the video. On your screens you can see the Excel sheet and the VBA editor. So once you open up your Excel and you want to open up the VBA editor, so the shortcut is Alt F11. As soon as you press that, you will get the VBA editor in front of you. Now go to the Insert tab to insert a new module, and let's just name it as message boxes. The reason why I have given is boxes because message box is a reserved keyword in VB, so it the name of the module has got to be the different one. So let's now just create a sub procedure in this message boxes code pane. So I'm just going to name the sub procedure as well as message boxes. And once you've done that and created the sub procedure, now it is the time for us to write the code. Okay. So first of all, let us see that how can we create a message box, a simple message box. Let us just brush up our practice that we have done. Okay, so that's within the parenthesis you got to press a prompt. So message box is what I'm going to give. You can give any message, and if it is a string, it has got to be in the double quotes. Then as soon as you put a comma, you are supposed to give a button style. So I'm going with VB OK only. That means it would just give the OK button, and then you got to give a title. So that's the info that I have given as a title. Now you got to store this. As you can see, you are getting a compiler error or a compile time error that it is expecting an equal sign. So you gotta declare a variable, or simply you can just do like this, n equals to this. Now I have taken n as a variable, but you can take any variable, that's totally up to you. So when you run this piece of code, you will get a message box like this. That's pretty simple. Okay, now you can click on OK. Now what if instead of this simple message box, you want that it should be in the form of a warning? So we have actually got 4 message types which show different types of messages. Like it could be a warning message, it could be some information, it could be some help message, and it could be an error message. So these are the 4 types of messages that are possible that we can get from the message box. So our task over here is to identify that how can we actually generate these kinds of message boxes. So let's see. A simple thing or a simple method is you get a type message box. Within the double quotes, you gotta write a message. Suppose we are going to type a warning. Okay, then after typing this prompt, as soon as you put a comma, then you will get all these options. So from here options, you can see the third one, that is VB critical. So it doesn't represent any kind of button. What is represent is a type of message box. If you just type VB critical and put enter, and now you try to run it. So this is the first message box. I'm just going to comment it out in the next time. So this is what we are getting. Actually this is this critical is for error message, that's why we are getting this cross thingy. So in the warning we are supposed to get a yellow triangle. So this is actually an error message. So this is what I'm talking about. This is the icon that is representing that what type of message box you are trying to get. Okay, so you can simply search for these types of message box. Like you just put a comma, and then there are these different types of options given, like VB critical for the error button, VB exclamation is for the warning one. If you just try to run it, then you get this exclamation with a background sound, this kind of exclamation mark, that is for the warning. That means that right now this message box is giving me a kind of a warning. Okay, now instead of we have seen warning, we have seen error. Let's see about information. Let's just change the text to info. And now if you just try to look at it, it is VB information. That's the third type of the message that could be shown. You can see that's the simple information, and actually that was the first one. This is the simple information with with an I icon, which means that yes, this is an information represented by I. Let's just comment it out because we do not need it. And then the next one is question or help. So let's just type help. And the fourth one is VB question. Actually, you can see VB question, that's the fourth type. And if you run it, that's what we have got. That's the help icon, and that's why we have got here. That's the question it is asking. So these are the 4 types of messages that could be displayed with the help of a message box. Okay. Now this was all about it, the 4 types of messages. Now we are trying to see that how can we handle the different events. That is, if we are trying to show a message box with different sets of buttons, then how can we know that which button has the user pressed? Okay, so for that purpose, what I'm going to do is actually create a message box with the buttons abort, retry, ignore. VB, abort, retry, ignore are the 3 buttons which I'm going to show in my message box. And let's just give it a title as identify. Okay, and let's just keep all the things similar, but just put them in the parenthesis. The reason why we are doing this, because we are going to store its value in a variable, say n. After this, we are going to just print the value of n in the form of a message box. Okay, so what will these 2 lines of code do? Let's just clear up this line of code. This is our final code. What will they do is, first line of code will show a message box with the text as help, and it would show 3 buttons, that is abort button, retry button, and the ignore button, and its title would be identify. Now when this button is pressed, a corresponding value that button returns will be stored in the variable n, and when this piece of code is executed, then that value of variable n would be shown, which means if I or the user clicks on abort, then a different value would be shown, retry would show a different value, and ignore would show a different value. And that's exactly how you can handle the events, different events associated with these buttons. So let's just run this piece of code. So we have got this. Let's just click on abort right now. So we have got the value of n as 3. Simply, if we just click on retry, then we got the value as 4. And now if we just run it and we click on ignore, then we have got the value as 5. So that is the different types of the values that these buttons are generating. Now let's just use it in a select case statement, the value of n. So let's just type this code, select case n, and n select. That's the select case statement, and let's just type in the cases. Case 3. So what we are going to do is actually give a message box that abort was pressed, and let's just copy it and paste it in the form of case 4 as well. In this case, retry was pressed, and in the case of case 5, ignore was pressed. So we are going to identify that which button was pressed through this piece of code. Let's just try it. I have pressed retry, I get the value as 4, and I get the message retry was pressed. If I try to run it again, I press ignore, I get the value as 5, and ignore was pressed. So that is about the message box. How can you actually associate different events with the different buttons, and what are the different types of messages that you can show with the help of message boxes. That's all for the video. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see the usage of some of these string functions over the data in Microsoft Excel using the Visual Basic code. So basically in this video we are going to apply some of the string functions over the string data that is available to us. Now what are these functions and what we are basically going to do with it? As you can see over here, we have got some kind of data like the days of the weeks from Monday till Sunday, and we have 4 columns, that is the uppercase column, lowercase, left characters and the right characters. In the uppercase and the lowercase, as the name suggests, we are going to convert the data into uppercase and the lowercase. In the left column, we are going to extract the first 3 letters from the left side. That is, if the Monday is there, so we want MON. If Tuesday is there, we want TUE, and so on for all the days. Similarly, in the right characters column, we want day, that is the last 3 characters, or the first 3 characters from the right side of the data, that is day for each of the days. Okay, so this is what we want to do, and we are going to do this all with the help of the string functions and using the Visual Basic code. The reason why we are doing this is because the string functions are used very much whenever you are trying to operate on the data. Whenever you have some textual data and you want to play with it, then you can very easily use the string functions. So in this video we are going to show you a small demo of what the string functions can do. So let us start with our video. You have to first open up Microsoft Excel, and once you've done that, use the shortcut Alt F11 from your keyboard to bring up this Microsoft Visual Basic for Applications editor, that is VBA editor. Once you have opened VBA, go to the Insert tab to insert a new module, and let's just rename it as String Functions. The reason why we are doing this, so that we are able to recognize it afterwards. And in this string functions, let's just create a sub procedure, and let's just name it as string funcs as well, so that this is the name of our macro. Now whatever the macro would be created would be named as string funcs. Now this is a sub procedure created, and let's now start to work with it. So first of all, what we are going to do is declare an integer variable. So we know dim is the way to do that. Dim x as integer, and we have got x logged up as an integer variable for this sub procedure. Then we are going to use the for loop. Why we are going to use it? Because all of our data is present in the many rows. It means the data is not in a single row. We have not got a single piece of data, but 7 datas. Okay, so that's why we are going to operate a for loop, so that all of this data is handled with single piece of statement. We do not need to write the code again and again and again. Okay, now let's just write the for loop. We have already read about for loop, so we know how it works. For x equals 3 to 9, and then you get it right. Next. Okay, so let me explain this part first. X, the value of x would be going from 3 to 9. The reason why we are doing this, because we want to target rows through this x, which means this 3rd row, 4th row, 5th row, and so on up till the 9th row. Since our data is from 3 to 9, so we have taken up 3 to 9 as the values of x, and then this for and next is just a part of for loop. It is its syntax, which we should know. Okay, now when this data is actually working, then what we want is, we want first of all, we are working with this uppercase thing. So what we want is in the cell, so cells x comma, this is this 3rd column, that is x comma 3 dot value. We want its value to change, so dot value, we want this value to be changed, so we have targeted it using this, that is x comma 3 dot value equals to, what we want this value to be, whatever the value is in this 2nd column, we want it to be changed. We want it to be converted to an uppercase form. So for that we have got a function called uCase, and as soon as you open and close the parenthesis, uCase is a function that expects a string and converts that string into uppercase. So for that, let's just provide with the value, and this value is nothing but cells x comma 2 dot value, and close the parenthesis. And now if we try to run this piece of code, then boom, you can see that all of the letters or all of the data that we had in the second column is converted into an uppercase in the third column using this uCase function. So that's how you can simply convert any data into the uppercase using the uCase string function. The second string function that we have is known as the lcase string function, and this lcase function is the complete opposite of the uCase function. That is, when the uCase function transfers the data or changes the data into uppercase, the lcase function changes it into a lowercase. And let's see its usage with the help of an example. This time our target is going to be the fourth column, that is x comma 4 is where we want our values to be displayed. So x comma 4 dot value equals to, instead of uCase we have lcase right now, and in this lcase also it accepts a string value. This time the string value is going to be the value of the third column of the cells, that is whatever the value we just converted into the uCase or the uppercase is now going to be converted into lowercase. So let's just write cells and this time x comma 3 dot value and just close the parenthesis. Now let's just comment out this statement because this we have already run, and let's run it. So here you can see that we have got all the lowercase letters over here, that is whatever was there in the uppercase is now converted into the lowercase in this column using the lcase function. Next function we have the left chars and the right chars. Now since the lowercase and the uppercase or the uCase and the lcase functions are used to manipulate the case of the letters, the left characters and the right characters function are completely different. They are used to extract the characters from the string from the given data. So let's see that how they work. Let us just comment out this piece of code as well. Now what we are going to do is work with the left chars and the right chars. So first of all, let us work with the left chars. So where is this left chars value going to be shown? It is going to be shown in the fifth column, that is the E column. So let's just write this piece of code first of all, that is x comma 5 dot value equals, now the function that we have over here is known as left and it accepts two parameters, as you can see, string comma length as long. So string is first of all the source data where you want to extract from where you want to extract the characters, and our source data is nothing but the data from the second column. So let's just write cells x comma 2 dot value. So this is our source data, and then you are expected to write the length. Now this length is nothing but how many characters from the left side of the string you want to extract. As I already told, I want 3 characters. That means for Monday I want MON, for Tuesday I want TUE, for Wednesday I want WED, and so on. So this is what I want, that is 3 characters from the left of the data. So that's why I am specifying 3. So here you need to specify the length of the characters that you want to extract. So this is the whole syntax of the left function, and let's just run it. Now as soon as we run it, you can see you have got the data like MON, TUE and so on up till Sunday for SUN. So that's how the left characters work. The right characters function, we have got right, that instead of left we need to write RIGHT, right. So that is the complete opposite of left, that instead of generating characters from the left, the right function generates character from the right side. Rest everything is same, the syntax is completely same. So let's just copy this piece of code and paste it here. Let's just change the column value from 5 till 6, and here instead of left we have to mention right. Okay, rest everything is going to be same, that is we want the value, our source data is the one that is present in the second column, and we want 3 characters. So let's just comment out this piece of code and run it. So we have got day 7 times. That's how the right thing works. It extracts data from the right side. That's all for the string functions that you need to know in Excel. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see about the date functions in Microsoft Excel. Now, whenever we are working on Microsoft Excel, the dates function are very important because they help us to keep a track of all the changes done or anything that any new thing we are adding in our Excel or any changes if we are doing, then it is very important to incorporate the date function in it. So in today's video we are going to see the same. First of all, we are going to see the formatting of the date function. How can we actually display the dates using the inbuilt function? Then we are going to see that how using the functions that is the DateAdd function, we can actually manipulate the dates that have been taken. So let's start with our video. We have got a blank Excel sheet and our VBA editor. So in case you are wondering how to get the VBA editor up and running, all you got to do is open up your Excel, and from the Excel sheet you can just go to the developer tab and go to the Visual Basic over here. But if you do not want to do that thing, then you can simply press the shortcut Alt F11 from your keyboard, and then this VBA editor would be in front of you. Then go to the Insert tab to insert a new module, and let's rename it as date, so that okay, so we cannot name it as date because date is a function. That's what I wanted to tell you. So let's just name it as date funcs, that is a shortcut for date functions, so that we are able to identify that what we are going to do with this module. Now once in the module, you can just create a sub-procedure. This also needs to be named as date funcs or whatever name you like, except for the dates, because it is a reserved keyword, so you cannot name it. Okay, so the first thing is, how can you actually use the date function? That is, if I'm want to get the current date, the today's date, then how can I get it? So a simple method for it is, you can declare a variable or not, that's totally up to you, and I'm going to take its type as variant. So once you have declared a variable, in the variable you can store the date using DateAdd. This is a date function. Then you can write the parenthesis, and once you write the parenthesis, as soon as you press enter, you can see that the parentheses have gone. That's because that's how it is. Actually, the parenthesis doesn't matter, so you can simply just write date, and then you can just show that date in the form of a message box like this. Now if you just try to run this piece of code, then you get this kind of date, which is today's date, that is 28th of July 2020. Now if the formatting you see, that is month mm/dd/yyyy, that's the formatting that we have got in Microsoft Excel, and you can click on OK. So that's how you can get the date. Now the second thing that you need to know about the date function is, suppose you are entering any date in a normal format, then how can you convert it to the format that Microsoft Excel understands? Okay, so for that purpose, what we are going to do is, let us just declare another variable, that is dim_b as a variant, and in this b I'm going to just store a date. So let us just store a date. B equals to what I'm going to store is a date. Say I want to store 31st December 2020. Okay, so what I would be doing is simply write 31st DEC for December 2020. In this form I have entered the date, and I want it to be converted into the form of 12/31/2020. So for that purpose, what I have to do is actually use a function that is known as CDate. CDate is for convert date, and within the parenthesis we have to give the date. Now this date is going to be in double quotes, so that VB recognizes this as a valid thing, and then you can just simply print the value of B in the form of a message box. When you do that, you will be getting the expected output. And let's just comment out this piece of code, and now if we run it, you get 12/31/2020, which is the formatting that Microsoft Excel understands. So that's how you can convert any format of date into something that MS Excel understands. So that's the CDate function. Now we have another function that is actually known as the DateAdd function. Okay. Now what does this DateAdd function do? As the name suggests, it adds a particular date to the given date. Suppose we have B that is storing the date as 31/12/2020. So you want to add something to it, and now this DateAdd function could be used for this purpose. Now when this DateAdd function is used, it could add the years, it could add the months, it could add the days as well. Okay, so these are the three things that this DateAdd function could add separately. That is, if you want to add some years, then it would be added to the year part. If you wanted to add some months, it would be added to the months part, and so on. So let's see, let's just actually, whatever is the result, we want to display it in the form of a message box. So let's just type the message box first, and then we want to use the DateAdd function. So let's just write this DateAdd function. Now within the parenthesis, you have to specify three things. First of all is interval as a string. Now the interval over here means that what interval you want to specify. That is whether you want to add to years, you want to add to months, or you want to add to days. So first of all, I'm going to show you about the years. So within the double quotes, as it is expecting a string option or a string value, so let's just specify 4 Ys for the year, and this is what is going to be same as it is. That means you cannot specify 2 Ys, you cannot specify a single Y, you have to specify 4 Ys, and then put a comma, and then it expects a number. This number is going to be the number of years to be added to 2020. I want to add 5 years to it. So after this 5, you again put a comma, and then there is this date. So now it expects that to which date you want to add 5 years. So I want to add it to B, and whatever the result is, I want to show it in the form of a message box. So this is what my code is saying. So that's for the year, and let's just write this piece of code again for months and days as well. So I'm just going to copy it and just paste it and paste it. So let's just change. I want to add months. So for months, you have to specify within double quotes M, a single M, and for the days you have to specify within double quotes a D, single D. So that's for the days, months and years. I want to add, say, 3 months and 2 days. Okay, so this is what I am expecting the Microsoft Excel to do, and let's see what happens if I try to run it. First of all, I get 31st December 2020, that is through this message box B. Then I get 31st December 2025, which is with this DateAdd function. As you can see, it has added 5 years to 2020 to give up 2025 as the result, and then it has added 3 months to this date, that is 31st March 2021, and as you can see, on adding the month, the year has also changed, so that's why it's given us the output like this. And then again, the days, it has added 2 days, which is 2nd of January 2021. So that's how the DateAdd function works, but that is only for the kind of days. Okay, however, it could also be added to the time as well. So how can you work with it? Let us just paste this only, but you have to make some changes. Now instead of this year, I want to suppose add some hours. Okay, and then it expects me that how many hours I want to add, and the third thing it expects is the value. Now instead of this B, I have to give something that includes time as well, so that it can add the time to it. So what I'm going to do is just write 31st December 2020, and let's specify a time, that is 12:00:00. So that's the format of specifying the time, hours, minutes and seconds, and that would add some hours, and let's just copy and do for minutes and seconds as well. Okay, now one thing that you must note, that instead of minutes, instead of M, we are specifying the letter N. That's because M is already taken for months, and for seconds that's a single S. and that's how it will do. Let's just comment out this all piece of code so that we are only going to see the output for the time. And now if we run it, so the first thing is we get is 5 p.m. that is adding 5 hours to 12. Then we get 12:05 p.m. that is adding 5 minutes to 12. And the third thing, we get the same date and 5 seconds. That means adding 5 seconds to the given interval of time. So that's how you can add the time using the DateAdd function as well. But one thing you must remember, that whatever value you are using over here must have the time to be added to the time. Okay, so that's all for the video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to continue our discussion which we started from the previous video on the dates in Microsoft Excel. So in the previous video, we saw that how can we actually generate dates in Microsoft Excel. How can we convert the date from any format to a format that Microsoft Excel understands, and how can we add anything to a date in Microsoft Excel using the VBA macros. In today's video, we are going to understand the usage of the DatePart function that is actually used to separate the days, month and year from a given date. Also, we are going to see the different methods through which you can do that. One is the DatePart function, and there is another method through which we can work on it. And then we are also going to see about the time function, that is how can we get the current time in Microsoft Excel. So let's start with the video. The first thing is we are going to read about the DatePart function. So let's just start with it. This is the piece of code that I wrote from the previous video. So let's just comment it out. Go to the edit tab and go to this comment block, so it would be commented out. Let's just comment this all, and let's now add up our new code from here. So for the DatePart function, what does this DatePart function do? It can separate the year from the given date, separate the month and separate the date. Also, on the basis of the given date, it would tell you that what quarter it is right now. So let's see an example. Let's just create a variable, say dim c as variant, and this would be used to store a date. Now right now what we have done, we have not entered any date. Like here we entered a date, but we use the CDate function to convert it into a format that Microsoft Excel understands. But right now what we are going to do is actually give it the date value ourselves without the CDate function. So how can you do that? As you know, whenever you are trying to store any textual value or any string, then you need to use the double quotes. Similarly, if you are trying to store any of the dates value, then you need to use the hash sign or the pound sign. So these double pounds is where between these double pounds is where you want your date to be stored. So whatever date it is, you got to store within these double pounds. Okay, so once you've written this, let's just give it a date, that is 12/31 and 2020, that is 31st December 2020, and the format is mm/dd/yy. Okay, now once you've given that, let's just actually print it once so that we are sure that it is accepting the correct format. And we are printing this value of c using a message box. So let's just run it, and you can see we are getting the correct date. So that's how it works. Okay, now let's just remove this piece of code because we do not need it anymore. Then let's use the DatePart function. So whatever the result of this DatePart function is, we want to store it in a message box or show it in the form of a message box. That's why we are in message box. Then put a space and then write DatePart like this, and open and close the parenthesis. Now within these parentheses, we have got these different things. First of these things is the interval as a string. Now this interval is the same interval as we looked at the DateAdd function, that was y, m and d. So this is actually going to accept the same formatting. That is, if we are trying to extract the year, first of all we are going to extract the year. So for that we have to specify 4 y's and then put a comma. Next thing it expects from us is a date. So our date is stored in a variable called C. So let's just type in C, and rest of the things are optional. So we are not going to actually study it in that detail, and these two arguments are sufficient for us. So when this piece of code is executed, from the C part, the year would be extracted. That is, we are expecting 2020 to be the output over here. So let's just copy and do it for the months and the days as well, and one more time for the quarter. So for the month, we know we have to type a single M. For the days, we know we have to type a single D, and for the quarter, we got to type a single Q. So the quarters, you can see it would be giving the 4 as the answer. That's the 4th quarter. So that's how this works, this DatePart function works, and let's just check it out. So let's just use this run. So first of all, we get 2020 as the output. That is for this first line of code, that is, it has extracted the year. Then it gives 12, which is the month. Then it gives 31, which is the day. And then it gives 4, which is the quarter. Okay. Now if you want to cross check it, you can just change the month value, say 3. And now let's check the value of quarter. 2020, 3, 31, and 1 is the quarter. So that's how it works. That's how the DatePart function works to extract up all these things. Okay. Now there is another method through which you can extract the days, months, and years, and that is actually pretty simple. You do not need to use the DatePart function. So for that method, what we are going to do is, first of all, let's just comment out this whole block. And then what we are going to do is actually show the result again in the form of a message box. Then what you got to write is a simple day function. DAY, day is the name of a function, and within the parenthesis you need to specify the date. So our date is stored in a variable C. Now what this day function will do, as the name suggests, it will extract the day from the given date. That is, it would give 31 as the answer. So that's for extracting the day. And if you just paste it 2 more times, then we have got the functions for month and year as well. So if you want to extract month, month, month is the name of the function, and if you want to extract the year, year, year is the name of the function. So these are the 3 functions that could be used instead of the DatePart function as well, and they do the same thing. So let's run it. So first of all, we have got the day, that is 31st, because of this day function. Then we are getting 3 because our month was 3 through this month function. And then we got the year as 2020 because of this year function. So that's how you can actually change the days, or actually split the date using the 2 methods, whether the DatePart function or the day, month, year function. And that was about the dates. So let's just comment it out again. Now we are going to talk about the time. Like we saw that how using this date function we got the current date. So if we talk about time, so how can we get the current time of the system in Microsoft Excel? So for that, let us go to the insert tab and insert a new module, and this time I'm going to rename it as time funcs. That means time functions. That's for the shortcut. And let's create a sub procedure, that is time funcs sub procedure. And excuse me, in this sub procedure we are going to actually display the current time. So when you want to display the current time, there are actually 2 methods for it. Okay. So one method is the function called as now. If you just write it in message box and simply you write now, NOW, and open and close the parentheses. So now is a function that will display the current date and time, which means both the date and the time would be displayed. And then we know we can extract the date from it and all those things. But if you only want to display the time, then what you can do is simply write a function that is given to us is known as time, 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 and then open and close the parentheses. So using the now function, you will get date and time, while using this simple time function, you will only get to know the current time. So that's it. Let's just run it and see what happens. So first of all, we are getting this output, that's the current date and current time because of this now function. Now we click on OK, and this is the second message box in which we are getting the current time because of this time function. So that's how you can get the time. And as we saw in the case of dates, we can also extract the time, which means that if you want to split it in the form of hours, minutes and seconds, then we can do that with time as well. So this is what we are going to see in the next video, where we will be working about time and understanding more and more about time, that how can we work with time in Microsoft Excel, how can we split the time into hours, minutes and seconds. And also we are going to see two important functions of time, that is TimeSerial and the TimeValue functions. So that is all for for today's video, in which we learned about the date functions. And thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to see that how can we work with the time functions in Microsoft Excel. In the previous video, we saw that how can we get the current time using the now and the time functions in Microsoft Excel. In today's video, we are going to see that once we have got the time, the current time of our system into Microsoft Excel, then how can we work with it and how can we split it into hours, minutes and seconds. So this is going to be the one topic that we are going to cover in this video. The second topic is going to be the two important functions of time, that is the TimeSerial and the TimeValue functions. Okay, so let us start with the video. Now we have got these two functions, so let's just clear up this function. And we have got this time function. So the time function is used to display the current time according to the system. Now once we have got the time, we need to split it. So for that we have to display it using a message box. So that's why I have typed the message box. And once you have typed the message box, you need to split it into hours, minutes and seconds. So first of all, I'm going to talk about the hours. If you want to split it into hours, then you have got a simple function known as hour, which is HOUR. Then within the parenthesis you need to specify the time. So to specify a time, simple, you can write time time. That will give you the current time, and whatever is the hours part of this current time would be shown through this message box. So let's try and run this piece of code. First of all, we get this whole time because of this first statement written, this time function. And then the second thing is we got this time in the form of hours, that is 10. If you must have remembered, it was 10 minutes, 10 hours and 15 minutes something with this time function. So through the hour part we got only the time in hours. Okay, now if you want it in the minutes and seconds, then we have got similar functions to them also. If you want minutes, then we have got a function called minute. It also has the same format as the hour function, that it expects time. And let's just copy it and paste it for the seconds as well, because its format is also same, but instead of minute, the function name is second, like this. Okay, now if we run it, this is the whole time, 10 hours 15 minutes 45 seconds. If we click on OK, for the hour we have got 10, for the minute we have got 15, and for the seconds we have got 54. Why? Because the seconds are increasing, that's why we have got this 54 updated seconds. Okay, so that's how you can split the time into hours, minutes and seconds. And this was a format using this time function, which gives the current time. But what if you do not want for a current time, you want for a specified time? So for that, what you can do is simply just use this function. Message box hour is going to be same, but instead of time you need to specify your custom time. Okay, so within the parenthesis, within double quotes, you need to specify the custom time. I am specifying this as 12:38 and actually 50. Okay, so this is what is my custom time. I want hour from it, so let's just run it. First of all, let's just comment out this piece of code. comment block. And now I'm going to just show the R part from this custom time, and let's just run it. So we have got 12, that's correct. And if we just copy it and paste it, and again paste it for the minute and for the second. Okay, now let's just run it. That's 12 hours, 38 minutes and 50 seconds. So that's how it works. Now that was about splitting the time into hours, minutes and seconds. Now let us look at two important functions, that is the TimeSerial and the TimeValue function. First of all, we would be looking at the TimeSerial function. So let's just comment it out again. And this time we are going to look at the TimeSerial function. So what this TimeSerial function do is it accepts 3 arguments. Okay, so first of all, let's write the code so that we are able to get the syntax from VB itself. Message box space TimeSerial, and as soon as you press the parenthesis, you get 3 possible parameters. First is hour, then is minute, and then is second. So you got to specify the hour, minute and second in the form of integers, and it would give you the corresponding time. So let's just do that. Suppose I specify 11 as hours, I want 32 as minutes, then again put a comma, and I want 45 as the seconds. So this is what we have given as the parameters. If we try to run it, then we have got 11:32 45 AM. Okay, now instead of 11, if I just specify 21, then what happens? So what I get is 9:32 45 PM, because we are giving it in a 24 hours format, and that's why it has converted it into a PM. Okay, so suppose I give 23, so that would be 11:32 45 PM. But what happens if I give 24? Then what I get is a custom date. That is actually the date, the starting date that is stored in Microsoft Excel, the next day for that, and the time for that. So it displays a date, that is starting date, and then the time as well. Okay, so that is the usage of the TimeSerial function. If you want to see some more examples, you can just keep on changing the values and you will get the corresponding time for yourself. Okay, now the second thing is the TimeValue function. So let's just use this TimeValue function. The work of this TimeValue function is also similar to this TimeSerial function only. The only difference is that instead of this integer value, it accepts the string values, okay, in a proper formatting. Let's just try it. Just type the message box to display the result, and then time value, and put a parenthesis. Then what is it expecting? A time as a string value. So you need to use the double quotes over here, so that you can specify the time in the form of a string value, and you can specify anything that you want. Suppose I want to specify 12, and then put a colon to just separate it, like 12 21. Okay, so that's what I want to show. Let's just comment it out and run it. So it's 12:21:00 PM, since we have not specified any seconds. But if you just put another colon and specify the number of seconds, say 43 seconds, and run it, then 12:21:43 PM, that is in the proper formatting. Simply if you just specify 14, then what would it do is it would change it to 2:21:43 PM. So that's how it works. That's how the TimeSerial and the TimeValue function works. So that is all you need to know about the times. In today's video, we learned how to split the times using the hour, minute and the second functions. We learned about the TimeSerial and the TimeValue functions. That's all about time. There is one important thing that you must know in Microsoft Excel, and that is how to create your own functions. Like if you are working over a cell in Microsoft Excel and you put an equal sign, and you try to use a function such as sum. So you have a function called sum. So this function is actually by default written by Microsoft Excel, but what if you want your own custom function over here? So how can you do that? So for that purpose you need to create a function in Microsoft Excel, and let's see how can we create a function in Microsoft Excel. So insert a new module and let's name it as func for functions, and create a sub procedure as funcs. And then in this procedure we need to create a function. So the format for that is you need to use the function keyword, then you specify the name of the function. So I'm specifying add as the name of the function. I'm going to just add two integers. So we are expecting two arguments. So x as integer, we are expecting two integer arguments because we are going to add two integer arguments only. Okay, then within the parenthesis you need to specify the number of the arguments along with its data type, and then again use the as keyword and specify the type that you want this function to return. I want this function to add two integers, and in the result I expect it to return an integer. That's why I've written this. And then you need to just end this function using this end functions option. Okay, and then what you need to do is whatever statements you write within these two would be the body of this function. So this body is going to be add equals x plus y. So that's a simple way through which you can actually create this function. Now if we just run it, okay, actually you need to write end sub here and run it. Okay, actually what happens is if you just put an equal sign here and use add then you have got this function. You do not need to run it actually, but you have already got this add function over here. Put a tab, then it expects two argument. If you write 6, 8, now as soon as you press enter you would get 14 as the answer, and that is absolutely correct. Now I have removed this end sub from here because we do not need it. This end function is going to actually end these things. That's why we do not need an end sub over here, and that's how the function works. That's all for the video. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to start with a topic known as arrays in Microsoft Excel. So what is an array? That is the first question that occurs in the mind of the people whenever they hear this word. So for your reference, I have got a bunch of questions on the left side of the screen which I'm going to answer in this video through an example which help you to better understand and grasp the concept on the arrays. So let's start. The first question is, what is an array? So a simple and official definition of an array is that it is a collection of homogeneous data types. So collection means it is used to refer to more than one data type or more than one data at a time, and homogeneous data type means whatever data an array is referring to must be of the same type. For example, if one data is a numerical data, then the array expects the other data to be numerical as well. So if there is an array created for a numerical data, then only the numerical data must be present in that array. If the array is created to be of a textual data of string type, then only the strings should be preserved or should be stored in that particular array. So that is about an array. The second question is, what is the advantage of array? As we know that an array does the same thing of like that of a variable, that is, it is used to store the data. So what is the advantage of using an array instead of a variable? The advantage is that whenever you are trying to store a collection of data, then you have to use array instead of a variable. A very simple example for that is, suppose you are trying to store the data of 100 people. So in that case, you want to store their IDs 1 to 100, you want to store their names, which is a string format, and so on. All this data you want to store. So in the case of the variable, you've got to declare 100 variables for storing 100 IDs, 100 variables for storing 100 names. But that is something
beyond the comprehension, because 100 is you have to first declare 100 variables, then you got to remember the name of those 100 variables and refer them separately, because there is no relation through which you can actually use the loop to access those 100 variables. So all these problems are removed through an array. You can simply declare an array of size 100 through which you can actually store all this data. And when you are doing that, then you need not worry about the name, because it has got a single name. All you need to do is refer to the index, and using that index you can get it in the loop, and a very small program would be written to store the details of those 100 people. So that is the advantage of an array over variables. The third question is how to declare arrays. So that is something that for which we need to move on to our VBA editor. So let's press Alt F11 from our keyboard. Once you are in Excel and you press Alt F11 on your keyboard, then you get this VBA editor. Now what I have done is I have already inserted a new module named as arrays, and I have created a sub procedure as arrays in that particular module. You can do that by going to the insert tab and inserting a new module, and then you can rename it to arrays. Now once you've created the sub procedure, we can write any piece of code over here. So the code we are going to write is, first of all, we are going to see that how can we declare an array. So to declare an array, there is actually a very simple syntax. It is similar to the declaration of a variable only. So suppose you are declaring a variable dim a as integer. So that's the way through which you declare a variable. But if you are trying to declare an array, then what you need to do is, after this after you have declared the variable a, then what you need to do is, within the parenthesis you need to specify the size. This is going to be the size of array. Suppose you specify like 3. So this array would be holding 4 elements. Why? Because the indexing of the array starts from 0. This means the array would be holding the values of A0, A1, A2 and so on till A3. So it would be A0, A1, A2, A3. These 4 values would be held by this array. So the size of this array when you are trying to declare A3 would be 4. So let's just specify it in the comment. Size equals 4. So you are able to memorize it, or you are able to recognize this thing. Okay. Now this was about the declaration of the array, which was our third question. The fourth question is how to use arrays. Now with this said, the size equals 4. Our fifth question is also answered, that what is the size of the array. So size is 4 over here. Okay. Now we have the last question, that is how to use the arrays. Okay. So we have declared a variable or an array a as an integer. This means that this array a will hold 4 values. All 4 would be of integer type. Now if we try to store any kind of other values, like if we try to store the string values or the boolean values, then it would result in an error. So we are not going to do that. We are simply going to store the integer values in this array. So let's see how we are going to do that. First of all, let's just declare a loop. But before that, actually let us declare a variable. We got an error because we jumped out abruptly. So we are first going to declare a variable dim I as integer, and this is going to be the iterator variable for our loop for I equals 0 to 3. So that's the size of the array, that starting point is 0 and the ending point is 3, and then write in next to end the for loop over here. And then within this we are going to add some statements. So what we are going to do is actually accept the value of these 4 arrays from the user itself, that whatever the user enters the value 4 times would be stored in that particular place, in that particular index. Okay, so for that, a of I equals we are accepting the values through an input box. And what is it going to be the prompt? Enter a valid integer value for index, and then we are going to specify the index so that the user knows that for what index the user is going to actually enter the value, like this. Okay, so after this I'm just going to close the parenthesis and press enter. Then what will happen is this loop will iterate from 0 to 3, that is 4 times, and these 4 values would be stored in A. Now after the values have been stored, we got to display those values. So for displaying them, what we can do is again use a for loop, the simple coding as we did in the previous one, the previous loop, and then add it next. But this time, instead of the input box, we are going to use a message box, or we're going to use some kind of a cell. But what I'm going to do is simply I'm going to use a message box to display the values. So message box A of I, that's it. So this is our code, and let's just run it to see what happens. Okay, we have got an error over here, and the reason we are getting this error is because I think we have to convert the value into integer, I think. So let's just remove this, and what we are going to do is actually give some value to it, like I into 10 should be the value, or I plus 1 into 10. So that what happens is 10, 20, 30 and 40 would be the values. Now if we run it, so the first value, that is of A0, is 10, then it is 20, then it is 30, and then it is 40. So these are the values associated in an array. So we now know that how can we use the arrays. But this array is a single dimensional array. What is a single dimensional array? We have got only one number inside the brackets, which means that there is only one dimension, like 0, 1, 2, 3. So there is a possibility of a multi-dimensional array as well. And the most common one in the multi-dimensional array is a 2D array. So if we just try to visualize this array A, then what happens is how it is stored in the memory location. Suppose this is A of 0, then A of 0 means its value, that is 10, would be stored here. A of 1 would be stored here. A of 2 would be stored here, and A of 3 would be stored here. So that's a single dimensional array, but there is a possibility of a multi-dimensional array as well. Suppose if we store, like if we create an array through B, so it would be 0, 0. After this it would be B, 0, 1. That means it would operate in the row fashion and in the column fashion as well. And then there would be like B, 1, 0 and B, 1, 1. So that's how a multi-dimensional array or a two-dimensional array is stored in the memory. We are going to discuss about the two-dimensional arrays in the next video. Also, we are going to see about the dynamic arrays as well. That's all for the video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to actually talk about the 2D arrays and the dynamic arrays in Excel VBA, as we promised in the previous video. So let us start our discussion with the 2D arrays first, and then we will talk about the dynamic arrays. So we know that what a 2D array looks like in the memory, as we just saw from the previous video. We took an example to demonstrate it. So that's how a 2D array looks. And if you take a simple, if you think a little, then you will get that this 2D array is actually like a matrix. If you know about the matrix, then it's good. Otherwise, I'm going to tell you that a matrix is something in a 2D format that is used to hold numbers or any other thing, and it is of the format P cross Q, which means P is the number of rows and Q is the number of columns. The total elements in a matrix are P cross Q, the product of P and Q. So if we look at this, then there are two rows, two rows and two columns in this 2D array as well. And the number of elements it holds is 2 into 2, which is 4. So a 2D array is simply referred to as a matrix. So let's see that how can we declare and use a 2D array in Visual Basic. Bring up your VBA editor. The shortcut you need to use for this purpose is Alt F11 from the keyboard.
Now once your VBA editor is up and running, go to the insert tab to insert a new module, and let's rename it as 2D array so that you are able to recognize it afterwards. Now this is how you name a 2D array. You cannot use the number 2 because that's invalid name for a module. So 2D array is what I'm going to name this a procedure as well. And then I'm going to write some piece of code. So how can you declare a 2D array? That's the first question. The answer is a very simple one. All you got to do is use dim, then write the name of the array. This is going to be B. Then within the parenthesis, what you need to write is the number of rows, comma the number of columns. That is how many rows and columns you are expecting that array to have. I'm expecting it to have 3 rows and 3 columns. So the size that I'm going to give over here is 2, 2. Why? Because its indexing starts from 0. So when I give 2 as a size, then it would be holding the index as 0, 1 and 2 and 0, 1 and 2 for the rows and the columns, and it would be holding 3 and 3. That is a total of 9 elements. So that is why the size I'm going to mention is 2, 2. And when I have mentioned the size, the next thing VB expects me to do is specify its data type. So let's use the keyword as and specify its data type to be integer. Then as soon as you press enter, then congratulations, you have successfully declared a 2-dimensional array with 3 x 3 size. Now once you've declared an array, what we are going to do is actually hold some values in it. Okay, so what is going to be the possible indexes? So let's see the possible indexes for this one. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, and like here also it's going to be 1, 2, and here it's going to be B, 2, 0, B, 2, 1, and B, 2, 2. So that is what is going to be the index of all these 3 or all of these 9 elements. Okay, 3 rows and 3 columns. So let's bring up our VBA editor again, and let's just declare 2 variables, dim within the end sub, dim I as integer and dim j as integer. The reason why we are declaring 2 variables is because these 2 are going to be the loop iterators. 2 variables because there are 2 dimensions, so that's a convention that how many dimensions you want is going to be the name, the number of the variables you need to declare whenever you are trying to go through a loop. So let's start. First of all, we are going to loop through I. So for I equals 0 to 2, and let's create a next. Then we're going to use a nested for loop, that is a for loop within a for loop. Okay, so let's just ident it. For j equals 0 to 2, and let's just close it through next, and whatever the piece of code we write within this would be actually executed again and again and again. Okay, so what we are trying to write is b, okay, I of j. So the value we are trying to add in it should be the value of j plus I into 10. So that's the value that I want to add, that whatever is the sum of j and I want to just multiply it by 10, and I want to store it in the corresponding values. So that's how you can just actually initialize the 2-dimensional array. Once you've done that, you gotta show or you gotta print its result. So just copy it and paste it. Now it's going to be same except from here you need to store the values, or you need to show the values in the form of a message box. So it's going to be b of I j. Actually that's what I think it is. So let's see if it runs correctly or not. So yeah, we have got an error, and the reason why we are getting this error is we need to specify like this. Okay, and this b I comma j, that's how we declared the array, right? So let's just run it. The first value that is of b00 is 0, then is 10, 0, 1. You can see 0 plus 1 is 1 into 10, then it's going to be 20 over here,
then it is going to be 10, 1 0, then it is going to be 20 again, 1 1, and it's going to be 30, 1 2, then it's going to be 20 again, 2 0, then it's going to be 30, 2 1, and then it is going to be 40, 2 2. So that's how the two-dimensional array works, and that is all about the 2D array that you need to know. Also, if you want to make some changes to the code, you can do that. You can experiment it in your own way. So that was about the 2D array, and the next topic that we have is of a dynamic array. So as the name suggests, a dynamic array is an array that is dynamic in nature, means its value or its size is not fixed. Like right now we declared a 2D array, so its size was fixed, that is going to hold 3 rows and 3 columns. And also we declared a single dimensional array whose size was fixed as 3, that is it is going to hold 4 elements no matter what. So there may be situations when where you are declaring an array but you do not know what its size is going to be. So in that case you got to use a concept of a dynamic array actually, that is given to you through Visual Basic. So let us see that how it works. In the VBA, let's go to insert and insert a new module, and let's rename it as dynamic array, and go to the code pane of dynamic array and create a sub procedure as dynamic array. Open and close the parenthesis. Now this is how VB recognizes it as a sub procedure. Let's declare an array, say C. So that's how you declare an array. But when you are declaring an array, you need not specify the size of the array, because the reason why you are declaring a dynamic array is you are not sure of its size. So you do not need to declare the size. Then you can write any number of piece of code that you want. And suppose after a few lines of coding you realize that now I know that what is going to be the size of this array. Then you can resize this array using a statement known as redim. Then after this redim you need to specify the name of the array, and within parenthesis its size, like this. So as soon as you do that, what will happen is the C will now hold 3 variables or 3 values, that is 0, 1 and 2 indexes, and that's how you can actually declare or actually redeclare an array. So redimension means redeclaring an array. That is actually used for the dynamic arrays itself. Now you can just assign some values to it. C0 is suppose 30, C1 is suppose 60, and C2 is suppose 90. Okay, then what we're going to do is actually use a for loop to print those values. I equals to 0 to 2. Next, and within this we are going to just print the values through a message box, C of I. Okay, now let's just declare I as an integer as well. Perfect. Now let's run it. 30, 60, 90. Okay, now after the assigning of the values, suppose you decide to just increase the dimensions of the variable C or the array C to 3. Now if we just try to run it, then what happens is we get 0 as the value, these 3 values as 0. Why? Because when we are using this statement redim, then the previous values of this array C are lost. Okay, so if you need to preserve these values, you need to use the keyword preserve. Then what happens is these things would be preserved, and let's just iterate it till 3 and assign 3, C of 3 to something as 120. So let's see what happens right now. 30 perfectly fine, 60, 90 and 120. So if you need to preserve the values while declaring an array or changing its size, you need to use this keyword preserve. So that's all for the video, in which you learned about the 2D arrays and the dynamic arrays in VB. That's for the 1D dynamic array, but if you want, you can also do it for 2D or multi-dimensional arrays as well. Thanks. Hello everyone, Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to discuss about the events in Microsoft Excel. So up till now, what we have been learning through VBA was through macros. That is, we got to insert a module in the VBA editor, and then on the basis of that module, we added some sub procedure, and on the basis of that sub procedure, we wrote our code, and when we run that sub procedure, then that code was executed. But in today's video, we are going to learn about the events. So first of all, let us understand that what is an event. Suppose this is your Excel screen actually. Then if I click on this cell, then what happens is this cell is clicked, and that is an event, which means whenever the user is interacting with the computer, then the user performs some actions, and those actions are treated as events for the computer. Like if I just go to this cell and I just double click over here, then what happens is this double click is an event for this cell. If I just go to this cell, I click on this cell, then this is an event for that particular cell. So clicking and double clicking are just examples. There are a ton of events that are possible. Like key press is an event, key down is an event, key up is an event, and so on. There are many events. So in this video, we are going to see that how can we actually handle or work with these events in Microsoft Excel. The reason why we are doing this is because these events have an utmost importance whenever we are working with forms, and forms are something which we are going to start from the next video onwards. The forms are basically used to interact with the user. Actually, I'm not going to just go into the deep about the forms because that's the topic for the next video. So let's just understand about the events. So how can we handle or write the code for the events? So what you got to do is bring up your VBA editor, and right now I'm in sheet 7. So what I want is I want to write some code, or I want to handle the events for this sheet 7. So what would I be doing is in this project explorer, I would go to the sheet 7. When I just double click on it, then the sheet 7's code pane would be open like this. Okay, let's just extend it. So this is sheet 7's code pane. How can you cross check it? You can simply go to this title where it's written sheet 7, and in the brackets you can see code is written, which means this is the code window of sheet 7. So when you are in sheet 7, then you need to start working on the events, and whatever code for the events you write in this window would be actually only for this sheet. Like if you write some code for sheet 7, and then this code would not be used in any other sheet, it would exclusively be used in this sheet only. So let's start. You can see there are these two drop downs. One is this general drop down, which is for object, and then there is this declarations drop down, which is for procedure. So we are going to use these two. If we just use this drop down, so the first thing you have got is a worksheet. So let's just select worksheet as an object. As soon as you do that, you will get something like this: private sub worksheet underscore selection change, and there are some parameters and end sub. So you can know that this is actually a sub procedure in Visual Basic. So that is a sub procedure. That's correct. That's absolutely correct. So private means that this sub procedure would only be associated with this particular worksheet, and it would not be used in any of the worksheets. Now worksheet object means that this is an event of which object? This is the event of worksheet object, and this selection change is actually the name of the event. That is, this event, whatever code we write in this sub procedure, would be triggered when the selection is changed in the worksheet. And since the worksheet is composed of cells, that means whenever there is a change in the selection of the cells, then this event would be triggered, or this event would be fired. Okay, so that is actually the amount of the information which we get from here. This is only one event, selection change. If you just go to the second drop down, you can see there are a bunch of events, and these are actually all possible events which you can code for. Like here you can see activate, before delete, before double click, before right click, calculate, change, deactivate, and so on. There are these tons of events. Okay, So let's just create some code for this sub procedure, that is for selection change. What I want is whenever the selection is changing or whenever we go to a particular cell, I want its background color to change to something else. Okay. So we know that in order to change the background color, we need to write that cell name dot interior dot color equals to, and then we need to write the color. So we need to specify that particular cell through either a range function or through the name of the cell. But we do not know right now, we do not know here that what cell the user is going to click. So we cannot specify a particular name of the cell. We want that particular cell which is clicked, that cell's color to change. So that is why we have something in VB known as target. Whenever we write target, means whichever cell is clicked currently, it would be the target cell. And what operations we want for the target cell? I want its interior dot color to change to say VB cyan. And apart from that, I also want target dot value to be like events. Within double quotes I need to specify events. Okay, so that's the code we have written. Now actually there is no need to run it because it is not a macro. This is an event, so we do not need to run it. Once you have done this, you can either minimize this VBA window or you can just close it. So I'm going to minimize it. Since it is in sheet 7, so when we just click on any cell, and you can see we got this cyan background here in events. You can click on any number of cell and this event would be triggered. Similarly, you can click on a bunch of cells, like you can just click this, and all these events are triggered right here. Okay, you can just actually fill it up with all this, all events. Okay, so that's how it works. That's how the selection change thing works. If you go to any other sheet, this is sheet 4, and if I just do it over here, then nothing happens. Why? Because the sub procedure was private to sheet 7. In order to work it for sheet 4, we need to copy it and paste it in the code pane of sheet 4, then only it would work. So that was about a single event. Let's just work upon another event. So let's just bring up VBA. And again in sheet 7 only we are working with event. If you want, you can work with the different sheets. I'm going to work in the same sheet itself. And this time I'm going with before double click, which means what happens if I double click on a cell, then what event I wanted to trigger. If I just double click on the cell, then what I want is for the target dot let's just see that what we want. Okay, so I want target dot clear contents. That's what I want whenever I double click on the cell. So if you just double click here, its contents are cleared. Like you just double click, double click, double click, its contents are cleared, which means that whatever is written, that is events was written, so it is cleared on double click. So that's how you can handle another event. You can see this cannot work for multiple cells actually, because you need to double click on a individual cell at a time. And now if you just select the cell, if you single click it, then you will get the cyan and events. If you just double click, then events will go off like this. Okay, so that's how the events work. And we discussed about 2 events. If you want, you can work with these multiple events over here. And one more thing, the events that you select, we just coded for before double click and we coded for selection change. So both of these events are actually bolded, which means that VB recognizes that yes, we have coded for these 2 events. So that's how it works. That's how you can work with the events. That was for the worksheet events. And similarly, you can code for as many events as you want. Suppose you want to work with calculate event, so you can just add calculate event and code anything that you want. So that was all about the events that you need to know in VBA. And that is all for the video. I hope you all have enjoyed it, and thanks for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel video, we are going to start our discussion with the user forms. So first of all, let us understand that what is a user form. Whenever you go on any website or you are asked to enter some of your details. And a simple example we can take is a Google form. Okay, I am sure that you all must have encountered one or the other Google forms. So those forms actually prompt you to enter your details. There are the different kinds of fields, like there are text boxes through which you can enter text data. Then there are these check boxes through which you can select multiple options. There are radio buttons through which you can choose from the various options, and then there is a submit button. So a collection of these kinds of controls or tools is what makes up a form, and a form is used to interact with the user and actually accept user data, and whatever the data is accepted, it is used to store that data in the database. So that is the basic functionality of a form. And why it is used by the various companies to accept the data from their users, to accept the feedback of the user, or to register them, and many more purposes. So from this video onwards, up till the next few videos, we are going to see all about the user forms. That is, how can you create a user form, how can you add these different types of controls in a form once it's created, how can you manipulate some of the properties of the forms, and we are also going to see that how can you handle the events. Like we just learned about the events in the previous video, so we are going to see that what happens if the user clicks the submit button on the form, or what happens when the user clicks the cancel button on the form, and so on. So basically in the next few videos we are going to talk just about the forms. Okay, so let's just start with this video. I am in my VBA editor. So in order to bring up your VBA editor, what you need to do is first open up your MS Excel and then press Alt F11 key as the shortcut, and your VBA editor would be up and running in front of you all. Then in order to insert a form, what you need to do is just go to this insert tab and just search for the second option. Just go to the second option, which is of a user form. So when you click on it, what happens is you get these bunch of things. What do I get over here? First of all, let us see the Project Explorer. In the Project Explorer, we have got something written as forms, and in this forms, we have got something as user form 1. Okay, and this user form 1 is actually the name of my form, and this is the form that I get. It is completely blank. The only thing that I get over here is user form 1 as its name and a close button. And in the properties window, if you see, we have got a bunch of properties that are related to the user form 1. That is, all these properties associated with the user form 1. And when you just double click on this user form 1, you have got this small box which is known as the toolbox. Now what is the usage of this toolbox? This toolbox contains these various tools. If you just hover over it, so you can just get a tooltip on what these tools are, like select objects, labels, text boxes, comma boxes, list box, checkbox, radio button or option button, toggle button, and so on. So these are the various tools which we can add over a form. We can add a checkbox, we can add a text box, and so on. But we are not going to see the toolbox in detail in today's video, because it's the topic for future videos. So we would be seeing only about the forms in today's video. So when we are talking about form, what we have got is a simple form. If we just click on this run button, then what happens is we get this form as it is. That is, we had nothing in the form. All we had was this user form 1 and a close button. So that's what we have got. If we just close it, then we are back to our VBA. Okay, so let's make some changes to this form. So to make changes, a simple method is go to this properties window, and in this properties window, the first thing we've got is user form 1. That's the name of the form. Let's just keep it that way, because through this we are able to recognize that what is the name of our form. And this drop down is right now only having user form, but as you add those different tools to it, these tools would be added to this drop down. Okay, so let's just change its caption. The thing you see here is caption, so let's just change it to something like Excel form. And as you change the caption, you must have noticed that this caption over here is changing as well. You see, it's simultaneous. So Excel form is going to be the caption of my form. And if you now run it, then what we have, okay, actually now what happens is we have got the same form with nothing on it, but we have got the caption as Excel form. So that's how you can just change the caption of the form. Suppose you want to change its back color. So this is the second property named as back color. There is this drop down. I'm just going to increase its size a little bit. So this is this drop down. From here you can check these different colors, either these system colors, or you can go to the palette colors. I prefer the palette colors, and whatever color you like, you can just choose it, and that form would be colored in that particular color. So I'm choosing this shade of green, and now if you run it, then you have got a form with this dark green background color. So that is about it. Okay, now these are these different options through you can just change it. And one more thing is this startup position. If you run this form, where it is coming off is, actually I want this to run, so it is coming at the center of the screen. Okay, so if you want to change its startup position, then how can you do that? So for this you have a property known as this startup position that is right now center owner. So if you want, you can just change it, like you can change it to center screen. Now if you just run it, then it is again in the center. So let's just think of other things, other positions, that is Windows default. So let's just run it. So Windows default, the position changes. So that's how you can change the startup position of your form as well. And then there are these other options, like you can change its width. Suppose it's right now 240, let's just change it to 100. And as soon as you click over here, you can see that the width of the form has changed to 100. Now if you run it, so its width is, it's very thin because its width is changed to 100. Okay, now similarly there are these different options which you can play with. There is this height which you can change as well. Let's just change it to 300, and you can see it's changed to 300. And let's just change the width also to say 250. Now we have got this nice looking form. If we run it, then we have got this nice looking form over here. Okay, apart from this, you can see that up till now, whenever the form was open, we got this mouse pointer over here. So this mouse pointer, simple default mouse pointer we got, but if you want, you can just change it to anything else. Suppose you want a cross over here, so we have selected this cross. Then what will happen is, if you run it, the mouse pointer would change to cross whenever it is on the form. If it is outside, it changes back to the default. If it is in the form, it changes to cross. So these are the different things that you can manipulate with the forms, and that was a basic introduction on the forms. There is one more thing that I need to discuss, and that is about the security in Microsoft Excel. Now, once you have created a form, so we know that forms is a very sensitive thing, because through this form, you can actually accept the data from the user. And there is a method through which you can accept the data from the user form and display it in the form of Excel sheet. So whenever you are working with forms, it is advisable that you add a password to your workbook as a whole. So now we are going to see that how can you add a password to your workbook. So for this purpose, what you need to do is go to this workbook option, and let's add an event. So let's just select this workbook object, and as soon as you do that, you will get this event workbook/open or _open. So this is a workbook event, and let us add a password to this workbook. So what is the process of adding the password? That's actually pretty simple. All you got to do is first of all accept the entry. Actually, you need to show an input box. Okay, this means that as soon as the workbook opens, you will get an input box, and the prompt you will get is enter password. You can give any message that I'm entering enter password. Okay, so when you get this input box, the user prompts to enter something, enter a password, and when the user enters this password, then what happens is, I want to compare it, that if a equals to 234, then so I have taken 234 as a valid password. So if the user enters 234, then only this is considered as a valid password. Then in that case, what I want, if the password is valid, I want a message box to be shown displaying that it is a correct password, and then the user can continue working on the workbook. Okay, else, that is, if the user does not know the correct password, then in that case, what I want again a message box to be displayed with a message that the user has entered an incorrect password. So this is a message that you can actually customize as per your wishes. Then I want this workbook to close because I do not want the user to work on the workbook once I'm sure that the user does not know the password. So I want this workbook to get closed, and this is the way to do that. This workbook.close is a method, and then that's it. So let's just end this if statement, and that's the code that you should do. Okay, so once you've written this code, you can just close this VBA. You can close this workbook and make sure to click on save option. So this workbook would be saved, and this is my workbook named as error. So let's just open it, and what happens is, as soon as I open this workbook, I'm prompted to enter a password. So if I enter 1234 as the password, which is incorrect, and click on OK, then I get this option as incorrect password, and I have to click on OK. So as soon as I do that, what happens is this workbook gets closed. Okay, you can see no workbook is open, it is actually closed. Okay, now if I just go to file and open this error workbook again, then again I'm prompted to enter a password. Now I enter the correct password 234, I know the password, and I click on OK. So I get the message that the password is correct, and as soon as I click on OK, I'm able to work on this workbook. So that's how you can actually protect your workbook with a password. That's all for the video. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel VBA video, we are going to explore more and more about the user forms. So in today's video, we are going to actually discuss about an important control of the user form, and that control is known as the command button. So a simple definition of a command button, or a simple term, is a button. Whenever you are filling a form, then you can see there is a button, and that button is known as command button in Visual Basic Language. So let's see that how can we add a button and what are its uses through an example. So first of all, we have Excel in front of our screen. Let's bring up the VBA editor. So for the shortcut, it's Alt F11. So if you press the shortcut Alt F11, then VBA editor would be there. Otherwise, you can just go to the developer tab, and there is this Visual Basic thing. When you click on this, the VBA editor would be up and running. Okay. Now what happens is, we have got this form which we just created in the previous video, in which we made some changes for the appearance of the form. Like we changed its caption, its background color, and its height and width. Okay. So in today's video, we are going to see that how can we add a command button or a simple button to a form, and what is its uses. Okay. So first of all, as we know that button is a tool, so for adding the button, we need to have access to the toolbox. So how can you have an access to the toolbox? So for that purpose, what you can do is go to this view tab, and when you go to this view tab, this is the third tab from the left, there is this option of toolbox. If you just click on it, then you can see this toolbox is visible to you. Okay. So this is the toolbox, and it is dockable, which means you can just navigate it to any place that you want, and it has got the bunch of controls that you can add into a form. All of these controls could be added to a form. So when you hover over these, you will get the tooltip in the form of the name of these controls. So here we have got this command button. In order to add the command button to your form, there are two methods. First is you can just simply double click on this command button, and then you can just drag it over here, so this command button is added. Okay, or you can simply bring it and drag it like this, and this command button could be added. So these are the two methods, and both the command buttons are same. I have deleted the second command button, and this is our first command button which we have added. And through any of these methods, you can add the command button, because both of the things are same, both of the methods are same. That is, both of them are going to add the same thing, that is a command button, onto your form. Now once you have added the command button, you can just resize it to any size that you want, and apart from this, you can add as many command buttons as you like command button 2, command button 3, command button 4, and so on. So all these things, command button 1, 2, 3, and 4, are actually the names of the command button through which they are going to be referred as. Okay. So let's work with this command button, that is command button 1. Now once you have added the command button, what will happen is in the properties window you can see that there is this drop down, and earlier we used to have only one thing, that was this user form, but now we are also having this command button 1. So from here you can just toggle between the controls, and whichever control you select from this drop down list, that control's properties would be visible over here. Okay, so suppose I want to select the user form. Let me just show you. If I select the user form, these are the properties of the user form that are available, and there are two ways through which you can view these properties, in either an alphabetic order or in the categorized form. The categorized form is more like useful when you are referring to a particular category, like we have categorized the appearance together, the behavior together, fonts, miscellaneous, etc. But I prefer the alphabetic one. It is totally up to you that whatever method you perform, you can just go with it. Okay, so right now I'm not going to talk about user form, I'm going to talk about the command button. So let's bring up the command button, and as soon as we do that, what we get is first the name. Now the by default name is command button 1, but that is too long to remember, because whenever we are trying to code anything, or whenever we are trying to do any kind of manipulations through coding of this command button, then we need to use this name. So it is advisable that we just make up a small name. So for this small name, we have got a convention in Visual Basic, and that convention is that, for example, if you are using a command button, so according to the convention, the name must be CMD BTN. That means for command button the shortcut is CMD, and for the button the shortcut is BTN, and then you gotta enter the number to memorize that or to make sure that what number that command button is having. So advisable is whatever the original name of the command button is, that number could be added. So CMD BTN1 is the name according to the convention. Of course, you can just keep any name that you want, but it is advisable to go by the convention to avoid any confusion later on. Similarly, if we are talking about the user form, its name can also be changed according to convention as FRM1. So FRM is for form, form1 is the name. So this is our command button, and there are these various properties. So let's look at them one by one. First of all is this caption, command button 1. We do not want this button to be or this caption to be shown. We want click me to be shown. So for that purpose, we have a property with the name as caption, like we had in the user form. So let's just change it to click me, and as soon as you do that, you can see that this caption over here is changing as well. Okay. Now one more thing through which you can toggle between these different controls. If you just select on this form, then this form would be selected or its properties would be visible. But if you just click on this command button, then you can see that command button over here is selected and its properties are now visible. Then there is an option of auto size. If you just give it to false, then its size would be according to the size that you gave it to it. But if you just select it to true, then what happens is it will automatically resize itself to the size which is sufficient to accommodate the caption that is given to it. Okay. Then there is this back color option. You can change its back color from the palette or from the system itself. So I'm going with this blue kind of a color. Then there is this back style. So there are these different types of styles. Either it could be transparent or opaque. Now it is transparent, but it is advisable to have an opaque one or whatever you want. Generally people go with opaque. Then we have cancel. If the cancel property is set to true, then what happens is, using whenever the form is running, suppose let us just run this form, then using the escape key you can just escape this form or this command button. Actually nothing is happening right now because we have not added any controls, but this is what happens when the cancel property is set to true. This is control tip text. Caption we have already seen. Control tip text is what tip would be shown when we just move our cursor towards this command button. So let's just add a tip text, and that is please click me. Okay, so that is my text. Let's just run the form and see what happens. You can see as soon as I bring my cursor over this command button, I get a tooltip, please click me. So that is what it is. the control tip text. Then there are these other options like enabled. If we set the enabled property to false, then what happens is you would not be able to click on this command button. It is not clickable, it is not enabled. So enabled property must be set to true if you want this command button to be working. Otherwise, what the use of this property is that whenever you are trying to just look at some actions, like if you want that the user must enter the data in the form before clicking the command button, so if the data in the form is nothing, or if the user has not entered anything, then you must keep the command button as false. And as soon as you make sure through coding that the user has entered some data, then you can just change the enabled button to true to make sure that the user can click on it right now. Okay, so that was about enabled. Now the next property we have is a font. If we just click on it, we have got these bunch of fonts which we can just change to anything. We can change its type, we can change its size, everything. And we can also change the color of the fonts, like in the palette itself we can go with it, or if you want you can just choose from the custom colors that were the system colors. You can change the height of the command button from here. Then there is this left option, that is how much space it is going to have from the left. Let us just change to 100, and as soon as we click here, so it moves towards here. Then we have logged. If the logged property is set to false, means the button is not logged. It is if it is set to true, the button is logged. So let's just see it. Right now the button is logged. The difference between logged and enabled is when the button was disabled, then we didn't get this tooltip as well, but the button is logged, which means it is not clickable, but it is still there. So now the tooltip is visible whenever we go over it. So that is the difference between the logged and the enabled properties of the command button. The rest of the properties are actually the general properties only, which would be we would be learning for the next control itself, because most of the properties are the general properties like the caption and so on. So yes, we would be looking at these properties in detail for the next tools, which